Welcome to another exciting, explosive edition of the Collar Nation radio show. Welcome. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for joining those people who will join us later when people start coming in. I know I haven't been on for a few days, but I'm back. I'm back in action. Hopefully, I'll have a crowd tonight and everything like that. So we're going to stick around and do a show like that. But I have a whole lot to say. It's been a couple of days since I've been off, so I had a time to think before I wanted to do this show. I had the time to really think about what I was going to say. I'm going to deliver this and whatnot. Back to my series on the Monkey Kingdom. In other words, basically, if you read Rudyard Kipling's Monkey Kingdom, he talked about a monkey's kingdom named the Bandar Log. And basically, it was him making a mockery of, I guess, societies back then. I don't think he was just necessarily talking about Indians, but he was talking about third world societies in general. And third world people and backward people, right? He was basically saying, was people, instead of learning what it takes to build civilization, to be the true equals and the masters, where people will get your respect, many people will tether themselves, or their whole identity is around tethering themselves to another person's civilization and identity. And that's what what they call the monkeying or aping of somebody else. That means you imitate. You're not real. You're imitating somebody else that does, and you look awkward when you do it. So what he was doing was he made up a fictitious kingdom of monkeys, like high up in the thing. In other words, this is how it's set up. You read the Jungle Book, right? The Bandon Log were a kingdom of monkeys, right? Apes that lived in an abandoned kingdom, right? Of civilization that came there and left. And it was abandoned. So when the monkeys came over and whatnot, they remember this kingdom, they admired it and everything like that. But they figured now that the humans had left, that they were going to have the same luck with this kingdom and basically build a civilization or whatever like that. But instead, what they did was get into like things like vanity, foolishness, and nonsense and everything like that, trying to imitate what they remember these people were, And the one thing they could never do is make fire. In the book Jungle Book said they want to know how to make fire. That was like the thing of the human's power, So the point I'm trying to make is this. When people want to be part of civilization or take over civilization, you have to first master this civilization. You got to master yourself first. You got to know who you are. You got to know who your limits are. And you got to look at yourself honestly about what it is you're trying to accomplish, and what is it you're trying to do. Right now, we have a bunch of foolishness in the black world, right? We have a foolishness in the black world. There's not one civilization where we could say on this earth that's a black civilization that we could say, wow, they got it completely together. Let's get with them. There's not one civilization, black civilization on this earth that's capable of or on that level, right? Everything is tethering ourselves to white civilization. Now it's like tethering ourselves to Chinese civilization. Now you got people talking about tethering themselves. I just heard recently that Nigeria is letting Turkey build military bases in the country. It's like there is nothing about why do you think the Sahel region is having such a hard time evicting France? Because the French know that whatever you're trying to do, you are not the master of whatever you're trying to do. No one believes that. No one believes that black people could build civilization. It's funny when I always hear people talk about black men built Carthage. I look at Carthage, a city. Black men did not build Carthage. I hate to tell you that. We did not build these ancient civilizations. So we have to be honest with ourselves or who we are. Once we're honest with ourselves, then we can sit back and say, you know something, now it's time to build something. We know what we're capable of, and you can never do that until you have an honest assessment. If you believe that you built these civilizations and you're sitting here and every last single black person that's living any sort of decent life is living in Europe or Asia or America, think about it. Show me anywhere where black people are really thriving outside the prisms of white supremacy. Now yellow supremacy and all these other things, Indian supremacy, whatever it is. So we always tethered ourselves to this because we have never we refuse to build civilization because we don't know what civilization is. And I'm gonna say something tonight, right? This is why I'm against people having all these passports. The Colorado, we had this argument on the last show I was on Saturday. I said the reason why is because I don't think black people really understand what the word citizenship means. When you talk about citizenship, right, you're talking about the ultimate expression of a civilization. I don't think black people understand what civilization means. Do you understand when you a citizen of the country, there's duties for that country, you have an allegiance to that country and everything like that. You cannot basically have dual citizenship. You can't do this. Your passport ain't something you travel around with. That means you belong to that society. That society belongs to you. That's something that's like thousands of years of human history have brought us to the point where we settled on the fact that there is such thing as a republic. There is such thing as a nation state. And there is such thing as borders. There is such thing as citizenship. And there is such thing as rights and stuff like that, constitutional rights, all stuff like that. You can't just go to somebody else's country and set up shop. There are laws. There is such thing as the rule of law. See, the reason why we don't think like that is because we're not bothered with building anything in America. We just say, oh yeah, whatever. Open borders, who cares? Whatever like that. Oh, free money for everybody. Give everybody welfare. Give everybody handouts and everything like that. But you understand it costs. A citizen understands that he has to perform duties. He has a duty to raise a family and be productive in what he's doing. A citizen has a duty and obligation to his state and society. I see too many people, even in Africa and everything like that, that have no respect for the rule of law and the nation state. And they only respect the state or whatever like that when their person is in power. And I'm saying like this right here is the reason why I say when it all falls down, right? You can just easily pick up the thing, get a visa, and come to America or come to Europe. Because all the best and brightest minds in Africa leave the continent because it's too hard to build civilization. Civilization is going to give everyone a place in that society, make everyone feel safe. Everyone has a thing, not one group of people, not one tribe, not one this, whatever that. Everyone's equal before the law. That's civilization. So therefore, I asked a question like here in America, and I'll be honest with why I came to this topic tonight, right? Now, I live in a nice suburb. I don't like saying it like that, right? Well, we worked hard. I live in a nice neighborhood and everything like that here in Virginia Beach, but we're having problems in my city. And it's wearing down on me because it really tests me in many ways. We have a serious issue in Virginia Beach right now. Right now, as you know, this is spring break, whatever like that. Virginia Beach is a resort city. They put a 9:00 curfew in place in Virginia Beach, right? Because they knew all these black college kids were coming down here and everything. And can you blame the white people, right? When I was over in Liberia, I heard several people got shot. Why is it that a family-friendly place, right? When you bring our people around, someone gets shot and killed. You saw what happened in Houston. You saw what happened in Daytona. That's because we don't care about civilization. We let we love the fruits of civilization. We like the roads. We like the constant electricity. We like the money. We like all those things like that. But we do not want to do what it takes to be part of a civilized society. So therefore, we want to tether ourselves to white people because we know they got this thing called civilization down pat. We know that the roads are going to be built in a timely manner. The roads are going to be paved. You know that the electricity is going to work every time you turn on thing. You know your cable is going to work, whatever like that. You don't have any stress whatsoever because a white civilization or white organization or white system is going to take care of you, right? And then the same black people walk around like, oh, we built this country. That's what I said about the monkey kingdom, right? We built this country. We built this country. We're on top. We're not. And so I think what it is I think people are really, and rightfully so, getting tired of us. You know, they're really getting tired of us. A lot of people got black fatigue, right? We complain, 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 and then basically we do not contribute what I think we should be contributing to a civilization. If you can't do nothing else, you could there's no reason why we have the level of crime in our community right now. Just people acting disorderly and stuff like that. Grown people, not just kids, grown people acting disorderly and acting embarrassing every time we look around. I'm embarrassed. Like I said, before all this stuff we were talking about was someplace else. Now this shit's hitting home. Now it's in my city. Now I'm looking at it like, damn, man, Virginia Beach was also a peaceful place. Now you got people discussing crime and black problems. We never had these problems in this country, in our city. Most of the black people that live here are real peaceful people, hardworking, middle class people here. But you got large numbers of people coming from other areas. It's like if you have your neighborhood, your hood, whatever like that, stay there. Why do you come all the way out here to disrupt everybody else? Now people are like, man, I can't bring my kid out. We had a carnival here the other day. Man, these YNs got into it. Next thing you know, bullets are flying, people running for their life and shit like that. And it's just really, really wearing on me. Wearing on me. Like I said, I heard about something when I was over in Liberia. I heard about an incident, right? Not too far from where I live at, where somebody got shot. And every time I look around, someone's getting shot. It's always young black people, getting shot. Every time we look around, someone's getting shot. Someone's pulling out a gun, something like this, like that. And I'm sitting there. When I was over in Liberia, I'm like, now this is supposed to be the third world. America will be first world. And I'm saying to myself, people in America work so fucking hard for their money, they pay their taxes, everything like that. And you telling me the basic thing of just basic safety is not there. And we have this thing where we have this one guy. There was a shooting that happened in Norfolk yesterday, right? And one of the community activists, I shouldn't joke around that. His name's Bilal Muhammad, right? I know this guy. I've been around. I've seen him. He's been a community activist for years. Older brother, right? His son was killed 2 years ago. Murdered 2 years ago on the street. And he's been an anti-violent campaign crusader. But when they had the part of the street taped off, and it just dawned on me, right? And this hit me like a ton of bricks today. When they had the streets taped off and whatnot, I noticed something. I don't know how it is other cities, but all these houses, it's supposed to be a rough neighborhood. Every one of these houses look nice. The streets were paved, the sidewalk was paved, everything like that. So people are coming in, and because I know back in 20 years ago they had a massive housing redevelopment thing in Norfolk, right? So some of these houses, people got redone, new kitchens, everything like that. So you got all this that the federal government and state government paid all this money to say, okay, I remember when this place called Diggs Park down in Norfolk, right? 25 years ago, the governor, a former governor, Allen, came down and said, yeah, this place was built back in the 50s and whatnot. We got to upgrade. So everybody in Diggs Park got to upgrade. All conditions and whatnot, So fast forward 20 years later, did that bring crime down? Absolutely not. So people got new kitchens, new flooring, new everything in their houses and whatnot, all over the city. New housing, everything like that. And there's still neighborhoods of freaking war zones. That's fine. But now these same people want to come out here to Virginia Beach. And like I said, our city, we're not having it. We're not fucking having it. And it's like okay, you that's where you want to live. People are like, oh, so that's why I said when I hate when people talk about we don't have money. We had the damn money, because 25 years ago, a lot of these neighborhoods and we had urban blight and everything like that, Norfolk Portsmouth. Now they all look brand new. They got everything, that's one thing I do give about this area right there. They do fix up houses because there were a lot of black people doing the getting on contracting stuff like that. You got people got new stuff, new fencing yards and stuff like that. New painting house, aluminum siding and everything like that. You got all that going on, and still, what is it about? What is it about? Our people that you can give them all this stuff like this. You can give them new housing, you can give them jobs, whatever like that, and they still are dysfunctional. There's something not quite right. And like I said, the sheriff, we had a nice sheriff in Norfolk, right? He was a black guy sheriff, but he was cool as hell, right? And this guy came in with the idea he's gonna split the city up, blah blah blah. He was really, but after like around 4 years, he just said he quit. He said he goes, he just said, look, there's something in the culture of Norfolk, whatever that, and he was alluding to the history of slavery and I'm like that. He just said it is so far gone. He goes, all the laws and everything. He said we tried everything. We tried curfews, we tried punishment, we tried night basketball, we tried everything, outreach, everything like that. But what happened was there was a little girl like 4 years ago that was like 8 months old that was killed by a stray bullet. He just said, I've had enough. And he quit. So right now, what you have is, in our community is a complete destruction. You see it. I'm not crazy. And one thing I always saw this in other areas, right? I knew we had areas where I live at, parts of Hampton, Portsmouth, Newport News, whatever like that. But now it's starting to come out here where I live at, Now the people want to bring that nonsense out here, right? And then it dawned on me, right? I said to myself, I'm guilty of myself. I said, even though there's a lot of black people I live at, like that, we understand one thing, right? It's a sad part about this right here. When you see neighborhoods being regentrified, you're almost like rejoicing. I'll say that again. When you see neighborhoods getting regentrified, whites, it's almost like the people rejoicing because somehow they know the fuck shit is going to end when you have more white people around you. Because this is a white civilization. When black people left to themselves and everything, we just basically, not we, but certain segments of black people are just out of control. They only act right when there's white people around looking over and everything like that. They know it's like when white people come around, they want to talk proper, act proper, and all stuff like that. But when we're among each other, we're like this. That's why I said we tether ourselves to this civilization. We tether ourselves to their economy. They provide the jobs because we don't want to take the time to build jobs, whatever like that, or invest, whatever like that. We tether ourselves to everything they do, their civilization. And let's be honest with ourselves. Let's go all the way back, even to the Nation of Islam, right? That's a problem I have. Because I thought about this. This is not something new. I thought about this for years. A clue would be when I heard when they asked Elijah Muhammad, right? He had went to Africa or whatever like that. And this is, and I'm not trying to be funny to my Nation of Islam people or not. I love the Nation of Islam. I love the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. But he was basically saying, right, on one hand, the white man's a devil, blah, 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 fall of America, and all stuff like this. But he was basically being disparaging of what he saw in Africa. People living in filth, civilization, and whatnot, People don't have proper electricity and whatnot. Wait a minute. All those things you're talking about, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, is provided for you by the white civilization, that you purport to hate so much. Do you understand how fucked up a situation we is right now? Because the bottom line is this. Farrakhan can't build you anything, because he doesn't know anything about civilization. All he could talk all he wants, but he's frustrated because he knows he cannot be Minister Farrakhan with the nice suits on or not, unless he's in the white man's country. That's a conundrum. You cannot leave the white man's country, right? You know. Uh, yeah, I know nobody wants to have this conversation. Nobody wants to have it, but this is what I'm here for. We have. That's why when I came out, right, I said the only way black people are going to be free is you need to own that land, and success or failure, you need to build that up and prove to yourself in the world that you could build a civilization of your own, where you're on your own. You take all the risks and everything like that. That means you keep all the rewards. But every last single black nationalist organization, everything is we're nation within a nation, all that stuff like that. And I'm gonna get into that tonight. I'm gonna rip the thing off because I know I got a lot of people in the monkey kingdom that want to talk about a nation within a nation. They want to talk about the goddamn the Republic of New Africa and all this kind of stupid shit. I'm tired of. I'm tired of it. I'm going after everybody. We're gonna go down. I'm gonna go down fighting. I'm taking everybody down with me. There is gonna be no nation within a nation. The best thing you could do if you're gonna stay here on this soil, admit defeat, admit the white man was right, that you're an inferior race of people, you can't do shit when that, and submit to the white man. Stop this claim about reparations. Stop all this crap like this, and just fall right in line. That's all the fuck you need to do. If not, then what you need to do is say, look, it's time for us to part ways because I got the confidence that we could build a civilization of our own. There's only two ways. There's only two ways to do this. But a lot of black people don't want to. Oh no, we put a lot of money in here. No, okay, but you want to be part of civilization. It ain't because you love America so much. You think 1776 love? No, he loves the goodies, the things that America does. America has good infrastructure, has roads, highways, overpasses, trains, everything like that. It's amazing. America's amazing. Because when I got back to America and I'm driving on Amtrak from DC to Norfolk, when I'm like, damn, man, you just look at the majesty of America. I'm driving over the Potomac River. Yeah, man, America got it going on as far as infrastructure concerned. It's hard to part ways with that. I'll be honest with you, it is. But the thing is, though, you have to admit that this is a white civilization. And when white people say you're an inferior race and you're this, that, the other thing, you got to give them their props. They're absolutely right. That's the one thing that you understand. When you choose America and everything like that, you are choosing white supremacy, and the bragging rights of the white man go to. You could be the most white trailer trash person in the world. He still feels like he's your superior because this is his civilization. Dave said, let's be honest, black America and Africa are afraid to manage and maintain a nation. Yeah. Nobody wants a building there. Everybody's scared, Everybody's scared. In Africa, you want people only getting power so they can loot and misuse. And I'm sick and tired of it, right? That's why when everybody tells me about Africa, when I get angry because I know the average African is not trying to build civilization, or Africa will be developed right now. All they're doing is getting power, and it's all about them looking big to the Europeans, flying around these expensive dinners and doing deals, doing backhanded deals, and looking important. The result is when you look at the condition of Africa. Like I was talking to a friend of mine that's he owns a place called New York Pizza. He's a Moroccan guy. Right? I know he was Moroccan for years. I've been going there. I know he's Moroccan, right? And I asked after he's all Moroccan. I said, oh yeah, I was in Morocco. He said, really? And he told me, I said, this time I went to Liberia. I went to Brussels. I didn't go to Morocco. I went to Brussels, but I love Morocco. He says, man, when you go, next time you go, if you go there, just go there. And you can rent my place. I'll let you rent my place in Morocco. He has a house in Marrakesh. I said, I'll do it. But I was saying, I was just so impressed how clean that country is. I was so impressed. He was like, yeah, you know how the streets are? I said, yeah, the streets look better than America. That highway going from Casablanca to Marrakesh, I swear to God, it looks better than New Jersey Turnpike or the New York State Thruway. I'm like, wow, this is on the African continent. So I'm saying to myself, and then you got people out there. Yeah, I'm talking about Moroccans. North Africa was black. Get the fuck out of here. All of North Africa looks like that. What you call all of North Africa looks like that. It looks real nice and clean. And the bottom line is this. Bottom line is this. And I said to myself, what is about Black Africa that they can't get it together? Because they don't want to get it together. We've set the mediocrity. Good evening, chat room. Malcolm X said that interviews that black people need land. Yeah, Malcolm X said that, right? And that's what I think. I think, be honest with you, I can't prove it, Eddie, but I really do believe that was one of the reasons why he fell out with the Nation of Islam. It wasn't because of sleeping, because Malcolm X was like, he knew that whole nation within a nation was a scam. They weren't trying to build we want 5, 6 states, whatever like that. They knew that was a scam, was never going to happen. That's just a stall tactic. Malcolm X said anything based on liberation of black people, based solely in America, is doomed to fail. I said, let's see what you're doing. We're in their civilization. You should react to that guy, Bantu City, who said African cities. I am not. That dude's a clown, That Bantu clown and whatnot. He's a clown, He's a self-hating clown. Him and that what's that dude name is? What's that fucking God forbid name's name that runs around talking shit, talking nonsense. I forgot his name, clown. You got a lot of African clowns online and whatnot. All they do is bash Zanu. Yeah, I think that's his name. That clown, And that's what has undermined the majesty of America's racial legacy. Yeah, but the bottom line is this, Eddie, where I see it like this. America was clear from the day one that it was a English, Anglo-Saxon English settler country, pioneer settler country, right? They were clear about that. They were very clear about that, They were clear that the black race was nothing but a race of slaves, and what you call this I like the last speaker. Nah, can't speak on my panel, bro. Sorry, man. We have nothing to say. I'm welcome to listen to the show, but I'm careful about who I speak to, whatever like that, because I'm like that, The bottom line is this. America is very clear, Eddie, about in its origin. There's nothing in the founding of this country ever said that the black man as a race, even the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment, nothing ever mentioned black people, nothing ever mentioned black. So they were very clear. We told ourselves this was a multiracial. We believe in that stuff, The last 80 years since 1945, we was on this thing through Hollywood and all stuff like that to believe that America was what it was never was. We were told that America was this utopia place of all different types of races, language. All that. That was all a lie. We believed it. We did. We really believed it. Jackie Robinson played in the major leagues. You had Bill Cosby. You had Sidney Poitier. We was optimistic and whatnot. We believe in this thing called America. And I'm not going to begrudge it. Some people say, okay, let's make the best of it. But there was only but so far America was going to let that happen. It's only basically like, okay, we're gonna do that because like this. But now I think America is soul searching, right? And I think America has gotten to the point where I think they feel like they made a mistake with us. They really do. That's how dangerous the times we live in right now. Because take away that Martin Luther King speech, I could undermine all that. Martin Luther King did a speech called I Have a Dream speech. It was written by a Jew, right? And if you listen closely to that speech, right? He says, little black boy, that's not what the average black person didn't give a shit about holding black and white children holding hands. But that's what they thought we were about. And they convinced us that's what we wanted, to go to school with integrated black and white. How do you look? There was this one Jamaican lady, right? Jamaican ladies on TikTok. I saw a TikTok the other day. She was just breaking it down how we were all fed a lie. She was talking about Jamaica being a multiracial society, like that. She said, "Yeah, all over the world, we're starting to look at now, like maybe we was basically, we believed in something like America because you got Trump administration and the MAGA movement has changed a lot of people's perception of what America is. We always believe America was a good guy, America was this country like that. Maybe we're wrong. Even though all the evidence, right, suggests otherwise, we would just basically went along with it, right? And then say, what can we do? Well, I just think one of the things that comes along with us participating in America is us participating in sports, us in the NBA, us in the acting and stuff like that. America, in other words, basically, you ever see when they do what was that? Let's see what real Americans are talking about, and they for a fact of the matter is, right. If they're in New York City, right, they could be in Times Square. They could be a place where there's not no black. They're gonna find somebody black or Hispanic to say like this. Why? Because if they ever did a program where it said, "Let's ask real Americans what they think," and it's all white people, all hell would break loose. And so, therefore, they basically, for the longest time, convinced us that they think we're Americans and we're all American. Like they have to do that. You cannot have millions of people in the country feeling alienated from society. So, but do we benefit from that? Probably not. But the people that run the country benefit from it, right? Because they sell America to the world as this utopia of different races and stuff like that. But at the same time, right, we got these problems. We got problems in this country, right? Real problems in this country. Black's culture and black people are falling apart in this country because, like I said, you got Black America in a complete political quagmire. I mean, there's nothing basically to vote about. Black people have basically pulled out of the electoral system. Black people are not voting like they should. They're not enthusiastic about politics anymore. We don't care and everything. That's dangerous. You can't have that. We don't think that anything. In other words, basically, black people have just said, came to the conclusion: it's a white country. There's nothing we can do. Our vote doesn't matter. We don't matter. Whatever like that. We're just going to make the best of it. Feed our families. Do what the hell we got to do, and find some black joy among ourselves. That's what black people at right now. There's no political. I can't think of any other group of people in the world in our situation, right? Because you look at the Kurds, they're still fighting for independence and what you call you got the Palestinians fighting and whatnot, and everything like that. Black people have just settled for being tethered to white civilization. We settle for that. We settle for now. Here's the thing. Now, when we settle for white civilization, right, that does not necessarily mean that the white people in America see us with favor. Like a lot of black people, like the FBA people think by tethering themselves to white America or white civilization because we've been here so long, that means suddenly that you are on equal footing with the white man in America, that you're close to the white man, you're close to the power and everything like that. That's why, how dare you as a black immigrant come over here and talk smack to us? Because we've been here so long. I'm a foundational black American and all kinds of stupid shit like that. The truth is, you really don't have any stake in the game. Yeah, you contribute to the country and everything like that, but the thing is, you contribute to the white man's civilization. If he wants to basically bring Nigerians over here to replace you, he could do it. If he want to bring Haitians over here to replace you, he could do it. If he want to show favor to black Brits in the movie industry, they could do it because they have no regard for you or respect. Like I said, they don't care about black America. They're like, Joe Biden even said it. He said, look, told the Africans, oh, this is your history museum at the Smithsonian. That's supposed to be our history, right? But black America doesn't even exist anymore. Everybody's trying to erase our history and everything like that. Well, the white man can do that. He decided that he's going to redefine what black is and what African is, and he's gonna freaking respect it because it's his civilization. If he says that something, there's a push now to erase, like the Trump administration is taking out all mention in books of slavery and everything like that because it's a dark chapter in our history and we shouldn't talk about that, And so they trust me, this is coming. And all the FBA people need to listen up, right? This is coming, right? They want to replace our history, the original African story of the transatlantic slave trade, right? With a story of Africans coming over here voluntarily, doing good. You got black Africans coming over here. So America does not seem like it's racist. They're using Africans to wipe their slate clean and cleanse their civilization. Say, look, we got black people over here, but oh yeah, those slave descendants, they're a problem, but let's not talk about, let's talk about the number of Africans over here that came here voluntarily and stuff like that. That's what you're up against. That is what you're up against, folks. So, get prepared for the roller coaster ride because it's going to get worse. It is going to get worse. It's going to get worse before it gets better. Well, the FBA claims that they have some special connections to white man and white America and whatnot, that they think the Africans, it doesn't matter how they think, it doesn't matter. They don't get to decide the Africans' place in America. The white man decides that. And more, the white man is showing the Africans, the Caribbeans, all these other people favor over black Americans in hiring, everything like that. You have jobs now. They're saying there's no black Americans being hired in a lot of firms. They rather hire black immigrants. But who's doing that? It's the white people. White people doing this because they know that they want they want a clean slate because they want new relationship with Africa. They like that. They want to wipe them hands clean of this problem called the descendants of the transatlantic slave trade, which is a problem that has never been solved. So they want to wipe their claim, Yeah, they're clear. Yeah, there's no, it's not destiny swap. It's that Africans are coming over here, right? And they're making themselves useful, right? And the black people in America haven't figured out where their place is in America. If I was an African immigrant and a white man invited me over here, so I'm like, yeah, okay, I'm gonna come over here. I'll be the new African American. I'll fly right. I don't have a beef with y'all with slavery. I'm going like that. Yeah. So yeah, of course, destiny swap. Yeah. Well, I don't know destiny, but because where was our destiny anyway in America? It's all the Afro theory. The destiny of black people in America was tethered to what white people said we could have. White people decided to let us be in the NFL, the NBA, and stuff like that. Yeah, I know where you're coming from. It's white people that decide to give Cynthia Erivo, somebody who doesn't like black Americans, the role of Harriet Tubman. They even talk about making her Shaka. Can you imagine beautiful Shaka Khan being played by fucking Cynthia Erivo? This is incredible. Like I said, even the fact that white people are like, yeah, hey, look, we don't like the fact black American women are very beautiful. We had for generations we had people like Pam Grier, Jane Kennedy, who else? Lola Falana. We have Tyra Banks. We have all these freaking beautiful ass black women that for generations that kept us, like home. Now they're basically replacing black American women with African women, stuff like that. And nothing against African women, but people like their own, like they like the beauty of their own women, and white people decided, something like, let me give you an example. White men are angry that somebody is trying to cast Lupita as Helen of Troy. Oh my God, the white racists are mad. They said Helen of Troy was so beautiful. She had armies come and save her. They said if she plays Helen of Troy, they'd be going another direction. So you got an African woman, Lupita, and why they keep putting these women up, and it's white people doing this. Lupita's a good girl and whatnot, but why they keep imposing these people on Cynthia Erivo, Lupita, and all these other people? Why they keep imposing these people on us? Because they want to redefine what is black beauty. Our women come in all different complexions and everything like that, but they just want this. They don't want that. They want they want African or somebody that looks like he's phenotypically Nigerian to be what they consider black in America. Really, I don't know a whole lot, but that's what it feels like. You know, that's what I think about the destiny swap. It's like for you, before we used to say who we wanted as who's good looking in our community and everything like that. Now white people have decided that they're going to keep elevating people from the UK, Africa over us. I have no problem with these people getting acting jobs, but when it seems like you're replacing us, well, what can you do? You're in the white man's civilization. If he wants to replace the black American phenotype and whatnot, he could do it because he has the power. This is what we signed up for. You thought the white man was gonna love you so much that he's gonna give you no, he is not gonna let you have this peace in America that you always want. It's not gonna happen. The white man elevates the gangster culture, the criminal culture, the whole culture. It's a white guy that puts up Sexy Red. Why is this nasty? I heard she got a fucking disease on her face. The girls is absolutely filthy. So. Well, Elvis, you could take your real women of Elvis and melanin and take them to freaking wherever you want to go to. We like our women the way we like our women. We like our women the way we like our women. You can take that someplace else. You can't impose your fucking shit on us. So the bottom line is this. We had look. It's just a real sad situation. Sad situation. And I wish all the people the best of luck and everything, but it's white people that's doing this, like, well, we want this, like, and I'm like, wait a minute here, we have all the, what we know is black of the girls in our families, our cousins, our aunties, and whatnot, they're not going to be represented no more. It's like, damn, it's like, we're not going to, anyone, call you build up Africa and fear taxes and work it. No, look, your bottom line is your black behind tender is going to get replaced. And you can't do nothing about it because the white man is going to replace you with the African immigrant and the Caribbean and African immigrant and whatnot. That's what he's going to do. So it is what it is. The FBA, Foundational Black American, has no power because, the white man does not care about your claim to be a foundational Black American. I don't think we're going to be replaced, but I would say like this. I would say in as more and more, Afro theory, if this was like 30 years ago, we wouldn't be having these conversations. You know why? Because back then, you did not have when we had a filmmaker, Spike Lee, right? We had gatekeepers in our community, that did stuff like that, right? We did not have like this multicultural mainstream and stuff like that. We got people like Jay-Z going to dinner with all these people, these rich white people and whatnot, and the line between black and white is blurred. Before we used to make our own production companies. Remember Tim Reed? We used to make our own production companies and everything. We used to produce who we thought should represent us. Now you make a movie or not, like this movie, The Woman King, right? That was made by white women. Because we let our guard down. Before anything white people made, we didn't buy. If you had a rapper or a singer and they got white producers, something like that, it would not get no play in the black community. Call it racist, call it what you want, but we used to protect who we were. We did not. We had Ebony Magazine. If you was a black entertainer and whatnot, you had to come through Ebony Magazine and through networks and whatnot, through our community. Now you don't have to like this. I noticed this years ago with this clown called Michael Eric Dyson, right? Now this guy just came out of nowhere. Really. He literally came out of nowhere. He came out of nowhere, right? And starts his platform. Next thing you know, he's on on television. Michael Eric Dyson. Where'd he come from? Usually, basically, yeah. Well, they're gonna take over everything. Right? You're gonna take over like this. Look, Michael Eric Dyson came out of nowhere. He came out of nowhere, right? And started spewing stuff about Bill Cosby, right? No one knew who he was. He was something at Georgetown, I think it was, right? And basically, white liberals, gays, when he started talking about our gay brothers and sisters, right? These people come out of nowhere, right? And the only reason why these people come out because we don't have people like Tony Brown anymore. We don't have people like Gil Noble anymore. Before you got to speak for Black America, you were freaking vetted back in the days. Now anybody can come up there and talk like Mark Lamont Hill. Who the hell is this? Touré, Jonathan Capehart. Where the hell are these people coming from? What we're talking about? White civilization is now replaced. This is the most dangerous time in our history, especially with social media and stuff like that. This is the most dangerous time in our history. My generation didn't drop no goddamn ball. It's the fucking millennials. My generation didn't tolerate this shit. The millennials, y'all loving everybody. Millennials did this shit. We had our own TV shows. We had all stuff like that. If it wasn't black or all black and whatnot, it was like this. Look, Elvis. I don't give a damn what the edge like that. You do not get to speak for like we had Dr. Alvin Poussaint. We had people like that in our community. We had Dr. Cosby. We had people that really knew our community. Just because you're educated and whatnot, what is your purpose? So people like this, people just came out of nowhere, and next thing you know, they're on MSNBC. What the hell are we doing watching MSNBC anyway? What are we doing watching Fox News? What are we doing watching all this stuff like this? We used to have black people used to only get their news from black sources. If you were not in black magazines, if you wasn't on shows like Julian Bond's the America's Black Forum, that used to come on Sunday nights, and you wasn't on PBS, and you had several black shows on PBS. You had Gil Noble's thing. You had Tony Brown. Tony Brown Journal. You had Gil Noble Like It Is and whatnot. They used to interview Black Panthers, Nation of Islam people and that. You knew who our community was. Now you got people like this, and I saw this happen when Vibe and Source magazine came out, right? And people start saying, wait a minute here, man. Who is you got people, white people publishing stuff that's penetrating into our community? Ebony Magazine used to be the pillar of Black America. Same thing with Essence. Now anybody comes in there and can get on Essence board, Ebony board, and stuff like that. Got their claws in the Black America. Next is going to be the HBCUs are going to go. Next, right now they're already doing that. Now they're trying to sue. You got people trying. This guy has a lawsuit trying to say HBCUs are discriminating against whites. Oh, next thing you know, you got whites there on the faculty and everything. It's gonna be look. It's gonna happen. Because we don't have to get back to the point where we're fucking racist. If it means being racist and say, okay, let's say, well, that's racism. So the fuck be it. Let's be racist then. Because this is friggin' level 10. We're losing everything. We already lost the black churches. A lot of these mega churches are owned by white denominations up top. We already lost that. Next thing you know, the black colleges, all that stuff like that, pretty soon the black fraternities and sororities are going to be gone. Everything. My generation dropped. I'm only a Gen Xer, you stupid idiot. I ain't dropped the damn ball. Look. The bottom line is this, all I'm saying is this: it's a global black world. I care about Africa, and I care about America. I do. You know, I'm not just. I'm not. I don't. America's not a plantation to me. It's not a plantation to me. I'm not limited to America. That's what I'm saying. So it is what it is. But the bottom line is this: long as we tether ourselves to white civilization, right? We're like the monkey kingdom. We're like the monkey kingdom, right? We got nothing of our own. We're like silly people, like silly, childish, foolish people, laughing, giggling, and everything. It just really, really, really upsets me right now. You know, the giggling, laughing. I don't want to be nobody's fucking Shaquille O'Neal. I don't want to be nobody's Charles Barkley. I don't want to be a Shannon Sharp. I'm sorry. Miss me with that shit. But this is what it is, And people like this, people like all they care about is getting on that damn red carpet and shit like that, and going down there acting a goddamn fool and whatnot. It's generations ago. Nobody gave a damn about no damn awards. Remember something? People didn't start. The first rapper that was in the Grammys was back in 1990. It was Will Smith and Fresh Prince. That was the first rapper. Uh, I think Kumo D showed up for the awards. They didn't. Their award was untelevised. So they boycotted for not being televised. The rap section category not being televised, but Kumo D showed up. That coon showed up anyway, accepted the award on their behalf. I remember that back in 1990. Before, nobody gave a damn about no damn Grammys. And when you go to the Grammys, the VMAs, all you're doing is giving those people legitimacy. You're tearing down our institutions, our nation, ever like that, to giving white civilization legitimacy. The fucking Oscars. Who the fuck cares about no goddamn Academy Awards? All you're doing is giving these people legitimacy. And then you get mad. Oh man, look at these black Brits playing. Who the fuck cares? Yeah, black Brits are good actors. They're gonna. So if they want to play your roles and everything like that, white people want to. I just can't wait till they make a movie about Marcus Garvey. Whatnot, they got white people gonna make a movie about Marcus Garvey. They're gonna pick who they want to play Marcus Garvey, and they're gonna and you're gonna be like all pissed off, man, we didn't get the real story, blah 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 blah. Well, who made the movie? You got all these black actors and filmmakers and whatnot. Who made the story about Marcus Garvey? Did you? No, a white man came up with the idea. He got the financing, right? Guess what? He gets to say who he's gonna take it, who he's gonna get to play it. Oh, we're gonna make a movie about Elijah Muhammad. He can say whoever he wants to because he's paying for it. If he wants to get an African actor, a British actor, whatever like that, he could do that because they're paying for it. You tether yourself to white civilization. That's the thing. Hey, white man ain't gonna play by no damn rules. He don't care about your foundational black American. He don't care nothing about that shit. So it is what it is, But yeah, so I miss me on this goddamn someone educated black election. I don't care. I don't care what your education are. It's your intent. We got plenty of educated black people, intellectuals in this country, right? But a lot of our intellectuals aren't even heard from. There's so many people in our community that got minds, that got stuff like that I never heard from because they're not singing the white man or some liberal or white person or conservative. Even you're some black conservative, right? Some inarticulate person like Brandon Tatum, whatever, or you're some fucking stupid mouthing, breathing liberal. You ain't got the real picture of what Black America about. You don't really. When was the last time you heard a real goddamn black man with authority and bass in his voice on the mainstream? That's not gonna happen. They ain't gonna put no real black man up there to say what needs to be said. To this generation. No, you're gonna come up there and say all the safe stuff. You're gonna say all the stuff about the Democrats did. Democrats good. Republicans bad. Democrats good. Republicans bad. That's all you need to know. Like a sheep. Good, bad. Good, bad. Republicans bad. Democrats good. That's all you need to know. and so that then he passed it on. That's all you do, and show up every 4 years to the polls. And so once they don't need you at the polls, that's the only time they need you. Show up at the polls and like this or like that. Then you're okay. After the election's over, they go back to cutting up the money, doing what they got to do and whatnot. It is what it is. But yeah, like I said, man, I look at black civilization here. I look at Africa, right? It's definitely the monkey kingdom. Nobody's serious about shit. I have not seen, honestly, I don't see one serious black civilization on earth right now. I really don't. You know, if everything is what we're gonna do as far as like how we're gonna jockey position with the white man, whether it's with the IMF, the World Bank, or student visas, whatever like that, get to the white man's country, or in America is how we can get closer to the white man. How can we be accepted by the white man? Or like that is what it is, right? And look, if that's what you guys like to do, fine, right? So when white people come around and they call you nigger, right? Look. Let me tell you something, right? Why does the word nigger, when white people say it, hurt so much? When he said nigger, he's saying you're nothing to him. That means you hold no value. You know it, and I know it. He knows it, right? That's to remind you of 400 years of degradation, everything like that. No matter what you think you did, whatever like that, to him, you were just a nigger, you know? And so when he called you that, right? There's something that strikes deep inside your soul where you realize that, damn, man, you mean tell me my whole entire life, I thought I was somebody. I thought I was great. I thought I was a good son. I thought I was a good husband. I thought did all this stuff like that. I thought I was a good person. I thought I was an honorable person, right? But he just reduced me to the worst thing you can call a black person, to remind me of my slave history, to remind me of the degradation, everything, and to remind me always of his power, of the fact that you are in his domain and dominion. That's what black people don't like. When you get called nigger, you're reminded of your place in the white man's society. That's why black people get so upset when they hear it. Like you get reminded of the reality. A lot of black people live in a fucking delusion, the monkey kingdom. They live in a delusion that they live in some equal society and stuff like that. And then when they hear that word from a white person, you stupid nigger, it reminds them of their place, in society. I don't really know how black immigrants and all the people. I don't know. I'm not a black immigrant, so I wouldn't know how they take that word. Maybe so. I heard some Nigerians say not too long ago. It was like, well, when we get a race, so we don't really bother by it. I guess if you don't have a context of that word, I guess if you go to the UK and they say it, it could mean something like that. But in America, the context of that word when a white person said it is a real significant put down. It has power behind it because that same power that they had when our ancestors were on that slave auction block, when our women were being raped, we were killed, that same power structure is still there. Do they have as much power to do it? No, they don't. But it's a reminder of the social order that you still live under. That's what black people gets triggered about. Do you understand where the college genesis is coming from? Do you understand why they call me the college genesis? Do you understand why I'm the chief host of the Voice of the College Nation radio show on YouTube and everybody else, Gangster Radio? Do you understand why I'm the culture critic? Why I'm the geopolitical pundit? When they call you the N-word, the nigga, that triggers something in you because it reminds you of a power structure that you have never defeated. Right. We have never overcome them. Every other group of people, right? They had their cataclysmic upheaval, and then they got a new day. The French had a revolution, right? The poor, the proletariat rose up against the aristocrats, and you had the Reign of Terror, whatever like that, or Robespierre, You had the Russian Revolution, the Bolshevik Revolution. You had all these things. You never had an African American revolution. And you cannot have a revolution and the same people are still in charge over your life. That's why right now, black people are going crazy right now in this country. That's why every time I look out my window, and it's just not just me, I'm hearing people all the time, black friends of mine, family, whatnot, they say they don't like what's going on. They're sick and tired of, there's a lot of black people tell me they got black fatigue. They're sick and tired of crime. They're sick and tired of looking over their shoulder. They're sick and tired of being embarrassed. They're sick and tired of looking at the news and seeing all people fucking up. And so when a white person says nigga, at just it's like, damn, man, what can you say? So it is what it is, folks. It is what it is. It is what it is. This thing we're fighting in America is real. Is real. This is not fun and games. This is life and death here. Yeah, I saw that. But the thing is, with that girl, with the Mexican girl, she was just speaking from the heart. That's how people. Crenshaw Grinder, you're probably not. Either you're not Black American or you're a fucking fool. It does bother me, or you don't have any self-respect. If you walk around like this, or somebody calls you a nigger to your face, right? Basically, wherever you think you are, if you let that stand, don't fight back, whatever like that, or push back against that you are a coward. I mean, it's easy. That's another thing, Chris. It's easy to be. Some black people black men are going into cowardice. It's easy to be a coward. I heard Rampage Jackson like, oh man, told his son, don't get mad when they call you a nigger, but not blah blah blah. Don't do that, blah blah. Because he has a vested interest in hanging out in white spaces and dating white girls and whatnot. Some people like that. They want to hang around white people in white spaces and everything like that. So a couple of times somebody calling an N-word don't matter to them, you got fools like that. I know 1776 probably gets called nigger every day when that, but it says nothing about it because he accepts his place in the white man's world. If it doesn't bother you, that means you accepted your place in the white man's world. It's like somebody saying, yeah, your mom was a whore. Oh, that don't bother me. Is she? Why don't you let somebody talk about your mother like that? Words do matter, bro. The spoken word is powerful. Anybody that tells you words don't matter is a fool. No, it's not just a word. That's a word. That's cowardice, bro. It's not just a word. That's cowardice. You're being a coward. That's all that is. You're being a coward. Oh, it's just a word. That's what people tell themselves. That's that your mind is sick. Your mind is just a word. That's you're sick. You have no self-respect. You're sick. And that's what we're up into too. You got a whole generation of black men that's why a lot of black women don't like this, Yeah, so the black people ought to be. That's why black people are acting the way they do, because Black America's sick right now. We're sick people. Richard Rice said the same thing. He said like I said it, right? Black people are sick. We let anything go on. Look at our community right now. Of course, you're not bothered by it. Why would you be bothered by a word if you look at generation after generation of black failure and stuff like that? Why would you be worried about a word when the white man's taking everything else from you? Where police shoot you or not, you can't do a damn thing about it, and y'all out there partying the next day. Of course, a word's not gonna bother you. We're sick people. It bothers me because I'm not sick. When people are sick, they tolerate anything. And I don't call every black. I don't use that word. So every black person call each other. No, we don't. I don't use it. Nobody I know uses it. And if they did do it, it doesn't give anybody the right to call somebody a racial slur. You know the intent behind that word. When a white person says called you N word, he's basically stating that you are not. He could be a white person from the guard. You could be an upstanding man. Let me put it to you like this. Put it to you like this. I'm assuming, right, when you say this, right, the a white man. So I can't imagine any professional black man who's educated, right, drives a nice car, got a house, got wife and kids, everything like that, right, did everything right in life, right, got it going on for himself, right. But look at some fucking white guy who probably dropped out of high school, you know, white person dropped out of high school, and which will call and basically say, oh, I don't care about he calls me the N word, right? No, it don't work like that. It don't work like that. It does not work like that. The black man who says it's okay for a white person to call him the N word and whatnot is basically a coward. It's somebody that's has low self esteem. You know, I'll say, well, I'll say, how you go? We got more important issues. Look, it starts with if that doesn't bother you, then don't worry about all the other issues we got, because it starts with that. It starts with having self respect. You know, it starts with having damn dignity and self respect. You don't have racial pride, you got nothing. The thing is, your ancestors, right, died behind that word. Your ancestors were lynched behind that word. To come up on my show, talk about, oh, it doesn't, it's just a word and whatnot. That's cowardice, man. Yeah, it is black man. Before that word right there coming from a white person and whatnot, people were killed over that word. People were put in chains over that word. But you can go, oh, it just don't bother me and whatnot. Man, get your coward ass out of my face. But yeah, so well, like I said, man, when you got a race of people, it's a monkey kingdom that are acting around foolishness. So what I'm proving it tonight, like stupid comments, right? When people are foolish, silly, monkey like and whatnot, they get laughed at, It's okay for everybody to laugh at you. I don't like being laughed at, bro. That's just the way I am. When I walk down the street, I get out my car and whatnot, the look on my face and whatnot, people take me seriously. I make eye contact with people and whatnot. I check people every freaking day. People take me seriously. And I'm a serious person in life. Oh, yeah, it don't matter what they call it. Yeah, it does matter. When you're around me, you choose your words very carefully. Oh man, just a word and whatnot, man. That's a man that gets lets anything goes on. No, you let you motherfuckers respect you. You know, One thing about white people, you're not gonna walk up to any white man call him a cracker, even though you had no power behind him. But he's just like the fact you call him a name, you ain't gonna walk up to the white man call him a son of a bitch. What are you saying? My mother's a bitch. They're gonna check you on it. You know. So it is what it is. The tethering of blacks to white civilization. And it is what it is because as long as you're tethered to another civilization. And I'll be honest with you, right? Like I said, when I came back from Liberia, I had to take the train from DC to Virginia, to this part of Virginia, right? And I'm on the Amtrak, man. It's like such a smooth ride, right? And I was looking out the window and whatnot, driving over the Potomac on a bridge. The engineering marvel of that shit, man. I'm like, wow, train or going across a bridge. I look at the houses down there and whatnot. I look at the power grid lines up and whatnot. And I'm like, man, I can see why people love this country so much. It's developed. And I'm like, shit, man. You got people out there. Of course, man. America look, America's captivating. You know, up in D.C. that Union Station, that is nice down. I was like, man, yeah, in a way, I was like, to be honest with you, I was like, damn, I'm glad to be back home, man. That Union Station Mall, downstairs they got the food court and everything like that. And I was like, waiting for my train one night. I was like, man, I'm back in the States, man. I'm like, okay, and I see what people are talking about, all right, So the bottom line, yeah, America has a lot to offer. Its civilization produces the highly advanced infrastructure, probably the most advanced infrastructure in the world, you know? And so, yes, we're tethered to that, you know? And so, since we're tethered to that, then basically we're at the mercy of another race of people. We haven't figured that out yet. We think that, yeah, I'm American, like, no, it doesn't work like that. It'd be nice to think we're equal to whites in this civilization, but we're not. And when white people call you the N word, they're reminding you of your place in their society. They're reminding you of the social contract, the social order that still exists, that has not changed in almost 400 years. So when you get called the N word, man, that's something that goes all the way back to the goddamn slave ships when they call, look at these niggas on the slave ship chained to the bottom of the slave ship. They call our ancestors niggas on the damn slave ship. They cursed our women. They cursed our children. They cursed us with that word. But somebody sit up here and tell me it's just a word and whatnot, man. What are you on crack? What are you on drugs? Are you insane? There's got to be a line in the sand. That's what happens when people aren't conscious. It's conscious. Like me, I don't even like playing around. Matter of fact, sometimes me, people say, yo, my nigga, whatever, like that, and like that. But I make sure if I say that, there's no white people around. Even joking around among ourselves, we make sure there's no white boys around. Don't you give them the idea that they could say that word around us and whatnot, There's got to be lines of demarcation between black and white. You got to maintain that. So it is what it is, folks. But yeah, so in the future, I like I said, I don't, it used to be a time where, we had black movies, we had black TV shows. Remember back in the 90s, we had UPN, we had all these black sitcoms showing black life in America. And so it was like in our own world and whatnot. We had black sitcoms, whatnot, black life in America. We had our own thing going on. People were getting famous among black people, They didn't have to cross over into the mainstream. It's called crossover to the mainstream, right? Now you got this one chick that played in the movie with Leonardo DiCaprio. What's her name? Taylor? I don't keep up with names. That one battle after another. Came out of nowhere. Don't know who she is or not. But she's already sleeping in bed with a white man in a freaking movie, her first movie. This is insane. Now, black, oh man, she's a good actor. Well, wait a minute. We didn't produce her. It used to be a time where you weren't famous among black people unless we produced you. That we gave you your stripes. We put you up there. Now it's anything goes. White man comes and says, hey, here's a role for you and whatnot, and we just sit there and accept these people, as one of our own. Like we created them. So yeah, hey, it is what it is. See, if they get away with this stuff, that means pretty soon they're going to be able to choose all our actors, actresses, and whatnot, for us. A foils a break on. Try to think about this, right? Who made Tyra Banks famous? We did. What movie she played in? Higher Learning with John Singleton. Who made Regina King famous? We did. When White America did that to Vanessa Williams, Who did she fall back on? Who carried Vanessa Williams? We did. But now you don't have to do all that. Now it's the mainstream of America decides who's our icons and everything like that. And that's what I'm against, you know. Well, I don't know who she is. I don't know who the heck she is. I didn't know whoever the hell she is. She didn't friggin' come. She didn't get famous, Oscar nominated film until she slept with Leonardo DiCaprio. That's all I need to know. You know, okay, what her damn father was. Nobody knew who this chick was until this movie. You know, and then she was acting up in some award show or whatever like that. You know, so as far as I'm concerned, let the white people have her. So, so it is what it is. We just got to get back to figuring out what black civilization is. You know, what black civilization. And we did have for many generations. Black America was very insular. We had our own what do you call Chitlin circuit. We had our own plays. We had our own everything in this country. You know, we had our own Negro leagues. You know, back in the 70s, we had a TV show called Soul Train. You know, all black. Everybody glued to. We had our own cartoons on Saturday. Now we don't have any of that anymore. Our kids grow up not knowing what it's like to have cartoon images of themselves or stuff like that. We had, be honest with you, Sesame Street was created just for African American inner city youth. You know, now kids nowadays don't even have that. So it is what it is. It's just a real sad situation, right? A sad situation, you know, that we're so tethered to white civilization right now. How this happened, I have no friggin' idea. Who decided this stuff like that? Because I sure don't approve of it. You know, I don't. I do not approve of this shit. Just it is what it is. You know, see, there's a whole lot to it. I knew this day was gonna come when if you aim for so long, you're gonna sit in somebody else's civilization before you're forced to assimilate, and that's what you see right now. The pains of assimilation. That's what we're going through. The pains of assimilation in this country. So it is what it is. So we're going through the pains of assimilation into America. We're losing our identity. We're losing who we are as a people and stuff like that. That's why people don't put this in political process, because no one knows who they are anymore. No one knows who they are anymore. You had a man that ran for office twice, president, right? Who don't even come from our background, don't have our background, don't not have a history, don't have anything like that. But he's a so-called first African. What the hell's an African American? First African American president. And I'm like saying to myself, what the hell's going on here? I didn't think about it until Tavis Smiley brought that up and said he's right about that. It was like you don't come from our lineage. You're black, and everything like that. Fine, but you don't come from our lineage, right? That's fine that you're president. I thought he was a good man, but as far as people talk about he speaks for me or speaks for, no, he doesn't. He doesn't. He's an African father, but that does not have anything to do with us. He didn't come. His lineage is not an Black American slave lineage. He's a mixed race man with an African father and an American mother. That's fine for him, but he's not one of us. Why do we got to feel like we got to be obligated to take everybody? I'm just like, that's, look, the bottom line is this. People could do whatever they want to do. I thought I voted for him twice. I thought it was good. I still think he's a good man, but when people try to use him to erase our identity and stuff like that, Yeah, and I think that's the only reason why he got elected, because he got a white mother. To tell you the truth, it wasn't his Kenyan father, And some people even say that had he been like a black American slave descendant, he would have never got elected. Because it's where he was safe to them. He's safe. Okay. He played that whole thing of you don't have nothing to worry about me, man. I'm from Indonesia. My father's Kenyan, Hawaii, and all stuff like that. So he was non-threatening. But people whose ancestors come from these cotton fields in America, we're always going to be seen as a mortal threat to this system. It is what it is. That is, they're gonna see us as a mortal threat to this culture and civilization. It is what it is. What can you do? I have no idea. We're stuck in a quagmire. Stuck in a quagmire. And like I said, I talked about the Nation of Islam. And I used to follow Nation of Islam when I was coming up. Right, I was following Nation of Islam when I was coming up, but it really irked me and whatnot, because the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, I don't know what country he went to, but he was real depressed when he went to Africa. I don't know what country. I think he was in Ghana. But he was just really ragging on the people, how they were poorly dressed, the hygiene, the filth, and stuff like that. He said, man, I seen open sewers. I seen all stuff. He says, no human beings live like that. Well, Honorable Elijah Muhammad, all due respect, the only place that's going to give you that life, you say, well, a decent, clean Muslim, or to do this or to do that and whatnot, Yeah, but the only place you can live that Muslim life is in America. Think about it. The only place you can live the Muslim life that Elijah Muhammad had, how to eat and live and all that, is in the context of America. So it's a conundrum, right? You say the white man's a devil, fall of America or not, but the only place you could actually exist is in America. That's what we're up against, folks. That's what we're up against. I used to have debates with Nation of Islam people back in the days, man. I used to crush them. I felt bad because I was hoping they would prove me wrong. So maybe they got a bigger picture, a bigger thing that I need that I just don't know about or something like that. I need to understand when I just realized, these guys are basically Captain America Negroes. The Nation of Islam are a bunch of Captain America Negroes, all these people, so it's like, look, if it all ends up into you being tethered to white civilization, what's all the pretense? Just go along with it, man. Just being like 1776 said, just be a good American, leave it alone. That's what I would say. Like if your end game is America, man, just be an American, just pull out the American flag, just go do your thing, man, But I'm sick and tired of hearing black nationalists and black militants tell me about how we put so much effort into America and all stuff like that. You want to complain about the white man, but you don't want to lead the white man. That right there, I can't get grasp. I can't grasp anything. I can't grasp that for nothing. You want to complain about the white man, but you don't want to lead the white man. I don't know. I don't know. Also, I wonder. I think the black man, the black race in America, is just so far gone. It's probably never gonna have it back. It just have to. We just, just maybe we just have to sit back and be like, just watch it all die. Maybe something after this. Maybe the next generation will come up and figure something out. But the way I see it right now is I don't see anything happening. I think it's over with. When it comes down to it, right? It comes down to it, right? As long as white people know that this is their civilization, they wrote the Constitution, they founded this country, they do like this. It is what it is, right? We got absolutely no say so in anything that goes on here. It's their civilization, their creed, or not. If they're telling me George Washington, who was a rabid racist, is a father of the country, and I gotta look at him on my $1 bill and like it, or I gotta look at drive across the George Washington Bridge, and so they go Washington Monument and whatnot, and he's a hero to America. What can you do? It's just civilization. In this civilization, George Washington, Thomas Jefferson are God. So what can you do? But how do you reconcile that when you know those people enslaved your ancestors? That's why I tell people all the time. This is what makes Black Americans crazy. This will make us angry and crazy. I think that's why we're flipping out because we know we're living a lie. We're living a lie. We're living a lie. We don't feel like that. Now I guess if you're an immigrant, right, you could feel like that. Because you don't have history in this country that, where like that. So I think white America is going to pivot towards more Black immigrants. I think FBA is going to lose in this battle. I think if left up to white America, they're going to choose immigrants. Because they see Black America as just too toxic. As it is what it is. So they rather deal with immigrants and everything like that. And somebody say, okay, you're an immigrant. You're not racist. You're not hateful, nothing like that. See, I got a Black friend. You ever see these guys out there? That one Black guy that be with a bunch of white guys. You can rest assured he's an African or Caribbean or as immigrant. And they basically sit there. Oh yeah, we got a Black friend out here. He's a Black friend, whatever. It is what it is. It is what it is. Now it's all starting to come back to me, to come together to me. Now not what I've been seeing, right? Why do people act the way they do? Yeah, these motherfuckers were all immigrants the whole time, man. People I knew. Like, yeah, nigga Tony. Oh yeah, man. Yeah. Some of like, yeah, he was Haitian. Man, that explains everything. He told about our friend Tony from back in the day. This dude was a clown. I was like, why is he always acting like that around white people? He was always acting. There's people always acting up around white people, like trying to show off, like he's smarter than us and shit like that. Just acting up, like and I said, I said, it ain't no big deal, man. He's like, oh, somebody coming up. He get all excited when somebody white is coming over, whatever like that. And all of a sudden, a year later, he said, oh, that nigga's Haitian. I said, nah, it makes sense because he told us he's from New York. I been in New York. I said, man, he don't sound like he's from New York. So he go, oh, he's Haitian. I said, oh, that explains everything. That puts a whole light on things. That's why that motherfucker acts so weird, kissing white people's ass and shit like that, I was like, damn. But yeah, so links in the chat room, folks. You want to call in this topic, the monkey kingdom, Are we gonna keep tethering ourselves to white civilization? And just let's be honest with ourselves, this is a show that's doing some soul searching, you know. Are we gonna be tethered to white people forever, And then white people, when they look up and I say this one chick, TikTok, and you got these now white people getting bold with their racism because Trump's in office, they getting bold with that shit, right? This lady goes, don't call me an oppressor, right? Just be angry, just be mad that my ancestors were better fighters than yours and we enslaved you. So then people are just unabashed. So that's bragging rights. We enslaved you. I mean, now you could do two things. You could be like one of these aboriginals who believe you weren't enslaved, that you were already here. That's another thing. That's why people say they're already here and that slavery never happened. Where's the slave ships? Because they don't want to own up to and take agency over their own history. It's easier just to say it never happened. Just like I got a good friend Crenshaw and they're saying, oh, getting called an N-word doesn't bother me. See, when you just basically, that is what they call the science of avoidance. When you want to avoid something, right? You put like, it is what it is. That's another tactic, right? That's another tactic, that's another damn tactic. You basically avoid the conflict because it's too painful. You avoid conflict because it's too painful. And so you just say that, oh well, I'm not going to talk about this nonsense and everything like that. You know, you know, because it's just too painful of my history. It's too painful of my history to deal with. That's some people like slavery is just painful. It is. And everybody wants to get out of slavery, like, oh, it never happened or not. So, how can you how can you defend your ancestors? Our poor ass ancestors, man. They're looking down from heaven, like, damn, man, were we that bad that people got distance? So you got people running around. Like I saw this one guy on TikTok talking about, I said, nigga, I was just in Liberia. I saw your twin. And he go, I ain't no African. Like, nigga, I just saw your twin last week, man. You know, they get mad when you say that shit, man. I seen your twin. Everybody in America, black person in America, I see their twin. When I go to Liberia, I see their twin. And I'm like, oh, but you ain't African. Like I said, it's painful. Slavery is embarrassing, but don't get embarrassed, right? It's only embarrassing when you don't realize that, yes, it's a bad situation. Whatever happened to us is bad. America's a great country. But the one thing you have to do is this, right? And you acknowledge America's a great country, right? It's like, what I view it as. One time I went to Disney World, right? I went to Disney before, right? I had the time of my life, man. Oh my God, I had fun in Disney, right? Epcot Center and all that stuff like that. I had a fun time. But I realized, right, as sooner or later, I had to go home. I mean, that same week we went to Disney, went to SeaWorld, like that. We was down in Orlando. Me and friends were down in Orlando, Florida. Orlando, Florida. We went to Disney, SeaWorld, and all these other places like that. And I said to myself, man, I'm having a time of my life. But I realized I got to go home. Eventually, I can't live here, right? Man, I would love to have stayed in Disney. I would love to live there. Imagine this magical kingdom and shit like that. Imagine living there. Yeah, but that's not reality, right? It's not reality. Same thing with America, right? That's why I feel. It's a beautiful country, right? And sooner or later, we got to part ways. As simple as that. It is what it is. You know, because I noticed something too, right? What I saw was when I was at SeaWorld. Although I was having a good time, right? The people that worked there looked like they were miserable. I'll never forget that, man. All of a sudden this one of the directors were talking, right? And this one lady said something, right? And the dude said the one of the oh yeah, welcome to SeaWorld, blah 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 blah. And then basically the guy said under his breath, shut the fuck up, bitch. I was under his breath. I was like, damn, man. He was like, man, God, I got 45 more minutes. I'm getting the fuck out of here. So he realized places like that in Orlando, Florida, people working these jobs as an entertainer hate it. They hate it. It's like I know how it is. I used to work down in Virginia Beach, oceanfront. I used to work in the hotels one night, and people like to hate bringing work in there. The people down there on vacation having a good time, you hated it because you're working. But that's what I felt. They're like, man, I can't wait till I go home. I'm like, damn, man, you here all day? Aren't you having fun? They're like, I want to get the hell out of here. I got 45 minutes or an hour left. I'm getting the hell out of here, man. I can't wait to go over here all day. Whatever. I'm like, damn, you're in SeaWorld, man. Why would you want to go home? And that's how it is. That's exactly how it is, that's how it is. It's people like what you call it, people work at a place, and you're not enjoying the place like this. Like right now, America, if like I said, if you're white and you got that thing of white skin or whatever like that, I guess you could be like, oh, that's great and everything like that. Black people too, right? Until you get reminded of who's in charge. And right now, we're getting reminded real quick. It's like when you see a police shooting or something like that, that's a lot of times that's just to remind black people who really is still in charge, right? Because you ever notice that? Have you ever known a white person get actually shot by black police? No. You know, I do believe police shootings are done to basically put fear in black people, like to tell them that the society, that white society tells black people, send a message to black people that who's really in charge of this country. Because you could have an all black police captain in Detroit, like you got black people on the police department, detective, and you never hear, and you have white people out there wilding, doing shit, biker gangs, whatever like that. Have you ever heard of a situation where a white guy was killed by a black? No, because sleep shootings are about establishing who is in charge. You know, who's in charge, who could basically make whose life miserable, and who walks away. And it's mostly the white people, you know, that's in charge. And they want to remind you who's in charge. Just like these immigrations thing, right? It ain't so much as mass deportation. It's to remind the Latino community who is in charge. You know, that's all it is. You know, they have no intentions of rounding everybody up, but keeping a group of people in fear. Because let's be honest with ourselves, Latinos were bragging and boasting, "This is our country," blah 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 blah. And then Donald Trump comes along. We're gonna have now these people are thinking to themselves, maybe we ain't gonna take this country over. Maybe we're not gonna do all that. Maybe we're not gonna have La Raza, whatever like that. Maybe we're not gonna do that like that. He put the Hispanic community on the defensive to let Hispanics know who is in charge. You know, because the people who are bringing ice on them and the government or what you call it, so it is what it is. So that's what it is. People show that a force. Black people don't have any ability to show force, even when you live in a city where you make up the majority, right? The last thing you want to do, a black mayor, a police children to do, is piss the white people off because let's be honest with ourselves, the white people coming to a city, moving there, is going to bring tax revenue and some sort of prestige. You don't want to be in a city where all the white people move out and say that like Gary, Indiana, all the white people said, fuck this shit. They moved out and they died. So black mayors, the first thing a black mayor has to do is assure the white community that y'all gonna be taken care of. Y'all good. Y'all be taken care of. Y'all good. Y'all gonna be taken care of one night. Fuck these niggas. Fuck them. Y'all gonna be taken care of. That's exactly how it works. Because this is a white civilization. Even the black community has to cater to the white culture, the white power structure. That's the way it is. So it is what it is, folks. So back to Virginia Beach, man. Where I live at. I'm like, man, I just don't get it, man. It's it's like I don't know. We have a curfew now, and you can't be out here. What time is 11? No, I can't even be out right now because we got a curfew, citywide curfew or not. I guess if I go to the store, I'll be all right, whatever like that. But you can't be walking around. You can't be walking. Even if you out, in your car, they could pull you over right now because there's a curfew. And because until I guess I don't know if it's gonna last through the summer. There's no way it could last through the summer because too many. But I know they're waiting for all these black college kids to go back home. But a lot of them made a beeline to Norfolk, Ocean View Beach, whatnot, and stuff like that. So they're all out there now and whatnot because Virginia Beach said, hell no. Y'all ain't coming out here fucking shit up. Can't bring Negroes nowhere, man. People getting shot, and all this carnage and everything like that. And people like, it's embarrassing, man, because you're like, shit, man. You already got to deal with these fucking people that they don't like us out here, the racist white people, right? But now you got to look over your shoulder like, oh, man, these motherfuckers look at me sideways and whatnot, And I'm like this, man. I ain't apologizing for these motherfuckers. I ain't nothing to do with it. So I am not going to freaking apologize for anything. Oh, I'm not going to apologize for shit. But I just wish some of these black kids, I don't know. I don't think it'll happen. I don't. Where I don't understand. Where did a friggin' somebody 18, 19 get the money for AK-47? That's what I would like to know. Where does he get the money for the rounds, 18 for carrying 18 AK-47s and all shit like that, high power automatic weapons on a fucking street? How are they able to get away with that in broad daylight, right? Unless, and I hate to say it, so unless there's people out there that's egging it on. Like I said, look, uh, and what I'm about to say is very, very controversial. I believe white civilization allows for the destruction of the black community. That's just white civilization. Look, let me give you an example. When I was over in Liberia, right, I noticed something. They're listening to not merely drill rap and everything, but they're listening to the same sort of music and everything like that. Not much difference. They listen to some hardcore stuff over there too, but they're not acting wild. The kids aren't acting crazy and wild. They're just like measured, whatever like that. They're not even bad or anything like that, right? What is it about American civilization? Didn't dawn on me, right? Even though we live in America, right, we're still living in white American civilization. And it's just by nature, right? Before the white civilization in America used to use the Ku Klux Klan and force to keep us in other words, basically this white civilization requires that black people in that civilization constantly live in a constant state of fear and terror. It's going to be like that to the end of time. Fear, terror, or not just terror of violence, the terror of economic terror that you lose your. I mean, let me tell you something. The most powerful thing white man has over you is economics, right? Everybody knows, man. They see a black man doing good and whatnot. I seen white guys say, yeah, if you let him lose that job or not, they know that unlike white people who will bounce back, they lose a job and that they'll sit it out for a while. People take care of them. They always bounce back. Black man lose a job, man. It's catastrophic. Really, it's no such thing as a black man losing a job and like this. That may be like 3 or 4 years before you recover. White guys recover just like that. I've seen it. White guys go to jail, get out of jail, lost everything and whatnot. You see them like 2 years later and whatnot. Oh yeah, man. Man, that was just 2 years ago, man. You went to jail on a DUI, your car impounded, blah blah. You lost your apartment, everything like that. Then next, 2 years later, he's back on top. Where a black man, you fuck up one time and that's your ass. You're looking at 10 years before you can recover. They know it. So constantly keeping you in fear is keeping you uh, fear of a criminal record. I know people like that said, look, you get a criminal record, something on your record, man, you could literally starve. No job. I mean, really, no job, no nothing like that. You lose your apartment. You just lost everything. You lost your standing, and the white man knows he controls the standing in your own community. White man blesses you with a good job, whatever like that. You out there chilling, whatnot. The white man say, "You do what I say, whatnot. See that nice car you got, that truck you got, that house you got, whatnot. Hey, like this. No, I never had a damn DUI. No, I never had a DUI. Never. I came close one night. I came close by like a hair. You know, Lucky I turned off, man. Cop was following me. I was drunk that night. I never forget. I said, Lord, get me home. I'll never do this again. And next thing you know, cop was following back at me, pacing me. And then I pulled into my driveway. And that motherfucker stopped too. And he looked at me like I was pulling my driveway. He was like, stop. He said, then they kept going. He said, the one guy said, just go. They had me too. I was like, fuck. I pulled in my driveway. I didn't even signal. I just pulled into my driveway. So anyway, look, you know what I'm talking about, Rico. That job you got, at the auto parts store, Rico, whatnot. The white man knows that if you lose that job, that's your ass. Your woman gonna leave you. Your kids gonna leave you. You're gonna have hell to pay, and it'll be 10 years before you recover. You know, but I know white guys, man. I thought I has okay. Here's one of my stories. Right, years ago, like 10 years ago. What year was this? I was driving Uber. What was I driving? I was like 10 years ago. Yeah, I think it was 10 years ago. I was driving Uber, right? I picked this white guy up, man. Him and I were about the same age. We're both in our 40s at the time, right? Anyway, you can tell this white guy, blonde hair, blue eyes, my age or whatever, like that. Uh, uh, Blonde hair, blue eyes, right? But his face is beat red, right? Beat red, like he been through a lot, like red, real red hair, right? Red face, right? Blood red. Anyway, we're talking, right? And he was like, "Yeah, I got 5 more months till I get my license back." I go, "What happened to you?" And he said, "You want to hear my story?" I said, "Yeah." So anyway, I heard of his family before, right? They own like everything in the city of Port. They go way, obviously go back to slavery. They are big landowners, farms, factories, warehouse, everything like that. This kid was spoiled, real good looking guy. You could tell was good looking, whatever like that. Spoiled. His whole life, he said, man, he said, I had to take reflect, man, because this is my last chance when I fucked my whole life up and whatnot. And he was like, I was spoiled my whole life. Parents gave me everything and whatnot. I was spoiled. I was ungrateful. I used to curse my parents. And he did a lot of shit, right? Getting in trouble and whatnot, this and the old thing. Parents just bail him out, whatever, bail him out, bail him out, bail him out. All his old youth, he was just out hellion because his parents were rich. They had money. So they could just bail him out, bail him out. He was always basically going and getting in trouble, right? Anyway, he said I had 3 marriages, right? I said, damn, you got 3 marriages. I had 3 marriages, fucked them all up when I drinking. I have an alcohol problem. He says, I don't know what happened, but he says I went to jail one time, got out when I went back to jail when I drugs, whatever like that. But and then the last time, right, the judge just said, that's it. And his parents couldn't help him out when Anyway, long story short, he said the judge, he did his time. Judge got out, suspended his license for 3 years, right? So that's why he wasn't driving, right? He said, I got 5 more months, I get my license back, right? But get this, he gets out, right? And he is part owner of an Amco transmission dealership. He says, "Oh yeah, my father's buddy, he may be part owner of of my Amco shop, my mechanic shop. If you ever need a transmission, let me know, whatever like that." Blah blah. So then he asked me. He goes, "Yeah, like I said, I do transmissions. What?" He said, "I own an Amco right there off of Kellum Drive." He said, "Oh yeah, I know where that's at." He goes, "Tell me about you." I said, "Well, my friend, I could not have fucked up once in my life." Oh, really? It's like, yeah. I said, you have many chances, you obviously, and he said, I understand. He goes, I did not have any chance. I knew one thing is for sure. This was not my world to have chances after chances after chances. And so I thought about that. He said, yeah, you're right, I said, if I would have fucked up one time what you did, I still wouldn't probably be recovered right now. And that was a real powerful conversation we had because he was like, man, because he's white, he was able to get away with a lot of shit. He was able to get away with a lot of shit. I said I could not fuck up one time in life. I could not fuck up one time in life, or that would be my ass. I said I lived the straight and narrow my whole life. I stayed out of trouble, whatever like that. I said I never got in trouble, whatever. I never did anything like that. So yeah, I understand. Like this. I said, yeah. you know, that's your life. That's just it is what it is. I'm not upset and bitter, but that's just the hand I was dealt. That's the hand he was dealt. We're the same age. He's a blonde, blue-eyed white man. Whatnot. His whole life, the whole world was his oyster, catered to him and whatnot. And he was rich. And so he got things in life that I would never know and have. So I'm not gonna walk around. I got the problem is when people don't know their place. I ain't gonna walk around here like I'm gonna get in trouble, blah blah blah, and things. No, it don't work on it, and end up with an Amco dealer transmission shop as part owner. And yeah. After all that, he said, yeah, I own part of a dealership. He was telling me how much money they made and whatnot. But they got big contracts with the Navy and stuff like that. So I was like, yeah, you're doing good. He said, yeah, man, I got this one check you seeing now. When I'm really gonna make some of my life at my last chance. I get my license back. I ain't gonna screw this up. I'm going straight. But I'm saying to myself, I said, that's fine, but I would never had that check. I can't relate to him because I would never basically nobody black I know that would not be their story. That would not be that story. I don't give a damn what I say like this. You would never have that story because that's just the way this system is. It's his country, his civilization. If you haven't figured that out yet, I don't know what to tell you. See, I see many things in my life that draw me to these conclusions. So he was like, yeah, I was like, yeah. So I was like, man, good luck, bro. So all the years I've had cars, I have never had a transmission fixed. Anytime I had I had engines replaced and everything, but I have never fixed the transmission. Once the transmission goes, I always strap the car. You know, I always strap the car. Transmissions, whatnot, are just like the hardest thing. I told him that. I said I have never fixed a transmission. Usually when a transmission goes on a car, I just get rid of the car. It's not even worth it. You're looking at thousands of dollars to replace a transmission. It's not even worth it. So it is what it is, folks. But it is what it is. So I'm not tethering myself to a white civilization. I'm not doing it. I am not doing it. I'm living. I realize I'm living in this country. Anytime, I don't care how much nice neighborhood I live in. I don't care how much money I got, whatever like that. I know this could be all taken away from me in a minute just because I'm a black in this white society. I know that. That's why I always survive, right? I can't understand why I see some of these black people, right? You ever see what I'm going, oh yeah, I hope you're gonna be famous. I'm never in their spaces like that where I have confrontation with them. These black people always seeking out going to the whitest spaces and then when something happens, a lot of times they go to places to get away from us, right? And I'm like, hey, fine. When I go to places, right, this is how it goes. If you're black American, you understand this, right? Yo, we good in there? We good in there? We good in there? Yeah, yeah, we're good. That's fine. Or when I was growing up, right? Sad thing, right? We first moved upstate New York, right? I remember my parents, we used to always sit outside of a restaurant and first see if there's any black people coming in or going out before we knew it was safe to go in there. See, we got another black family. Okay, it's good. We go in there. We never want to be the only black family in a place. I remember growing up. That's just being a black in America surviving. And so yeah, so we saw. Oh yeah, I mean even to this day. I remember years ago, back in 2021, I just got back from Liberia, and I went to this place called. I had this thing for ever since I got back from Liberia the first time. I had this craving for fucking seafood and whatnot. I just did, right. So I went to this restaurant in Virginia Beach, oceanfront called 21st Street Seafood, right? Never been there for, right? I always heard white people talk about it, right? So I never been there for, right? So I sat outside first, right? And all of a sudden I seen a brother come out. I said, yo, bro, we good in there? Oh man, go in there with us. I went in there, had a good time, and people nice and everything like that. And then when I was coming out, a black couple came up there. Yo, bro, is it okay in there? Yeah, man, it's okay. Good people. Okay, good. Yeah, but that's what we do, black people. We do. We look out for each other. We say, "Are we all good in there?" If you're not Black American, you don't understand what that means. You want to know what kind of crowd you got in there, what kind of reception you're gonna get. Are you gonna be the only Black person in there? The music gonna stop when you walk in? Like it's a subconscious thing. Some Black people don't care. But a lot of us do. We just a lot of us just don't like being around fucking racist or being in awkward situations. So we like, is it good in there? Yeah, it's good. Okay, fine. And a lot of Black people don't want. So people have this idea we like confrontation and we like going through all this stupid bullshit they put us through and that. No, most time we avoid these people, at all costs. We like, hey, we're, they. I heard that's a redneck place, man. Well, fuck, I'm going. Then you got this one stupid Black guy and whatnot. He be the only Black in there, but that they complain, hear more news. Yeah, such and such, such and such. What the fuck was he doing out there? They don't like him out there. Like, there's some places, right in one neighborhood, I won't go in. I know who hangs out there. I don't want to go there. You know, I have friends of mine, white friends. We always ask, "Oh, let's go out to such and such." Place called, what's the name of the place called? Bubba's. I forgot the name of the place. Right? I said, I don't want to go to that fucking place, man. You kidding me? I mean, it's all right. I probably have a good time. They play they have cornhole games in there and stuff like that. Good food and everything like that. I forgot the name of it. But I think it was called Bubba's or whatever like that. But I don't want to be around that fucking crowd. I don't. I'd say like, nah. I think I'll pass, man. I think I'll pass. I'll stay home. I think I'll go someplace else. You know, I never like putting myself in awkward situations. That's why I avoid a lot of stuff. I never have any. You ever know? I never have any racial stories to tell. I don't put myself in these situations. It's not worth it. I am not no social justice warrior, crusader, and whatnot. If I know someplace to not like me, I'm not going there. It ain't my job to fucking integrate you. I did that shit. I had enough of that when I was growing up and whatnot. We always felt like we got to integrate everything and whatnot. Parents were like that. Oh, we got to go over there because there ain't enough. I said, what's the care? I should never hit that. There ain't enough Blacks and Arthur Treachers and whatnot. Let's go in there and whatnot. What the hell we got to go in there for? Let's just get McDonald's shit. What the hell is all that? Why is it our job, right, to integrate America? Why is that? Why is it our job to integrate America? When are white people going to integrate America? It's our job to integrate America for everybody else. Everybody, we get there, take all the bruises, the batter, and everything like that, the insults, everything like that, just so everybody can just walk through the door and eat. Everybody comes to the door, eat and whatnot. While we're sitting there taking all the licks and whatnot. It's like, oh, the immigrants go over here. Oh, y'all complaining about whatnot. Well, you weren't here when it was time to fight. The time we got food, milk spilled on us in a restaurant, shit like that, just to integrate some fucking lunch counter. Y'all come here taking for granted all the shit y'all have, and all the stuff we had to go through to do this shit. And I was still going through this in the fucking 70s because there was a lot of places. I mean, not overt like that, but there was a lot of places that didn't want Black people in there, man. Just didn't want Black people in their establishment. I'm like, we had to integrate whatever like that. I don't know. Maybe it was for the better, but you look at the country now. Okay, it's better. People go where they want to go and whatnot, but why did we have to do it? What is this notion that Black Americans gotta be the foot soldiers for everything for everybody else? Why is that? I can never understand that. Why do we gotta fucking do everything? Why don't somebody else pick up the man? When's the Mexicans gonna fucking come and step up and do some shit? It's always us. We gotta go in there and do this or not. We gotta go in there and do that. Man, we ain't gotta do shit. That's why Black people are just sitting back like now, like, man, fuck it, all this shit. We did all this stuff for all these years and whatnot. And what's the thanks we get? Not a damn thing. You don't get no thanks from nobody. But it is what it is, folks. Let's see, what do we got on TikTok, man? Let's see what I can talk about on TikTok.
Never had a black me. Have I had a black person be ignorant towards me? Absolutely. Have I had a black person be xenophobic towards me? Absolutely.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, we think people think we complain about. Yeah, yeah, oh yeah, things we complain about like yeah. Bottom line is this, my whole thing is these people, everybody else got to step up and do their own fighting. I'm done with this shit. Let somebody else go up here. It wasn't that easy. Just not even a generation ago. You couldn't eat whatever you want to eat. You couldn't stay when you rest a hotel you want to stay in. It was just that way it is. We went out there and civil rights. Everybody got to eat with her. Now everybody else comes in. They bust through the door and they're enjoying all this stuff like that. Now they're looking at us like, why y'all people always complaining? Why y'all people? Well. Now what we're saying is, hey, now y'all gotta fight your own fucking battles. Yeah. They could replace us, Hustle Smart, if they want to go through all this shit with white people, stuff like that. They could replace us any. They could take it anytime they want to. I mean, I'm just done. They could take this thing over and stuff like that. They could be the black people of America. You know, but I think it's just getting old right now. We're just getting old. America's getting whole shit is getting old. You know, everybody fucking just. The main thing is, as far as black people are concerned, right? And like I said, I realized this when I was in Liberia, right? I said these people over here have no idea about racism or not. Then it dawned on me. Yeah, dawned on me that the problems we have in America is because America is a white civilization. And unlike the white civilization, let's say Australia, England, or France, whatever like that, this white civilization in America has been built and bred to degrade Africans, black African race. That's what it does. It has mastered the science of degradation to the point where not only do they make other people hate us, they make us hate ourselves. You know? Why do you think you got all these crazy ass black women running around talking about they hate black men? Where's this coming from? You think that's normal? I have never seen a Latino woman campaign. Where's the Latino version of Cynthia G? Where's the Latino version or Chinese version of Sierra 7? You know, all these black women. This what's her name? Ashley Renee, Janae, whatever her name is, right? Somebody, I hate black men and all stuff like that. But you don't see other races doing this. They haven't had electricity for 7 days. But yeah, but no, it's not. It's well, no. What I'm saying is they don't know anything what we're going over here, but because all they see is we got constant electricity, they got all the stuff like that, we got AC, we got all the stuff like that, and they don't understand the struggle of being black in America. They don't care. Uh, yeah, the black women in America, you only want to see the only group of people that talk about their men. Not we're not. I guess we're not their men. You're right. Is so-called black American women. You know, So I realize now that it's much more serious than I thought it was. You know, you got women out there that look when women basically have given up on their civilization will die. I asked my brother today. I said, "What do you think it's going to lead to?" Right? And my brother said, "Well, you're going to start seeing more and more black men dating white women, Filipino women, Asian. Because men are going to try to get with any women. If it means going outside their race, that's what's going to happen. That's exactly what's going to happen. And what does that mean? How can you talk? Here's another thing, folks. How do you talk about building a community with who? A community used to be defined as a black man, a black woman, a black child, black family. But if you got women out here, right? I see this one woman, 38, 39, no kids, and no husband, no nothing like that. And like me and my brother was going down the thing today, right? We'll talk about that. Friggin' Tracy Ellis, single, no kids. Vivica Fox, 60 something years old, no kids, right? Shania Latham, no kids, whatever like that. See the pattern there? You got all these black women, right? Think about it. Think what's going on. You got all these high profile black women with no children, no marriage, no nothing. And it's like, how in the world are you going to build a community? So therefore, let's stop talking about a fucking black community because there is no black community. That's why you got these YNs out here going crazy because that's who they're raised by. They're raised by these women. The women are going out here. The black ghetto woman is basically enabling the YNs. Who do you think holding their guns for them and all stuff like this? All the ratchet shit and whatnot. It's these freaking women. So the body, that's what you have. So my whole thing is hustle smart. If people want to be like that, fine. My problem I have hustle smart the last couple of days is it's starting to come out here in Virginia Beach. That's when we're all putting our fucking foot down. City of Virginia Beach said we got a curfew. Our community, the black community is so toxic. It's not even a community. It's so toxic, so dangerous right now. You got young YNs, no men in the house. Do you know that 100 years ago, groups like the Nation of Islam, UNIA, they all predicted this shit? And people, let me be frank with you. The war in Black America, Nation of Islam, right? It was never versus the white man. We always said, they said the white man's the devil. The white man was not the problem. The problem was keeping a social order among black people, right? You got to give black people a reason to become brothers. So you use the white man as a scapegoat. You got to give the black woman a reason about the black man, or the white man's a slave master. We use the white man to unify our community. But over the last decade or so, you got friggin' people who have now say, "Oh man, I don't listen to all that stuff like that." And now the community's like, look, you got black women, ghetto ass black women, right? I can see if I see, you guys see some black girls, they grew up in the suburbs. They got a little white boy. Okay, okay. They probably grew up together, knew each other since kindergarten, now like this. But you got stone cold ghetto ass black women, right? Getting with hardcore looking like redneck clan motherfuckers. It's sick. What is the attraction to this shit, It's because we let our guard down. There used to be always a wall between black and white as a survival mechanism. Now black people have taken down that wall. Now all hell's breaking loose in Black America. We're turning on each other. That's what it is. So all this stuff that you see right now with the YNs and everything like that, this was predicted. Garvey and all of them said, look, if we don't give the black race something to do, some options or some direction, they're going to turn on each other and destroy each other. because you're not going to let them take over your civilization. You're going to keep, like Malcolm X said, you're going to keep them tucked away in these ghettos. Malcolm X talked about that. He said the madness of men, intelligent men, like anybody else, these men are intelligent and everything like that, but they're confined to the ghettos and whatnot. These in the white man's civilization, the fringes of the white man's civilization. That can't last. It's not sustainable. I don't care how much you try to glorify the hood, the ghetto, and all shit like that, hip hop and everything like that. It was not freaking sustainable for a group of people to live on the margins of another civilization, to keep tethering themselves to a white civilization. You cannot do this forever before you self-destruct. That's what you see right now. You see the destruction of the black race because we tethered ourselves to a white civilization that can only give us so much. Wow. You tether yourself to a white civilization and you wonder why it's coming out like this. You wonder why you got black women acting the way they do. You wonder why you got thugs, gangbangers, YNs running around crazy. You wonder why people fucking hate themselves, call themselves Native Americans, all kinds of stupid shit like this. This is because you are living in madness and craziness. You are living in the bottom of a white civilization. And I defy somebody to come up here and tell me anything different. It is what it is, folks. You got to be honest with ourselves. All this stuff was predicted a long time ago, you know. Neighbor said they saw her willingly talking to the skinhead that loud. You talking about that Renee, that Ashley Renee? This girl went with her. I mean, there's something sick. Yeah, something sick going on in Black America, and it sees it in our women. It's something. It's all because we basically bow down to a white civilization, and these men, this sickness that we have as men. Every man should want his own civilization, where you control the women, you control everything that goes on in that civilization. You could give your people a chance. See, I'm the only one saying stuff like this. Nobody else is bold enough to say stuff that I'm saying. You can talk all you want. As long as you are tethering yourself to a white civilization, this is the way it's going to be. This is why you can sit here and talk about Ashley Renee, whatever her name is. You can talk about this, you can talk about that. But the root of it is you got a race of men that's too cowardly to stand up and say, I want a nation of my own. I want to build ourselves up. And we're going to do like this, you know? Yeah, black men in America just it's done. Black men in America are gone. You know, I mean, I'll be honest with you, man. I think every other black man in the world have a chance. I don't think black men in America have a chance. You know, because after 400 years, we're still tethered to a fucking race of people that fucking enslaved us and hate us. We're not. You know, every other group of people have a chance because they freed themselves. You know. Now these same white devils, these men, got control of our women. The white devil spirit is in our black women. That's why they're acting the way they do. Speaking of white devil lover, here's Kidola. Kidola, I seen a white woman that's a queen of Edo State.
Where? What kind of what kind of queen is she?
I don't know, man. They said she's a queen of Edo State, some white lady. If you don't believe me, ask Zongo. I sent Zongo the video on TikTok. You know,
TikTok. Maybe the husband is the king. You know, maybe they've been married for a long time.
well, I don't
But
know.
it's very difficult in Nigeria because in most places in Nigeria, you have to marry to certain areas to for a queen to born a king. kind of like that. So you cannot just marry.
why would you guys have a white queen at all? If she don't come from your bloodline.
No. Look, it, it might be Igbo man. It's Igbo people that actually go down like that because they allow, but in most places in Nigeria, let's say the southern part of Nigeria, you need to marry some certain tribe of women to have a king. You cannot just go and bring anyhow woman to just have a replacement of the king, what they call heredity, inheritors who will take over from his father. So maybe the guy have a child already that will replace that throne. So he already married somewhere. Maybe this wife might just the one just with now, but without no really power role that she can do or her children can inherit anything. Especially that throne. But the children can inherit another thing.
So when you listen to the show, what do you think about what I'm saying?
Yeah, Kara, you see, you're not just really blacks in America alone. Also, also Africans also live in London, and some Africans also live in Africa. You see,
Yeah, well, what I'm saying is, hold on. Why is it that black people, you Africans and whatnot, see, you Africans are worse because you guys got your own countries, Why you always tether yourself to white civilization? That's what I don't understand.
well, hold on, because they give us it did started now. It started long, during the colonization of Africa. When you be defeated, you start accepting who the people that defeat you type of culture. It's always be like that. You understand me?
Yeah, but
It's
hold on.
always
But
be like that.
why is it that everybody's uncle trying to get to Europe and all stuff like that? You got people. And I'm saying to myself, my whole thing is, this is what I said. I talked about the Monkey Kingdom, right? And you ever read Rudyard Kipling's The Jungle Book?
No.
Okay, that's one of the required readings in America, right? The one passage he talking about the Bandon Law, right? That's a monkey tribe. You ever watch the movie Bangalore? Is a monkey tribe and stuff like that. Anyway, the gist of it is like just like Alakazam, right? They're talking about, and this is a euphemism for anything, right? It, the Monkey Kingdom was a kingdom of monkeys that lived in this abandoned temple, a civilization that were left there by the humans, right? And the humans basically left this temple behind, right? The monkeys came in there and they remember the humans, right? They admired them, right? And they start wearing some of the clothes that were left behind and whatnot. Start aping, what they call aping. Aping means you imitating. That's what the term aping comes from. And they would start giving themselves titles and stuff like that, and they would pretend like they were the humans. Acting like them, whatnot. And being silly, foolish, and prideful, and stuff like that, and basically boastful. And they even went to the point where they try to say that they created this kingdom, this civilization up here and whatnot, and they didn't. But what I'm saying is this: so they were forgetful and all stuff like that. But because they lived so high up in the canopy, they were never really challenged, because no one could reach them, like that. And that's to me is like what I see about African countries, right? The Europeans created these states, and then Africans took them over, and gave themselves titles and stuff like that. And the next thing you know, the Africans are like, trying to ape the Europeans and try to like this. It's real tough to it, It's like, but they always simply want to be. They never were satisfied with their lot. They always wanted to be human, you know. And I think a lot of black people, whether in Africa and America, I think most black people really deep down inside want to be white. That's what I believe, I believe most black people in the world wish they were white. That's the sad part, but it's the truth. Every black person most black people wish they were white. You can't tell me anything different. Everything I've seen on this world, I concluded that most black people simply wish they were white, and they basically envy the white man's power, his money, his prestige, and they want to be near it. Yeah, Z. Until proven otherwise, that's what I believe.
Hello. It has something to do with when they brought that Christianity going to church and everything play a role. Other than economically, the market system of this.
I don't even think it's Christian. I just think
No,
basically
no,
what it is there's a void there. The bottom line is
if you
this:
can, when Africa started coming to Europe, right? As I said, when you complain about United States, it's also going on with those Africans that live in Europe, not the Indians or the Paki, but the Africans that live in Europe right now, especially in England. They also copy. They also do an experiment on that. If you go over there, because of the social welfare and everything, women, even if you brought your wife from Africa, he will copy the white people's style of living, and he will like to dump you to start collecting that social. So I don't need you. Go away. They're the children. Then why they stabbing each other there? These African kids and the other ones is just because the fathers of these kids are no longer at home with these kids. The woman choose the money that she can be gaining herself than that man's money. Don't want to be in control, but he don't want to. She don't want to bow down for that man. That man will be the head of the home. So slowly in Africa, it's there, but not there like that. The one in Africa is like this. They don't marry you if you don't have money. You understand me? So they marry you if you have money. It's also part of the system. So let's assume a woman say, I love you, but he don't really love you, but only love to have a comfortable life, soft life with you, but not really in love with you. So she just pretend is in love with you. So the moment he meet the next guy, is rolling be very big, he will go back to that guy too. That is the difference between where you portray the Latinos, you understand me? Some of these Latinos with their men, you see that they work together. If they get into construction, maybe he's doing his own private construction business. You see the wife or the man and in the car together, going to do the job, going to clean construction site, going to fix ties, going to do a lot of things together. You know, so you must see that woman wearing chuperu, a Latino, but is very very loyal to the man. You understand me? Very very loyal to the man. But in the black circle, I'm talking about general black now. We like to copyright a lot. You understand me? We want to be the next white people, as you said. We want to even speak more better English than the Englishman that brought English. So based on that, we don't really operate under what's called love system. Rather, we operate under what's called pretentious. We pretend a lot and fake it a lot. And that is the problem still with black. But that's why we are like this, who we are.
I don't see black people, the black race, getting out of this. I just think, I'm looking at. I'm just being honest with you, right? Um, what do you think about the fact that Turkey is going to build military bases in Nigeria?
Yes, because the government, I'm not, this government that's in power in Nigeria is very, very weak. It's not strong. Is politically is weak. He doesn't know how to form. He's trying to use money to buy all what he can buy as ally. You cannot use money to buy anything. He's buying governors, he's buying states to support him. These are like dictatorial type of system that never really work. Bringing Turkish base in Nigeria, we actually not work, especially if they're using those Turkish base to affect the northern people of Nigeria. You understand me? So it's a man, he thought US will help him, but he's also very scared of the Americans, so he thought they also try to take him out of power. So he tried to balance austerity that will never be balanceable. You understand me? So at this time, Nigeria is in the crossroad, and we don't know what will turn out of it. If it will like semi uprising or revolution that will turn around and drive this corrupt out of power. We Britain, Nigeria is on origin. Nobody's saying it yet, but the gas is coming down slowly because the corruption has been going on for too long that there's nothing anymore to be corrupted about. Rather, they're not scared of themselves.
Yeah, it's a sad situation. I'm looking at it right now because if you got the largest country in Africa population, and if they're on their knees, what hope is there for the rest of the race? I mean, it is sad situation, man. I'm like, and like I said, when I say white civilization and everything like that, I just want one country in Africa to emerge as a power, as a power, industrial power, and stuff like that, so everybody can rally around. But out of 54 countries and whatnot, man, how is it that we don't have one country that can say where this is a black civil? When I say civilization, see, the reason why I'm against passports, Cadola, I believe a passport. I guess they created a passport so you can travel, but that's a document saying that you're a citizen of a country, right? Right. I believe in the idea of the citizen. Do you agree? Do you agree with that? I believe the term citizen has meaning, special meaning. What does the term citizen mean to you, Canola?
You see, be a citizen. I was being given that I'm from Nigeria, right? When I was born, growing up, they nationalized Nigeria to my mind, right? But one of that thing also that first of all, I also see when I was growing up, I'm from a tribe, right? That tribe comes
Yeah,
first
yeah, but
before.
the
Hold on,
tribe, the
hold on.
citizenship trumps your tribe.
No, 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 no. Yeah, we put that from people that live in United States, but we that come into kind of like balkanized type of ethnically tribal
See,
people.
that's a problem in Africa.
Yeah,
You guys don't have, it
me,
takes thousands of years. It takes thousands of years for you to develop the culture for that.
no. Look. We be
Reality. That takes. Reason why we have a constitutional republic in America is thousands of years, 2,500 years ago, the Greeks had the idea of what a citizen is. Plato, Socrates, Aristotle, all that talked about the citizen. And then Rome created the citizen. Having a Roman citizen meant something. And you go anywhere in the Roman Empire, you're a Roman citizen. That carried power and weight. Same thing when the modern countries of Europe, post Renaissance became republics. The citizen means something, right? That means the government's going to back you up. Your loyalty, that's your allegiance and oath to that thing. That's a citizen, right? But I'm saying in Africa, it just seems like I don't think they understand what the term citizen means. Like you ask them, like rightfully so, the South Africans are like, I have a bunch of there was like corner this Ghanaian guy. It was like, are you a citizen? No, what's the big deal? No, you ain't a citizen of this republic. That citizenship means something, right? That's why I don't like people getting all these passports and whatnot, because it weakens and cheapens the idea of what a citizen is. That's why I say like this. That's why I say I don't like when I see people carrying multiple passports. I don't like that. You know, because what it's doing is it's basically as cheap. And they'll say, and I think Africa is probably the only places where they do that. People carry multiple passports and stuff like that. And so it is what it is. I really do believe that citizen ought to mean something. It ought to mean something. It ought to mean that you're a citizen of this republic when not your allegiance and your oath comes to this citizenship of this state and everything like that. Come hell over high water, this is your allegiance to this state. That's what I believe. I think a lot of Africans, Nigerians in particular, they only care about their tribe. But how do you navigate that in the modern world? People have no allegiance to the state. They're more likely to commit treason. They're more likely to sabotage or work in their own self-interest. That's what I see. Because if you're a citizen, you're thinking about what's in the best interest of the state, not yourself. You know what I'm saying? Oh, so it is what it is. Put the link in there. Folks, I'm going to put the link in there one more time. I don't get nobody in here. I guess I can't sit here all night. Anybody want to come up? You can come up and speak. You know. Yeah. So That's what I believe. I believe the citizen is the most important thing to a republic. A citizen has an obligation to serve in the military. You have an obligation to pay taxes. You have an obligation to basically be obedient to the law and respect the law of the republic you came from. That's what I believe. We're in a bad situation in America because although we're so called citizens, we're still living in a white civilization, that's basically destroying us from over here. We're being destroyed because America is a white racist civilization.
Correct. Correct. Let me tell you about that citizen you talk about because you explained it. See, in let's like let me use where I'm coming from, right? I use Nigeria, southern part. We be existing neither in a group or affiliated group into support affiliated group. So if you live like that for maybe I put say 1,000 years, or let's say more than 1,000 years, so you'll be fighting a war for your tribe to survive or for affiliated tribe to survive. That means you're a citizen of this tribe and everything. So you follow the rules and you can die and live for these people, for this social gathering of people. It'll be very difficult. With Nigeria independence not too long ago, so you cannot form a citizenship just at once for about 60 years. It's very difficult. That would take another 1,000 years to form what we call citizen.
So
I
so
thought,
so 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 should Nigeria become like a trustee or and make people subjects instead of citizens? Now, once you become a subject, then you have no rights. Like that.
not
You're a
not
subject.
not subject. We
Yeah, you gotta have
we would
some.
have
You gotta have a
no
citizenship or you gotta be
no,
subjects.
we, no, we adopted the American way of presidential system of government, which was very bad for a country that is amalgamized to form a nation. You see, we would have adopted what called the British system of government. The British system of government, if you look at them, they are also type of tribal also, but they form what we call parliamentary system of government, whereby there's a center somewhere for England and Wales and Scotland and Ireland have their own rules and tax system. So what happened in some of these areas, be brought 10% can be formed into like the center, while the other ones belong to the domestic affairs of these other regions. But what happened because we were so greedy having power, the military men that came at that time, they want to rule absolutely power after the Civil War, during the Civil War. That will cause the Civil War. That will cause a civil war. Then all of them become president. There be total control of power, but they don't know the Americans of government also delegated power into states. So the Africans are not used to that one. That you cannot be totally in control of any state. So federal government have the foreign policy and some power to negotiate marketing, export, import. But for Africans that adopt the American way of presidential system of government, particularly let's say Nigeria, they didn't know how to run a system that they're not used to. That rather that they abandon the system the British put in place. That the British thought, okay, this will work for them. The North, the South, and the East. They all have their regional premier government and everything. That also happened in Germany also. Germany have similar system what the British are having also. Everybody is represented. Nobody's being left alone. That's why we're forming a citizenship or whatever it is. Everybody, oh yeah, I'll be left behind. I'll be oppressed by the majority, the minority, and they're never really loyal. They find way to betray you, they'll betray you. That's what is also going on today, even in the tribal society. You know, if they think you're being oppressed, they try to betray the other tribe. That will lead to a lot of defeat for Africans. We need a long way to go, Carla. First of all, black people copyright too much. We like to wear Gucci. What will come out of black people mouth first? They'll say, I'm better than you. I have more money than you. I have Rolls Royce than you. But have you ever seen a white person coming out calling the other white man uh, uh, dirty bastard or dirty feet, you savages and everything? No, they don't. They don't because they're far more ahead of us. They will hardly talk about some certain things even to their fellow white people because they're very scared. You know, that's just the
Mm.
truth. We, we have a problem, Carla.
Oh yeah, I see it. You know, look, if nobody else is coming up, kiddo, I'm gonna go ahead and end the show. Thanks for coming up, man. Speaking, you came up, nobody else came up, so I'm gonna go ahead and I'll be back probably Friday night. Tomorrow night, I'll take a night off or not. Anyway, folks, this has been the Colin Nation, show. Thanks for joining us or whatnot. This show, the Monkey Kingdom, the tethering of blacks to white civilization. Yeah, white civilization, and it is what it is, folks. So we're gonna talk about these things in the future in depth. Future in depth. It is what it is. Folks. Like I said, I'm gonna leave you with this. You know, the problems we're having in America is the fact that people, you cannot have a group of people that keep living a lie forever. You can't have a people living a lie forever and people going out there living that lie and it is what it is, right? And believing that lie. And sooner or later, right? Like I said, I go along with a joke. You say, "Oh, America is this, America that." Okay, the country you live in, and stuff like that. But sooner or later, right? You look at the end result of that, right? The result is why are so many young black men dropping out of life before they even start? Why are so many young black men going to jail, getting in trouble, committing murder and stuff like that before they even had a chance to talk? Before they even had a chance to get a driver's license, they're out there having guns in their hands and shooting and killing each other and whatnot. Why is that? It is what it is. I said Japanese does not have to worry about a certain way. Well, see, the thing is, Japan has their own civilization. They control the context of their reality. Anything gets out of right now, we don't control. You cannot have a situation where you're a minority group in a land. We have no power. Japan has powers that they could solve problems. They don't solve problems. They got money, wealth, opportunity, and whatnot on those islands. And they control the media. They control the culture of those islands. We don't have a culture because we do not freaking control our land. Your culture is the control and the activities and everything that goes on a particular land. Land produces a culture. Space produces a culture. A culture is created within a space. We don't have any space in America of our own, so we can't create a culture. Our culture is surviving, living under white supremacy and white people. Our reaction to white chauvinism and stuff like that. I'm just going to end it. Here comes Zongo Bongo. Go ahead, Zongo Bongo. Zongo, go ahead, bro.
Can you hear me, Carla?
Yeah.
Damn, that's a very good topic today, man. This is the first time I've heard a black person describe the reality of the black man in America. Can you hear me, Carla?
I get it perfectly. Yeah, I tell it like it is.
Describe the situation just like me, like the way I kind of observed. I'm like, damn, like Carla really described the way I kind of observed the thing. tethering towards the white civilization. And that is the best description I've heard someone describe the reality of black man in America. Damn, Carla, did
Well,
you have a dream or
it's just the truth. It's the truth. It's the truth. You know, the truth. Look, I said, people they think I'm some Black American chauvinist. I tell it like it is. You know me. I don't give a fuck about nobody's feelings. I want the truth. You know, whatever it is. You know, truth is the truth. No matter who does it, whatever says it or not, the truth will set you free. You know. You know.
so what is the way forward, Carla? What's the way forward?
Yeah. So well, my way forward is like I said, right. I'm gonna keep preaching this, right. Um, you got two things. Either you want an Afghanistan all over again, or just go ahead and submit to the white man and keep doing
or
what you're doing.
assimilate into
You can't assimilate.
the
You know,
assimilate
that's
to the
the
white.
fact matter. The white man's never gonna let you assimilate into his culture. He's let you could submit to his culture, you know? That's what he wants. The white man more so than anything is your soul.
Oh yeah, well, what is the difference between assimilate and submit?
Well, so
We
in order
understand.
for you to assimilate, you gotta assume a white person could assimilate because they could become
When
a
someone
black
from
person.
Dodge come and assimilates into white American culture, right? Is that what you mean? It's
No, it's
easy
not
for them.
just assimilate, you become white American.
Yeah, that's true. You become. That's true.
Become. You can't just say I'm gonna adopt the culture. You got a lot of people who adopt their culture, but they're not assimilating because long as there's a racial difference, you can never. That's why I said I don't know. The whole idea was they thought that bringing all these people here would have this multicultural. America was not going to be a white culture, but now we see now that did not work because you got a large number of Hispanics came in here, but some of them look past for white and they're white adjacent, and some Asians are like white adjacent and everything. You cannot basically talk about the whole idea was we thought that all these POCs would come here,
Hmm.
people of color, we have all this multicultural. But the truth is, people all they want to do is be brown white people, and you got yellow white people, you know, and
Hmm.
you got black immigrants that come over here becoming chocolate covered white people, you know, and then you got black Americans who are being nothing but chocolate covered Negroes, you know, chocolate covered Caucasian, you know. You got FBA ADOS are nothing but chocolate covered Caucasians. You know, everybody wants to be a black or yellow version of what a white person is. That's what it is. It's a
Kyle, so do you think FBA's FBA's would you compare the FBA's the rise of the FBA's as similar to what is going on in South Africa? Like South Africans having issues with those indigenous.
well, that's a
Kind of.
difference. The difference is in South Africa is that South Africa is being flooded with African immigrants and stuff like that, and they're actually competing. Black people in America, black immigrants are no threat to Black America economically, you know. But what is troubling is the fact
But
that
kind of, but back in Chicago when we were bringing those immigrants, man, everybody, the blacks,
but the
they
thing
were
is,
rocking.
it has a difference. There's a difference there, right? The difference in
Hmm.
Chicago is this: the black people are asked to pay for those things, services that black people work for, right? Tax base, everything like that, property taxes, and whatnot. They said we went to school, parks, everything. They took money that was allotted here for black people, right? That black people had spent a generation building, and they put up these illegals. That was a difference, you know. It wasn't like
Oh,
they were getting jobs or anything. South Africa is just the opposite. The black South Africans never created the tax base for whatever, and the government of South Africa is not really giving, well, you know. So
okay.
what they're doing is two bottom feeders fighting over crumbs, you know. I'm not even trying to be funny, you know. I'm not trying to be funny, Zongo Bongo. I'm not trying to be funny. I'm saying the blacks in America are different on a different level. That's a legitimate thing. You're going to spend a generation. You got all these high property taxes in the city of Chicago and all stuff like that, and you need roads built. You need this built in your community. You need new fire hydrants.
Mhm.
You need this. You need that, and everything. And they're gonna say, you know something? Fuck all y'all. I know y'all paid all these taxes, right? But we're gonna freaking put up these Mexicans, you know, and Venezuelans. That's what the problem with black people in Chicago was. It wasn't about jobs, you know. It wasn't about jobs. It's different. It's a different thing, different thing. Now South Africa, they're beating. They actually it's violent now. They're beating African immigrants today.
They've been they've been everywhere. I mean, I saw the video, man. People are running on high rise buildings, jumping over.
That's the whole thing because the government of South Africa didn't get a handle on this, right? And the black South Africans feel powerless, and the difference between them and us is they're gonna act on that shit.
Yeah, and people even make the situation even worse on social media, trying to say they are lazy. Man, saying that they are lazy, man, it's even gonna worse the situation, man. What you mean they are lazy? Man, that's their fucking country, bro.
It's like this: if you come from an immigrant, right? Of course, you're gonna work harder because you're gonna take any opportunity. But when
Of course, you
when
can.
you live in a
You're an
country,
economic
right?
migrant.
When you live in a country, right? You're
Hmm.
expect like me personally, right? My father worked in a factory, right? He was a foreman in a factory. He made good money, right? I should have went there, but I didn't want to do what my father did. I'm like, shit. Everybody wants to do different, right? With the immigrant come in and say, you know something, I'll take that job. You're lazy when I no, just that person feels like I paid my dues. I want better now. But Nigerians take it as, oh, yeah, they're just lazy. No, maybe the black South Africans are ready to move up a little bit. They ready to move up, and then white people are preventing them from moving up, and then you're coming there. So black people are like, okay, well, we're gonna fight for better jobs, but instead of what the whites want is black people, black South Africans, to go back to doing menial work, right? And if you don't do it, we're gonna get African immigrants to come replace you. That's what the resentment comes in at.
Mm.
But here, where I live at on the Eastern Seaboard, most of the work here, most of the jobs are done by Black American men. You come to the shipyard in Baltimore,
Look,
Norfolk, the Newport News shipbuilding, all black men down there. Thousands of black men go down
look.
there.
As much as they have this, Ghanaians might come on social media and do blah 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 blah. Man, ain't nobody gonna kill you because you're from a different. Man, ain't nobody doing that to you.
Not in America, not in America.
Yeah, I mean, I'm saying even in Ghana too. Like ain't nobody. I mean, even
Yeah,
you hear like Ghanaians, nobody's gonna follow you, gang double you. I mean, come on, man. Like it's something really unheard of, man. South Africa, man.
South Africa.
Look,
Remember something? I tell you right now, because South Africa, like America, is white civilization. That's what you got. South Africa. You think South Africa is a black civilization or white civilization?
they're heavily influenced by white civilization.
No,
Yeah.
it's a white civilization, right? With a black majority. They're, they're actually worse off than black people in America because black people in America, we can always pull the minority card. We're a minority group here. They're the majority, right? But whites are the effective majority. There's a difference. You got a numerical majority and effective majority. That means most of
Mm,
the infrastructure, the businesses, the infrastructure, the everything, even the courts that sentenced Julius Malema was a white judge. You know what I'm saying? Whites still hold the power in South Africa. Black
yeah,
people are a
that's true, man.
numerical majority that balances it out a little bit. But and the only people that benefited from the elite, Cyril Ramaphosa became a billionaire. How's he got this? Patrice Motsepe that became Rainbow Minerals, right?
Hmm.
He had insider knowledge. He became owner of Rainbow Minerals. So all these black South Africans basically post apartheid got rich, by doing what they gotta do. All these people are rich. Julius Malema is worth a $500 million.
Yeah, I
Jacob
know. Look,
Zuma is worth $3 billion.
yo, I was planning to visit that country, man, but after seeing what I saw, man, I don't think it's the best. It's a good thing to even like. I mean, to even spend my money, our money, in a country. In fact, I mean, if they can even boycott their business in those African countries, man, MTN and those things, that would be the best way forward, if you
Yeah,
ask me.
but the black the thing is though, MTN is in Liberia. And the whole they do a whole money transfer in Africa. The whole freaking continent was shut down if they tried to do something with MTN.
No, no, but there are other like carrier services, Carla.
No, the biggest ones are Orange and MTN.
Yeah, but okay, if people boycott, that means competitive ones who rise up to
People, yo, I mean, yo, I'm gonna tell you right now, the Africans are gonna be like this. If I just know Liberians, they're like, yo, fuck them niggas down in South Africa. They don't give a fuck. Africans don't
they're
give a
not gonna boycott. You don't think they don't believe in boycott? Is that what you
No,
say?
they're like, yo, look, they ain't gonna inconvenience themselves for no cause. Like, yo, fuck them niggas down there. That's just your tough luck. That's how it is in Africa. You on your own.
Yeah,
Nobody
man,
gives a
that's very
fuck.
sad, man. I'm like, damn, like, cause they got Shoprites, they got a couple of businesses. I mean,
Yeah, Shoprite, but the Shoprite is white.
yeah, but even M2 is white too, Carla.
Yeah, so they don't make it. They know white. Most people know it's the black South African.
Yeah, but Carla, I mean, if their companies are being pressured through boycott, it will make them to act in
Hold
their
on.
respective
Let me say
countries.
something, Zongo. Those companies aren't going to do shit. We've been through this before. They're not going to do shit, right? They don't care. They're just going to wait till it blows over a little bit, and that's it.
Oh yeah, that's
Whatever damn
yeah. You're
happens,
right.
whatever like that.
You're right.
They'll blow over, whatever like that. Please. South African businesses make up the majority of businesses on the continent.
Yeah,
They make up
that's
the
true.
majority of businesses or West Africa and East Africa or Southern Africa.
And for
Every,
the and for the most
everything.
part, I was gonna say for the most part, even the countries where they operate, they employed a lot of the locals, and those locals are not ready to give up their job for some fucking protest in South Africa, man.
They ain't gonna do shit, man. It's just, man, like, oh man, what? I get down there. Oh well, what else is on? Put on some Nollywood. That's how it is, man. All this social protest shit like that, that's an American thing. Nobody gives a fuck about that in Africa. Africa is worried about the light bill. They're worried about if that light gonna come on when they're gonna have a blackout for a week. They're worried about they're gonna have power for the next few days. They're worried about their next meal. I ain't think about all that shit.
and
There's an old saying, philosophy is for men with full bellies.
oh yeah, 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 yeah. Kyla, man. Look, Kyla, do you think even we, the blacks in the West, and even the Africans like Kidola that comes to join us on this platform to hold this kind of conversations, is because like we already done our work, we have our money, and we have.
I sent you that video of the white woman becoming a queen
Oh
queen.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So that, yeah, actually, I heard you questioning Kidola. Kidola was trying to lie, man. That's true, man. Yeah, Kidola, man. I saw Kyle did sent me that video.
Hey,
I saw that video,
look, he
man.
got some explaining to do, man.
Kidola, man. I don't know why you had to lie to Kala. Kala was right about what he said. They were crowning a Neanderthal, and then
Like I
what's
said,
it?
man,
What's
like I said, what I tell you, rule number one is African culture is what? Not that
not
deep.
hey, Kala never lied, man. The
I'm
culture,
telling you, like I said,
the
man.
culture is not
And
that deep.
like I said, when I'm in Liberia, I love it. I get with my bossa man, my crew man, whatnot. Best part of that is I know I'm going to fuck back home. Like that. I have a ball when I'm in Liberia, but I ain't one of you motherfuckers. Elvis gets mad when I say that shit. But I ain't one of you. Like no, what the fuck? I want to trade being what I am to a fucking Liberian. Are you crazy? Yeah, I enjoy the culture. Like, yeah, food. After you've been to Africa a few times, the novelty wears off. You know, it
Yeah, that's
wears
true.
off after a while. You're just like,
Hmm.
whatever. When I first got there, I was shaking everybody's hand. I was like a panda bear. I was like that smiling black American. So I said, wait a minute, look at it now. Like, I mean, there must have been bongos out there clowning me and whatnot. I was out
But
there,
how about?
my brother this or whatnot. I thought I think about you. I said, there must have been a bunch of bongos out there making a fool out of me, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah, Kyle, man. That's a very good analysis, man. Man, the people on the continent, they only care about what what food comes on their table.
It's called hand to mouth. Hand to mouth,
Yeah, hand in mouth, like
hand to mouth.
that's like paycheck to paycheck, right? People don't have time for no
Hand to mouth.
nonsense.
Paycheck to paycheck is one thing, but hand to mouth is like, boom, man. I just want to get it. I eat it when I. Hey, there's no big plan. Nobody plans in Africa. They plan for like 3 years down the road. They ain't plan for 3 hours. It's like,
Well, kind of, you think some people don't plan for 3 years? Is that what you think? Like
man,
even the
there's
government?
nobody got a 3 year plan for anything in Africa. Everybody's it's hand to mouth. Whatever comes, it is what it is. That's why it's hard to, like I said, I tell people all the time. Yeah, you can go to Africa and whatnot, but I say like this: go there, enjoy yourself, have a good time, whatever like that. But I just against these black.
Do you think the African? Because I mean, it kind of seems like now our like the reality of the world is that we've kind of shaped our entire life towards like you know the the need to seek for money, to search for money. You go to school, you hope that you can get a job so you can make money. We all, even America that we came, it's not because we wanna like leave our culture in common, try something new. We all just come to look for money, man. Like that's why people come over here. They don't even take their time to study the culture. Like what you guys saying that Africans don't even know Black history, it's because they didn't come here to really like genuinely
Yeah,
learn
and
the
hold up,
culture.
hold up. That's what I say, right? The tethering of Black American white civilization. Africans know one thing, right? A lot of Black FBA people get mad when I say this, right? When Africans get off that plane, the last thing they're concerned about what you Negroes are thinking. You know, they're thinking about getting the bag, and they know who gets the bag is the white man.
Yeah, they see, man. They see the one who gives them the job. They see the one who
Oh,
lives in a
no,
nice,
it's just not even that. It's the one who's
the nice.
even if a black man does get a job, it's somebody white above him. You
Yeah,
know.
yeah, that's true. That's true, Kyle. Man, we see. We just don't want to talk it, man. We don't want to say it.
So the bottom line is they're over here like all I have to do, and they see who you as a black person were answering to, right? It's just like I never forget when I used to work in a nightclub, right? Never forget this. It used to piss me off, right? Now, when the owners were not around, man, I used to like run security up front.
Mhm.
All the females came to me. Oh my, get me in, blah 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 blah. I was a man. Like we had two clubs, right? But I was running the after hours club, and the other managers were at the owners were at the other club, right? They get out, then they all
Mhm.
come over here after they close down and everything like that. So for that 2 hours, man, right? I'm the fucking man, right? And then things change when they get there, right? They see who I'm saying yes sir and no sir to, right? And next thing you know, all the females are, oh yeah, you're all right, but let me go talk to your boss. That's how it is in America, right? What black people could say all they want when Africans come over here, they see who we're saying yes the boss to, and they're like, yo, it is what it is. And so all these FBA people think they're gonna get some respect, whatever like that. Like, dude, man, the whole idea is on one hand, Tariq was talking about race soldiers, then he's bragging about, well, we got a closer relation with white people than y'all do. Man, it doesn't matter. The white people are going to choose the black immigrants over your
Yeah,
black
but even if you claim that the African is undermining you in your own country, it's either you, the black man, that give
well, how, well,
the
well,
black
I
the
would do this. What I
Can,
would
can,
do,
let me just make this point. If either you, the African American, that give the African that opportunity, or the white man that gave him that opportunity, so instead of blaming the African, you gotta blame the one who gave him the opportunity.
I don't
Cause
believe. Personally,
he's
I don't blame
nobody, man.
anybody because the opportunity was not mine to begin with.
Hmm.
I'll be honest with you, right? Look, like this one guy, white guys, we're becoming more and more like white guys. This one guy was like, the black woman, black man taking my job. First of all, why did he say your job? It's not your job. It's a job, not your job, right? Black people in America are getting like the white man. They come in here taking our this. What the fuck do you own? Ain't no you don't own shit. When I was like this, so I'm like this. My only problem I had was this. It's not even Africans or whatever like that. It's the fact that Like I said, white people get are now choosing who represents us. That's what I. The only problem I
Yeah,
have.
yeah, that's true. Yeah,
You know,
and that's what we noticed too, Carla. That's what we noticed too. It's
white
like,
white people are basically choosing like that buffoon guy that walks around acting like a clown with the eating.
oh
You
yeah, that guy, man. Look, Carla, one thing I noticed, it's not just only you sending me the videos. Even like the average Black American that that doesn't even know Pan Africanism, man. He sent me. I'm like, man, why this nigga's acting like a house negro, man? Like people send
because
me a
the
video.
bottom because he don't know the culture. See, we stopped doing that
No,
a
no,
decade
no,
ago.
Carla, man, he was born and raised here, man. Carla, you think he don't know the culture?
Yeah, no, no, no. Let me tell you something, Zongo. Right? There was this years ago. Me and my brother, we had
You mean
this.
the Nigerian guy with
Yeah, the muscles, whatever
with the
like that.
muscles? Yeah, yeah,
But
okay.
he look. The bottom line is he doesn't understand. He thinks being around people and whatnot, this and the other thing. He just don't. I don't think he's being malicious. He just doesn't know. He doesn't know.
Yeah, yeah.
He doesn't. He doesn't know. He probably doesn't understand the history of the minstrel show. Once you get somebody who like somebody like Michael Blackson would know. You know,
Oh yeah, that's true.
you know what I'm saying? He would know because he knows Black America, the culture.
Yeah, that's true.
He's been around Black America roasting and so the style, whatever. Like that. This guy basically, when you get somebody, that's what white people are doing. They love these stereotypical buffoonish images of black people, right? They know they can't get us to do them, right? So they're importing Africans to
But
come
kind
in.
of, isn't that the same thing what this guy did? The guy who did how do you call it? Everybody hates Crates, the Muscle Man guy, Terry something. Uh,
Well, that's Terry Crews, right?
is that Terry Crews? The muscle guy, the black muscle guy with the bald head.
Yeah, Terry Crews. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean he does the same thing. It's kind of the same thing,
Yeah,
kind
yeah,
of.
yeah. He was a coon. I got to do his background check. I think he's
He look like he's very built, very tall. But when you look at his actions in movies, man, he look like a beta male.
yeah,
Don't
he's
you
a freaking clown. Yeah, he said one of the guys, right? He got sexually molested. One of the guys, Harvey Weinstein's fan, reached in his pants and grabbed his penis. He said,
think? Swear to God, oh my God,
"You heard about that?" He goes, "Man,
I never heard of it.
I was sexually assaulted. You a big ass man, you know." He goes, "You want this role, right?" Stuck his hands pants and filled his penis. Said, "You want a roll, right?" He grabbed his penis. He said, "Man, I felt." Man, why would? Oh my God, man! You a big six something man. You should have snapped that dude's neck. You know, he was
Yeah, man.
there and took it. But the bottom,
They did a recreation, like a small scene, a small like scene of like the Friday. I watched it. I saw it on YouTube, and they use him as Debo, man. That's what they use. Kind do you see that video?
nah, it's
Uh,
it.
Ice Cube son, and even this guy, the guy.
Oh, okay, yeah, Ice Cube's son, Chris Tucker's son,
So,
yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah. You see, they use him as
No,
Debo.
I didn't see it. I just saw the picture.
Oh, yeah,
Did he
it's
use
like I
Terry
showed you.
Crews as Debo?
Yeah, they use him as Debo, man. You should watch it like just like a small snippet of the video
Let
on
me ask
YouTube.
Christian Brazier. So he's a colleague. See Tariq attack Al Sharp because he was talking about boycott. Tariq is a MAGA Republican grifter. He's getting money from Tucker Carlson and all these other fucking right wing people.
Yeah, that's
He's
true.
trying to get favor with them. Like, oh, we're doing Africa. Okay, I would have said, why are these motherfuckers at war with Africa? And Brian Jehovah Clown and all these other people, they're at war with Africans, man. It's like, dude, man, it ain't all that serious, man. Like, man, I check Africans all the time, man. It's like, boom, boom, boom. It is what it is. But bottom line, they are not the fucking man.
someone, someone says you gotta stop pocket watching. They making money from Tucker Carlson. So you pocket watching Tariq, man.
I'm talking about Tariq. Ain't nobody. That's another thing. Pocket watching. Nobody watching that nigga's pocket and Dusty, man.
Nobody knows how much he's worth. Nobody's pocket watching him.
Tariq is a grifter.
Everybody knows he's a grifter.
He goes, putting homework in their place. Tariq ain't putting nobody in his place. Tariq is a fucking clown, and a half. He's a fucking clown. Said, see how I'm breaking it down, Zongo, tonight? You think Tariq could ever do a show like this?
Oh man, no, he's not gonna do that, man. it's not
I
that good.
tell like it is. I
Kyle
tell
just Kyle just being honest, man. The black man is tethering towards like the culture of the white civilization, and that is true. And that is what I observed when I came to
look,
America.
look. This is what it is. FBA, they call African and Caribbean tethers. The FBA is nothing but a tether of white civilization.
Man, Kyle, man, like man, look, I think you need a more bigger voice than these fucking Negroes, man. Cause you got a numero uno them. Cause what they're calling Africans as tethers, in reality, they actually the tethers, actually. You know.
The FBA ADOS are tethers. They tethered themselves to white America. This Tandria Williams in the chat room, she's a tether to white supremacy. And whatnot. They tether themselves to white supremacy. They love white civilization. They love Zaddy stuff and everything like that. They ain't leaving Zaddy. And they scared that the Africans are gonna get favor from Zaddy. That's all it is. You know, they think they Zongo, man. You just gotta come out and say we ain't interested in that. I'm trying to go back to Ghana. I ain't trying to be here. They really think y'all trying to jump in bed with Zaddy with them.
Hey,
You
Kyle,
know?
you know what? Like, I now understand why there's this tension between Africans and Black Americans in America. I was on TikTok live a couple of days ago, right? And I follow a lot of like Black American like TikTok. Some of them from like for the most part like the younger ones, like maybe in how do they call the place, man? North Carolina, Florida. Because I see, and there's this girl, very young girl, probably like around 25. And for the most part, a lot of her audience, like people that come to her live, are mostly like younger folks, 20, 21, thereabout, man. And there's this African guy from the continent joining the platform, man, and he was speaking. They detected this accent, man. Mind you, some of these guys over there might be of Asian descent, Jamaican descent, that live in Florida, man, and they were just making fun of him, man, for just being African. I'm like, damn.
What do you think about the fact? Let me Chris. The reason why FBA talk that no vote, but the bottom line is this: they know for a fact that the matter is there ain't gonna be no damn reparations. They know that, right? That's just basically them trying to get black people to give MAGA a better chance. That's all that is. I don't
Hmm.
care what people do, vote or not. But I don't have a dog in this fight. But I say, vote your conscience. Vote your. If you feel like voting Republican, vote Republican. You vote Democrat, vote Democrat. Whatever. If you want, like that. But for God's sake, don't ever tell nobody to fucking not to vote as if you're gonna get a reparation. Look, the bottom line is this: the government of Ghana, right, for reparations for descendants of slaves, right? And 133 countries agree with that black people deserve reparations except for the United States, Argentina, and Israel. Right? Now, my point I'm trying to make is no so-called FBA. You see how powerless these motherfuckers were? The whole four of them out there yelling at President Muhammad. All four of them out there. Oh, we showed up. Well, not four people,
I
embarrassing.
mean, you mean at the UN building?
Yeah, at the gravesite, whatever. Embarrassing the Black America, whatnot, with this stupid nonsense. And someone check. It wasn't about he was coming to get your money. They said, okay, the FBA people thought that he was showing up, like people like Tandria right here. They thought President Muhammad was showing up with some suitcases to get all the reparation money, bring it back to Ghana, fly back to Ghana to pay their bills. That's what they were saying. It was like, he showed up with a bunch of suitcase bags to stuff it full of money to take it back to Ghana. Hey, Bill, this is how stupid these
Carla,
people.
at least the issue, the fact that it was brought to UN, it was really needed, because it started a lot of conversations. Even the UK Parliament, people were speaking out. They can't even pay it, man, Carla. Before the conversation, it looks
Oh
like
yeah, yeah. Things like
The
if
UK
you
says they can't pay nobody. They can't pay everybody, man.
we're gonna suspend your
The
visas.
visa, the opposition, right?
That killed that argument right there. That right there. Like
Yeah,
yo,
Carla, I heard you. Yeah, I heard you saying
like
you and Kidola.
Ghanaian's like, well, bump that, man. Forget that reparations, man. bump that. Are
Look,
y'all on reparations?
if
Oh man, we
America,
did all visas, aid, foreign aid. Oh well, I was just kidding.
yeah, they just fold. They're gonna fold, bro. If they're gonna take their visa, cause Kyla, like, look at just America, man. America, even Ghana says they made 7 point something billion US dollars just in how do you call it that uh
Year return.
no, not the year of 10, like just 20, this is 2025, like there are diasporas that send money back home, like I forgot the right term to
Remittances.
remittances. Yeah, they made that kind of money. A majority of the money comes from the United States. They just think about it. Like if America says it's gonna prevent them from sending their money back, I mean the economy is gonna collapse.
Oh yeah, man. They're gonna be like, oh well, no, Mr. Trump. Trump's always talk about taxing it.
Oh really?
Yeah, man.
Damn.
They're talking about tax. They're figuring out a way how to tax remittances to Africa.
Damn,
And yeah,
man.
Africans can't be talking too loud, man.
Yeah, no problem, man. They gotta be careful, otherwise, like,
The Africans are like Negro, please. I know you like clowning on Dr. Campbell, but they might, Dr. Campbell, man, you're a little too toxic for us, man. You guys go.
yeah, Dr. Campbell. I don't clown Dr. Campbell. I mean, I don't clown him. I mean,
Well, you always every time you talk about it, it's like a joke. You like clowning on
no, I guess the point I'm trying to say is that because I know like the nuance among Black Americans, and then when I hear stuff about certain things that he say in Ghana, I'm like, damn, like I get it, man, but I don't think Ghanaians are gonna rock with that shit, man. You trying to tell them not to rock
So
with
the
the
bottom
white?
line is these guys, all they keep thinking about was Kwame Nkrumah. Dude, man, that's 60 years ago. Everyone think Kwame Nkrumah is long and gone, man.
And also, like, it's almost like their reality. They are talking conversations like
And it's like
constantly,
right now,
constantly. Can,
yo,
can, can, can let me finish?
right
Let me give you
now,
a quick one. Quick one.
right now it's Traore. All these fucking Traore is a 36-year-old kid.
37.
Yeah, but Traore, the Messiah. You know, Black people in America are just lost, man. They're lost.
No, I mean, one of the thing about the Campbell in Ghana is that, man, he can't talk without bringing the white man. God damn it!
When I'm in Africa, I do not mention the white man. He's out of my fucking life, man. Why is he motherfucker? Like, I'm over here enjoying this country, Liberia. I ain't thinking about no damn white man. I only see them, man. I seen a white man like once, twice when I was over there. You know? And so,
Exactly, man. Just prioritize. Because if you constantly bring them on your faces, man, like just make sure the people just prioritize their own self, their identity. That's it, man. Like, but if you constantly they shouldn't do this, they shouldn't do that, man. Come on, man. Like, he's overdoing stuff. In fact, he want them to just stop using everything and use everything that is black owned. I mean, come on, that's not even.
well, that means, yo, look, I've been part of the blinkety black, blinkety black thing on one of them failed.
Are they gonna stop? Are they gonna stop? Like how
Every-
Africa's gonna fly, man? Look, let me ask you, how are they gonna fly? Because there ain't no African countries producing airplanes.
every time I go way back, man. I've been in all black power groups and whatnot. Let's buy this, buy black, whatnot, man. Now, when motherfuckers come with that shit, I run in the other direction, man. I'm like, I've had enough, man. I'm running the other damn direction, man. I see motherfuckers. All I see is niggas broke. Ain't nobody got no real uh uh what you call. Bottom line is this. If you're in a country like Ghana, Dr. Campbell could be someplace and helping us build an Afghanistan and
Hmm.
bringing people over and saying like this. He could be that, right? But in a country like Ghana, where people are set in their ways and stuff like that, that ain't gonna happen there. Like, dude, man, like me personally, like I go slow in Liberia. They understand a little bit what I'm talking about. You know,
Yes.
Liberians understand, look, because they got a history of black nationalists. You know,
Hmm.
because of the African Americans that settled there and stuff like that. So they know a little about Garveyism and stuff like
Hmm.
that. You know, what you call
Ghana.
Ghana. Ghana is like Nigeria. You should see Kidola when he's
Yeah.
is that depressing or what? I was depressed. Kidola said, "Oh, see, Kala, we don't care about the city. We're tribe. You nigga." Y'all figure out what a fucking republic is. Why y'all still have a country? No, what a fucking joke, man.
And at least Kidula, because he's kind of well traveled a little bit. He said he had a Black American stepfather or maybe stepmom, and then he's married to a Dutch woman.
Yeah, but
So
what you call my whole thing is with him is I try to reason with him. I said, Kidola, what is your idea of a citizen? He's like, oh well. I said, Kidola, this is what gets me is this. These are the same black people who tell you that black people founded civilization. Get the entire fuck out of here. I don't believe that shit. You know, black people don't know civilization, man. I look at Africa like y'all started civil. Get the fuck out of here. You know, get the
yeah, wait, Carlos, so are you trying to say Zanu is right? Is that what you're saying? Zanu is right?
who?
Zanu, Frank Zanu, the guy,
That what he says?
he said Africans never built nothing. They just bunch of liars.
Well, I do know this, right? I
He
was in
says
Morocco.
He said ancient
I was
Egypt.
in Morocco. Look, I was in Morocco, right?
Yeah.
And first, I had I don't know who it was. Was it you that said, "Man, we should take over North Africa or whatever like that"? Was it you? One of you guys went and said, we should go up to Tunisia and Algeria, take it over. Blah, blah. I was in Morocco, and I was so impressed how beautiful that country was. You know,
Hmm.
and I said to myself, right? I said, "Yo, am I on the African continent right now?" I'm like, "Holy shit, Morocco's so clean and so beautiful, right?" And then it's a testament. I studied Morocco before I went there, right? And I said, this is like they have a king. Like one guy was telling me, "Oh man, you should come here, man. You will love living
They
here, man."
still they still they still have king today. That's what they
One of the
use. They
Moroccan
still have
guys,
king.
and they're so cool, right? They're like, "Man, you gotta come here, live here, man. You'll love it, man. You'll love this place." I said, "What kind of government you guys?" Said, "Well, that's our king right there." He showed the picture of the king. I said, "You guys got a king?" He said, "Oh yeah, man, he's great. You gotta give everything. We got this, whatever." He was just so talking up his government and everything. We got freedoms, we got all stuff like that, right? So anyway, it didn't dawn on me when I was in Morocco, right?
The democracy is not
A
even
civilization,
showing it.
right? That's well developed, right? Didn't just happen overnight. That's thousands of
Yeah.
years to perfect something like a civilization like that. You know, you have to go to Morocco and see for yourself. Holy shit!
Man, God, man, I've been to Egypt before, man, Carla.
Well, Egypt was like shit, man. But
But
Morocco,
Egypt is desert, but the
man,
way they even
hold
structure
on,
their
Morocco.
society, man.
Pictures of Cairo looks like shit. You got to go to Casablanca and Marrakesh. Holy jeez. That is a
Okay.
beautiful city, you know? I'm like,
Oh,
holy
I
jeez.
guess I'll try to use
Better than
Emerald
any
like
European city. It
to
looks
have
better
a
than any
transit.
European city, you know? And so I said to myself, there ain't no way Negroes built this shit.
Yeah, because the mall is like they're taking the blacks in America
Moors
taking
were
that
not
come.
black. The Moors were not fucking black, you know?
Yeah, yeah, they're
I
not.
hate
Yeah,
that when people say that. Let me get
yeah.
focused Dave on. Dave, go ahead, brother.
Yeah, good evening, Carla, man. Good
No,
evening, Zongo Bongo. What's up,
Zongo.
Zongo
Oh
Bongo?
man, Dave, man, like, hey, I thought when Carter was in Liberia, you also was gonna be in Liberia at that particular
Oh, he was
time.
there.
Nah, man, I had to get out of there, man. I gotta go back to the work, man. I gotta go
Yeah,
back to my
Oh,
project.
you left before Carter arrived in Liberia.
Yeah, I left. I've been left.
he was
I've
back like
been,
he was back like 2 weeks before I got there.
man.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So
Carla, we don't want to build shit. We don't want to
yeah,
do it, man.
the
Come
bottom
on.
line, hold up. The bottom line is this: it's easier. Dave, be honest with you, right? When I got back, I went to Dallas, right? Did you go to Dallas when you come back in?
No, I flew in
Mhm.
through Washington, D.C., right? I flew in there before.
Yeah, you
That's
hope. Would
pretty
you
rough.
fly Washington D.C.?
Yeah, no, I had to. I remember one time I had to fly through Washington D.C. Like two, three
Okay.
times
Well,
I did it before.
anyway, on the Amtrak station, Union Station, you ever went in there, that building, Union Station?
No,
On,
no,
I mean
no,
the train
no.
station, yeah. I've been to the one in Chicago, man. Very dirty, very goddamn it,
but
man.
no, the one in D.C. is nice. I went out. There was so many fine ass sisters working there. Holy shit! But I
Oh,
went
for
downstairs.
real?
I went downstairs in the food court, right? Wait for my train, and I was going to eat and wait for my train, right? And I
Hmm.
was like, back in the States, man. Then I said to myself, no wonder everybody likes America. That fucking Union Station is so nice. You go downstairs, you got the shops, everything upstairs, your restaurant, they have departments, they got stores in there. And downstairs, they got all the rest of the food courts and whatnot down there. And I was sitting there just relaxing one night. I was like, shit to myself, back in the States, man. I'm like, wow. So anyway, my whole point I'm trying to make is when I got on the train, right? I'm driving on the train, right? And I'm going across the Potomac River and I look down and I'm like, wow, the engineering marvel of that shit,
Yeah, engineering marvels.
right? So I'm like saying to myself, see, I said, let's be honest, 1776 got a point. America does got infrastructure, until you build something that can match the white man's infrastructure, it's always going to be like that. But here's the thing, like I told Kidola, I told everybody, right? Look, and you see this guy in the chat room talking about, oh, being called nigga doesn't bother. It does bother you. You know why? Because that's a statement. Now let me ask you something, Zongo. White man called you a nigga. It probably doesn't bother you, does it?
Who, me? In the street or something?
Somebody said, "Look, stupid nigger." Well, said, since somebody come up to you and said, "Django, you're a stupid ass nigger," what would you say? What would you do? You get mad
I
or
mean,
what?
I'm not gonna get mad. Man, I don't give a
Because
damn,
you
man. Like,
know for a fact that the matter is you don't have the cultural context where that word matters to you. Like me,
yeah, that's true. That's true.
talking about my ancestors. You're talking about everything. You're talking about my ancestors that were on the auction block being called nigger, being whipped and killed. You're talking about our women that were being raped, killed, and when I sold off and stuff like that. You're talking about lynchings. You're talking about pain and suffering with that word, right? So therefore, it triggers in an African American that triggers something.
Yeah, yeah, we're gonna start. That's fighting words.
So
Oh,
deep down,
Fighting words.
that means deep down, African Americans they know what that means, though.
yeah, of course. Every black person. By the time you're like 8 or 9 years old, right? Everybody knows when the first time they got called nigga.
So they
Everybody.
know it.
I remember I got called nigga in North Carolina. I went to this gas station to go buy some chips, and a lady threw the change at.
Yeah, and they call you nigga, right? And then you go ask
Nigga,
your
take your
parents.
change, nigga.
You ask
It
your parents,
was a rural time.
what does that word nigga mean? And then you start finding it all over the place. You start seeing movies. It wasn't like you saw Roots. Then you saw this movie, that movie, whatnot, and the whole thing was
Yeah, it kind of. I also wanted to add too. It's just like even when it comes to some of the Black American like degenerate music, like the drill music. As an African, I can listen to it, but it doesn't really inspire me to do something crazy, But most blacks that grew up over here, when they hear, even I've dated like black girls, when they hear the music, they say change the music. They don't want to listen to that. They just tell me immediately change it.
yeah. What you call
But
like when I'm saying, like I said.
I listen to. I don't feel nothing.
Well, when I'm in Liberia, right, I seen people freaking listen to the same music over there, but they ain't acting crazy. You know, they're acting crazy, over there, but they do over here because of cultural content.
You're right. Kind of. That's yeah. That you're right. There's a
We're
culture
not,
contest
like,
to it,
we're not
man.
in a white
The
civilization.
Africans don't understand with me. Yes, they don't understand the culture context of even the lyrics and everything. They don't
Now,
understand it.
DK is coming at me. He says, "Stop, nigga." How would they know what the N word means? They know, but the thing is, DK, it doesn't cut unless they now some Africans, right? Let me give you an example. Dave, my guy Ross, his cousin Nez, right? His cousin
Yeah,
Nez is a guy that does gold mining in Lofa County, right?
yeah,
They got Lofa County, right? Now I met him, right? But guess what? He lived for years in Detroit,
yeah,
Chicago. And so he was like, he said, yeah, I was in the Nation of Islam, so like that. So he was accustomed to Black America. Said
yeah,
people like that, Liberians, people that lived in America and stuff like that who grew up in a black that's different, right? But an African coming from Africa, right? This first generation, he doesn't understand the okay, it's just like a word, like somebody call it's different like calling somebody a spick or calling somebody this a moolie. Italians call black people moolies, whatever like that. But when you say that particular word, nigger, right? That's something that goes, Zongo, it's not funny. That's something that goes all the way back 400 years to
Mhm.
black people being stripped out of their humanity.
It's like black people get flashbacks when you say that
Oh
shit.
yeah, it does. You
Especially
get flashed.
especially a white person say that, you just start getting flashbacks.
Because what happens is you
Feel
go
like,
around trying to forget it, for trying to be normal, and that what that does remind you of everything that happened, and you got to act accordingly. So when people in the chat room talk about, I don't, that word just about, you're a fucking coward, this Crenshaw or whatever the fuck his name is, that's a coward. The bottom line is this: you act accordingly when somebody called you that way. I'm on edge all the time because you never know what's gonna happen. Because I know I gotta act. I have to act some sort of way, even if I'm physical. Something I gotta get somewhere. You can't just call me that word and get away with it. My whole thing is so I don't expect like African immigrants to understand that, because that's not the culture context unless they're race conscious. Unless they come over here with this. And I'm very few. Why would anybody come to America, right? They got all this infrastructure and everything to take on our racial struggle. That's what the problem is. A lot of black people in America
Yeah, but
want.
Carla, Africans don't take the racial struggle of Black America. They don't do that.
I said that. I said, why would they do that? You know, why would they do that? Why would they do that? You come over here, and then black people in America resent, like saying, "Well, they don't come over here. They don't appreciate all the stuff we went through and all stuff like that." Like, okay, but the bottom line is, I'm here. I was invited here. I was given a visa, a citizenship, green card, whatever. I'm here. You can't do nothing about it, right? Because it's a white civilization. Now the
Yeah.
FBA are like, no, man. Uh, the FBA really believe they have something to do with Africans and black people from other coming over here, and they don't.
They don't. That's true. They really don't, man.
You
nah,
know,
they don't. No FBA's work at the State Department.
they ain't at that. Tariq can't stop your visa. He can't do nothing. He don't
But
issue.
but you know what's really surprising about America too over time too, as different migrant groups came. Sometimes we tend to think like, oh, it's easy for even the white people from Europe to come. But as of now, Carla, even recently, I went to this sorry, I think I saw this interview of this British guy that recently, um, he had his green card in America. And he said when he went for the interview, it was actually a black dude that interviewed his ass. So if the black guy just said he didn't want to give him citizenship, he could have just said no. So
Yeah,
America over time has really changed. It's not like blacks that work
yeah,
for
oh yeah.
certain,
You got black people in
agencies
power. You got black
have
people in
some.
power in this country. You got black people a lot of positions
Yeah,
in this country.
yeah.
It's not like that. But what I'm saying is this: the white people could expect that black person is going to follow a white man's protocol. That's the difference. Black people have power, but they like. Let me say, you ever see when you go to a job interview like that, you got a white guy sitting out there, and you're sitting out there, right?
Hmm.
And the white guy be like, the interviewer could be black, right? But he ain't worried because he knows he could trust that black guy. If somebody on is gonna check and say, "Man, you hope for a lot of white people, black people, you ain't hiring no white people, right?" He knows there's gonna be some checks and balances to make sure things work out fairly. But a black person, you don't even do that. You're like, "Oh, you have an interview? Okay, we'll call you for an interview next year. You hire a white guy." They know ain't gonna be no follow up or nothing like that, or why you didn't get hired, nothing like that. But white people have every confidence the system works for them, even if the person interviewing or hiring is black.
Yeah, kind of you right. Because I remember even Kevin Samuels was saying that when he used to work in corporate America, they hire like a lot of white people. That's normal. But the moment they see a growing increase of black, it immediately draw their attention. Like, hey, hey, what the hell is going
Yeah,
on?
yeah, oh, they know that. See, everybody black know that. You can. Oh, wait a minute here, man. It's too many blacks. You know, you gotta break it up one time. We gotta stop that shit. Like
Yep.
on a job, right? I never forget. I was on a job. I forgot what job I was at, right? And all those brothers were at the water cooler and whatnot. I was the white guy. Wait, what the hell's going on? And he come on. Oh, oh yeah, everybody can get back to work. Too many brothers sitting in the water cooler chilling and whatnot. We're just having a little brother time. And next thing you know, a white guy comes around. What the hell's going on, man? We y'all brothering it up over here? You know,
Yeah,
can't
they
have
don't like to see a lot of black people gathering.
gathering.
Yeah, and then even if you
Yeah,
are the even if you are the minority, people still are like, damn, why are you like? It's always draws
yeah.
people's attention. I don't know why.
It could be
Yo, yo,
Zongo.
yo,
It could be two
check this
African
out.
Americans and
Why is
two Africans talking on a job. It's too
yo,
much. It's four people.
Just
It's too
three of
much.
them, man.
Yeah, 3 or 4 is too much.
check this out. Check this out. Why DK?
Hey, Nakmeezy, salute to you, Nakmeezy, man. Nakmeezy,
Yo,
salute. Long time no
DK,
see.
DK is coming at me, man. God damn. He says, Colin, you're saying play right the FBA. What am I saying? Hey, you're not gonna scare people into going to like. I'm not trying to scare nobody into going to Liberia. I'm like this.
Hey,
Look,
hey, 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 Kyle, what does Nakmeezy think about what your statement today about what you just said? Is
he
Nakmeezy one?
reminded me I did call him the N word, hard R. I shouldn't have done that. I must have lost my temper or something like that one night. I must have lost my temper when I said it. I don't mean to call no black person man a nigger, the N word. I
No,
said,
I'm talking about what today's show about what you say, like the Black American.
he didn't comment on the show. The bottom line is, hold on, look. A lot of FBA people are not going to like the topic because it's the truth. Tethering of blacks to white civilization. America that's why we're going through the stuff we're going through right now in America, right? Now that could be good or bad. The white man does provide you with a high standard of living, good jobs, good income. No other place in the world got what the white man can give. But then what you have to do is this. The white man knows that. So when he calls you the N-word, right? He's saying, where are you gonna go? What you gonna do about it? And there's not a damn thing you can do about it. Because he knows you. He got you. It's not like anybody else. Zongo, Africa can be like, when they had enough, they say, man, I'm going back to my country. China man goes, I can go back to my country, but like that. The N word is somebody that they know they possess and own, and it's a reminder of the power dynamic that they have over you. You know, that's why the N word hits harder than calling somebody a chink, jab, spit, whatever like that. It's a different thing, dago, wop, whatever like that. When you say the N word, that's not just an ordinary racial slur. That is a significant historic,
That's pain. There's pain
people
behind that.
put them.
Oh man.
That is just like the worst. So
And then what hurts more, Kyler, you can't retaliate or you can't do anything
you
about
can't do nothing. You're
it. You
powerless.
can't do
Yeah,
nothing
Kala,
about it.
Kala, look, you know what, Kala, you have a very valid point because I'm just gonna use myself as an experience. I remember when I was in one particular state working. I mean, I was fairly new in America at that time. Working for a utility company. I was an inspector. So I met like this white dude. I was like, like it's almost like a similar to like a white down, like a sundown town, right? So the white, he's actually a teacher in a university, in a state university in Missouri. So he asked me like, what is my experience like so far within that area? I was like, hey, it's like, I mean, I feel like everybody's nice. They treat me nice. They like me. I don't see. I think I like the place. That's what I said, just
Yeah,
based on my.
I think it's Zongo too. I think
Yeah,
you being a foreigner, you probably don't pick up on body language and stuff like that.
yeah,
That's somebody in a Black America would pick up on body language, breathing patterns, just stuff like that. Uh,
yeah.
that's the difference. You probably are not aware of a lot of stuff that you.
No, no, I'm not. At the time I was new, Carl. I'm just. I said at the time I was new, but then the man told me, no, no. He's like, no, that place never had a good history. It had a very dark history in the past, especially with slavery and everything. That's what he told me. I'm like, wait, what? I didn't know that. So I went and did the research on that.
Yeah, but
And
you don't have the history, so it don't really
yeah, yeah.
affect
I
you.
I guess that's what I was just trying to say. That sometimes you might not really get it, like the person who actually grew up in that area or understand the history of that particular area. Yeah.
Or people who have that lineage, they're gonna understand. Oh
Mhm.
yeah, you go such and such creek. Oh yeah, yeah, like that. But for somebody who come like, let me give you an example. When I was coming out from New York, they used to talk, oh, don't go here when that. And I was like, man, what the hell? Oh, that's not. I would go down there like, man, I don't give a shit. It was like that even for me coming from New York, where I could move down in the South, and people were like, oh, you don't go over here, but that's a redneck place. Man, I'll go any place when but the local black people know their place. They like, oh man, I'm gonna try there at a certain time. I'm like, man, I ain't thinking about that.
Mhm.
I'm from New York, so it's a different culture. So it's not just black and white. It's just also people from different regions. If I go to Alabama right now, right,
Mhm.
I know there's people look black people. Oh, don't go here, don't go there. When I'll go all through Alabama, I wouldn't care. But there's people down there. Now, if I stayed there for a little while, then I become like one of the locals and I'll be like scary. But I come down from New York, I'm coming down from here. I'm like, man, I ain't thinking about that shit. Like one time when I went to Orlando, Florida back in '99, and me and my friends, we stayed in a part of Polk County. I was in Polk County, and that's right outside of Orlando, like about an hour outside of Orlando. Anyway, I never forget this, man. This is 1999. There's a black section. I don't know what the hell this was, man. I only think I was like, people live there. It was like a friggin' like a barn, like a whole bunch of things. I said, I'm hanging around my friends. They're black with black, white, everything like that. We're all hanging together, right? Then I saw over there. I saw. It's like went back in time. There's people like they were on a plantation. Black people. I'm like shit. I'm like, damn. There's the Orlando, the modern thing, and then there's shit. It's like that's the old section that never time never changed. Those black people know their place. They don't freaking, just like yes, they don't. They just acting scared. They look terrified of white people.
Yeah, now I heard even up till the 80s it was like that at
No,
certain
it was like
parts
that
of
was
the South.
'99. That was back in '99 when I went
No,
to
but I
Texas.
heard even up into the because I remember my aunt told me like she went to some town in South Carolina and they were still using bathrooms. This was the 80s though. They was just still using bathrooms outside and shit like that.
Yeah, you guys. Some
Mm.
parts of the rural South is like that. Black people are still back in this. Oh man, it's still like.
Yeah, do style and stuff, put their head down when they see a white man and shit like
Oh
that.
yeah, it still happens, man.
Yeah.
I walk in there when I walked into Hardy's down there, right? First thing, like, where you from? They knew I was from someplace
Yeah,
else.
they be like, yeah, the way you moving, like you
Not
just
moving.
coming. Yeah, you
From?
right, Collar. Sometimes you be down south. Maybe you go to a restaurant, like the way you talking,
Where
you
you from?
loud and
Yeah,
stuff.
where
Oh,
you
where
from?
you from?
They
Right?
always ask where you're from. They know you're not one of
Yeah,
the
because
locals.
they know you're not from around here. The way you
Yeah,
moving.
so
Yeah,
yeah.
because even me as an outsider, I noticed like the blacks from the northeast, they're very confident people. You can tell from their conversation and everything. They have this level of confidence. Yeah.
Where you from? Where you from? They know you ain't from here. You ain't from there, because the black people down there know their place. They're
Yeah,
like, they're quiet. It's like move. Don't make too noise. They don't make eye contact. It's like, they always look like they're busy. You ever notice that, Dave? They always
yeah,
like
yeah,
they always like they're doing something. Make white people don't think they're idle. You know,
yeah.
they always, they always like
Damn,
they're doing something. They're trying to
we
move
still got
something.
brothers out there living like
They always
that.
have pickup trucks and they're always moving something, or something like that. They always gotta make sure they look like they're busy. You
Yeah,
know,
because they don't want to get no trouble.
we get no trouble when I'm busy. I mean, I was down there just chilling, man. Like, man, where the party at, man? I'm down here to party, man. All right, Nack Beezy. It's been a while.
Yo, Carla, can y'all hear me?
Loud and clear.
Oh shit! All right, what's up, y'all? What's up, my brothers?
What's up?
Yo, what's good,
I,
Matt Measy? What's good?
I
What's good? What's
so
good? What's good? Not crazy. Long time no see, man. We thought something happened to you in the Dutch land.
nah, man. I had to recover from being called a hard R from my brother Carla.
Well, it goes down like that sometimes. I apologize. I didn't mean it like that. I was just pissed off. I must have
Nah,
lost.
it's all
I
good.
must have been pissed off about something. For me to say that, I was pissed off about something. North
But yo,
Carolina.
I'm at work right now, but I want to just say something related to what y'all were just talking about. My mother moved from we left New York and they bought a house in New Jersey, right? And then like 5 years ago, they left New Jersey and went to Alabama, Huntsville, Alabama. Mother's retired. She started working at Walmart as a cashier. She said that the black people down there acted like they still were slaves, and she couldn't deal with it. She was like almost like with a New York kind of thing, but she's an old lady, but she just that was one of the reasons why they came back. So they went down south and they came back to the tri-state because of the way black people down there was acting like they were still enslaved, scared of white people, yassa bossing and scared to look white people in the eye. I said, what the hell? That's why I can't move to the south like that.
Yeah,
Man,
it happens to this day, 2026.
it's
Everybody
still that element's still there, man. It's
still
still
Yeah,
there.
there.
even me, like as an African, like I know like the living in America for some time, I can tell the nuance difference like among black Americans from region, you know.
Yeah, the rural South is very, especially places like Florida, it's very intimidating. When you have people brazenly wearing rebel flags and stuff like that, it's just really intimidating. If you're black down there, you know what that means. You know, rebel. And when you ask a black, we think about that. Oh, they're good people. They sometimes they act that, but they give white people their space. They know when where not to go, whatever like that, and just give white people a space. Just don't get in their way. Don't be and always look like you're busy. Always like that. That's how they survive, man. Me personally, I just can't do that. I can't do that. I can't live tippy toeing around another race of people. I can't do that. So it's best for me stay out of the friggin' deep south, man. Oh, that we was out to Thomasville, Georgia. Thomasville, Georgia is way down there on the Florida border. Same thing. And it's like you got black people still working on plantations down there. You're really literally people still working on, not
I mean,
slaves.
that's why a lot of people like Dr. Omar, man, from Northeast, where he goes south to do shows, man. They come in numbers, man, because they like that.
I don't know about Umar Johnson.
Now, I'm just giving an example. I'm just talking about people, not about the words. I'm just talking about like, because if you notice, like a lot of like, look at the entertainers, especially like in the hip hop, besides music, some of the blacks they're very like what is the word, like very, some of them like conscious too, right? I mean, even on YouTube space, look at Kala, look at like Meezy, look at Ja. You can tell like the personalities of Northeast Americans, the blacks over there, from like the others from somewhere like down south.
Yeah, it is what it is. It's South Southern boys like partying and stuff like that.
Hustle Smart is Southern, but he ain't no bitch. He like
Who?
one of he
Oh
like
yeah,
one
yeah,
of the
yeah,
ex-slaves that
yeah. You're right. Hustle smart too. Yeah, yeah. You're right.
Oh
Hmm.
yeah, hustle's really so. That's why it shocks me that he's from Atlanta and he got all that conscience. He's smart. What you call Nagmeezy. What do you think about this Ashley Janae situation in Tanzania? Nagmeezy, you heard about that case?
Yeah, he did say he's still at work, so I don't know. Maybe
Well,
he probably could be.
Sango, what do you think about that case?
Nah, that case
I
ain't
mean,
going nowhere.
I
I
mean,
think
kind of. You know what? I just don't want to jump into conclusion right now, right? I thought now
Sango,
it kind of seems, kind
please.
of. But wait. I mean, if you ask me, like, it kind of seems very kind of, sh- shaky based on the news that I'm hearing, right?
The dude
But
is known
but
in
based,
East
but
Africa.
also
Been there
yeah,
several times.
but I also heard a different fact. I wouldn't say fact, different information from elsewhere that prior to she dying, they had a prior conflict and they separated them. So even when
Yeah, I know that. But what
before
else?
before she died, actually they said they were not living in the same room.
How do you know?
They had to.
Hold up. How do we know that? He could have came back in the room and did that, whatever, like that. They didn't even say where was she found in her room. Why in the world would she commit suicide? out of nowhere. And also, they said she has. Why do you think they haven't let this guy leave the country yet? They said they found evidence. It looked like strangulation.
Like strangulation, right? So it could be a high hit too. You know. I
But
mean,
I think
is it the autopsy report? That's what it
the
says.
thing
The
is that
autopsy.
he took out a life insurance policy on her allegedly, and stuff like
Yeah, I
that.
heard you guys saying that the last
And,
time on the
and I'm
show.
and
That
I'm saying to myself, the problem is, like I said, and I saw right this guy's face, whatever like that, and I'm saying to myself, there's a little black girl, dark skinned black girl, whatever like that, and she's with this white man or whatnot. Listen to that Janae Seven telling her that get level up, have the soft life, and all this kind of stupid stuff. You know, all this nonsense. Yo, look, this is what I'm talking about tonight. The reality is, Zongo, right? This thing between black people and white people is real. You know, the white man
can,
literally
let
cuts.
me ask you this before you go. Let me ask you: do you think the reason why the black men were mad about this uh Ashley Renee situation is because she's pretty, and black men feel like,
I
man,
don't think she's pretty.
they deserve her
Look,
over
I don't
like,
look. I look. I don't do not think that girl's pretty at all.
oh, okay.
I don't think she's pretty at all. I really don't. I mean, I realize I look at her legs, not my type of legs. I like girls that are slender.
I do like her legs though. I do like it.
I don't like. She's not my type. I don't like that. Anyway, my point I'm trying to make with her is this, right? Fine and dandy, whatever like that, right? But there's nothing good that comes out. Look, let me tell you something. I seen interracial couples before. I said, "Oh yeah, they make a cute couple. They look good, right?" You could tell they know each other, like that Zendaya and Tom Holland. They're like a cute couple, right? You could tell it's real. They complete each other's sentences and whatnot. There's nothing about that guy, right? And her coming from the ghetto that look like they belong together. Nothing. They don't even look like there's no way you could put them two together and talk about a couple. At some point, we gotta be honest with ourselves, right? You cannot have girls that it's not even look, if that guy was some white guy from the trailer park ghetto and they knew each other because they lived in the slums together, that'd be one thing. Um, Zendaya is not. We don't use that term, Elijah. Principe mulatto. We don't use that term. She's a black woman. She identifies as a black woman. In America, she identifies as a black woman. Light skinned, mixed race black woman. We don't use that term mulatto. That's degrading.
Oh,
You know,
okay.
look, oh, look, check us out. Now, if people are together and they look like a couple, whatever, that's fine. But you have somebody who was friggin' um from the ghetto, ghetto black girl, hood. I heard she was with Kevin Yates, you know?
Oh, the actual Janae girl,
Yeah,
she dated
Yeah, that's what I heard too, Kyla. You're not lying on that. That's what
she
I
was
heard.
she was dogged out by Kevin Gates. So therefore she got ran through by no good niggas, Pookie ran. That's her
Pookie.
perception of black men. My problem is this. I'm sick and tired of these black women, right? They get together with the Ray Rays, the Pookies, and whatnot, and they're gonna come to talk about people like me and Dave, like we're black, like it's us. And then you got this fool Umar Johnson talking about it's black men's fault.
Man,
She's real
Umar is
black.
out of touch, man. He's a fool.
Well, Kyla, Umar do that because all his support comes from black women. You gotta
Yeah.
understand this. It's the game, all his support base is the single black woman.
Which
That's
one?
his base.
They be having three
You
uh
got you have
three
women that you
children.
have women that
I got
support
three
you
sons
more.
and whatnot.
Yeah,
I listen to
but
Dr. Umar. He's telling me, man, you gotta come over
let
here
me
and
let me
help me
let me
raise
give
my
you a
sons and whatnot.
Kyla, let me tell you how Umar move. Umar move. He'll go to a town, do a lecture. He probably got like two, three women there, single baby moms is there in that town. He gonna lay up, get some money, maybe even smash a couple of them, and he be chilling. I'm telling you,
Yeah, he
he be
living a good life.
chilling.
He's going
They
around
support. They
just
support him. Yo, Zongo, they support him. I know some girls that send him money on his birthday. Some single black women. He cash
what you call
app them on the
Umar.
yo, man.
Umar says what they want to hear. Like black women,
Yeah. So
you know,
that's a
black women
support
have an
thing.
annual. They celebrate the death of Kevin Samuels every year. The day he died, they have a celebration.
Oh,
All these black women, they be online. The death of Kevin Samuels, they be celebrating.
oh
All
man.
these fat black women. They be celebrating Kelvin Samuels. These women are delusional. It's like, okay, the passport bros say, you know something? We're out of here. We're going now. These women are going overseas to hunt down the passport bros. They're showing up in Thailand, trying to disrupt shit. They're showing up in Colombia and whatnot. They be looking all 500 pounds and whatnot, talking about, we want to see what's going on. Nobody wants to care about what you going on. Get your fucking pork pie fingers and fat face out of here, and go back to the States and lose some weight. The motherfuckers down there with these fine ass Colombian chicks, DR, and here comes these fat ass sisters from the hood talking about we want to see what's going on here and whatnot. Y'all going with these third world women and whatnot. Like I said, why you call them third world? Because you are tethered to white civilization. That's one thing I hate about Black America sometimes. They go putting down other people, and without white America, they wouldn't be shit. I know Zongo, that's what Zongo thinks. He don't want to say it like that, but that's what Zongo thinks.
Oh wait, kind of.
That's what you think, Zongo.
Yo, kind of. What you mean? What you mean? What you mean? Can you repeat it again, man? Kind of, man.
What I'm
Put
saying
some
is this:
respect on me,
a lot
man.
of these women, like they was saying, you want to go to these third world countries because they ain't got no money, blah blah blah. Blah blah third world, blah blah blah. blah. And for a fact that the only reason why you're in the first world is because this is a white civilization that you're tethered to.
Oh man, God, no, 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 no. I mean, Kyla, man, look, I live in America, but I still, I know where I come from. It doesn't matter. I still have empathy for my own people, regardless of how, um, economically, I may be considered like successful. I don't give a damn if the person grew up from village, man. I still my people, man. That's how I look at it.
Well, but you got black people over here, like, oh man, you going over to Africa, you going over there, these countries, women are starving and whatnot. They ain't starving. And what you
Yeah,
call it,
because
they have this idea, like what you call that. You're going, there's women over there starving and you're going to take advantage of. Look, I'm gonna tell you right now, man. Liberian got some of the finest black women. That the finest.
yeah, that's true. That's true.
After I
I
got
agree.
back, then I got back to DC. I'm like, I have to change
But
my.
Calvin, I actually like, man, you got to show me some videos though. You never did. But anyway, that's just by the
Yeah,
way.
well, I don't know. The thing about that is, Zongo, women don't like you taking their pictures and stuff like that, and I respect that. They don't.
But kind of, but that's Africa, man. They don't have issues with stuff like that. It's in America that people get mad.
I got no, in Liberia they don't like that either. They
They
know you
don't
got
like.
that armor out. They know you're taking that picture. They don't like that shit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so you gotta be careful about that shit. Really, you do.
Mm.
Good cause a real problem. Anyway, there's so many beautiful fucking like women in Liberia. I thought, like I said, first I was like, yeah, but then in DC, I was like, holy shit, there's so many bad sisters working. I was like, holy shit, I'm back home. But then again, you know what it was? I'm going by all the female I've been seeing on TikTok. Somehow TikTok got the nastiest looking sisters on there.
That's true,
So,
man.
you know, you go to DC and they were like, whole, what I thought of New Africa, it's a joke. New Africa, I thought about that tonight. I thought you were listening. You know, this idea, Dave, of a nation within a nation, friggin' uh, uh, um, is a joke. You know, because what it is they know that they cannot build nothing outside.
Khaled, do you
Like,
think Black Americans, uh, over the years, they view themselves as their own separate nation and
we're not a nation.
deserve?
We're not a nation.
Really?
We're not a nation. No, you're a
I mean,
nation. You're a nation when you chart your own destiny.
But
You
kind of what I mean to say is that you are a nation, you just don't have a state.
no. We're not a nation because we have nothing declared among ourselves. For
Really?
example, if we
You
were
don't
a
have.
nation, if a nation, what we'd have? What we'd have? We have an organization, something like the ANC. We have something like the World Zionist Congress or Jewish Congress,
Oh yeah, you're right. You got a point.
like
Yeah,
that. We would have international bodies of government, whatnot. We're not a
like
nation.
exclusively like Black America. Yeah, you're
Yeah,
right.
so we don't have none of that. And the bottom line, they disarmed us completely, right?
And
They
also like you don't. I think one thing I also noticed that you don't like if you're a nation and you adhere to your culture, like even if nobody, even the world hates your culture, you love your culture because like that's your fucking culture. It does, even the world views it as, not, as something not cool. It doesn't matter.
the whole thing is
That's your culture.
we have not really experienced true Black American culture because our culture, too much of our culture, is a reaction or tantamount to our relationship with white civilization.
Damn, Carla, man, that's a very powerful statement. I'm like, damn, like I never heard
No,
Dr. Umar even
because
like,
I'm saying this because I want look. There's a lot of people listen to the show. Right, I'm looking at the analytics and whatnot.
hmm?
People think, okay, Colin, you have a look. The
You
bottom
got
line,
people from Africa watching too. You
I'm
got
looking
viewers
at
from
the
Africa and
analytics
UK.
show and whatnot. How many hours, actual hours that's been listened and whatnot, and it's out there. The reach is out there. The talking points of the show gets out there. You know, and so when I say stuff, what I know is, when it gets out there, people start repeating this stuff and becomes like real. You know, look,
Mm.
the bottom line is this: Black people in America have been living a fool's dream. We now have a we are part of the white civilization of America, right? We're like the stepchild of the ward of white America, right? And the bottom line is, you know, we're only as good as the white people say we are, right? The what you call the white man can anytime decide to say, something, I want to start showing favor to the black immigrants. I want to start showing favor to Latinos and whatnot. And he could ignore us at any time, right? We can't do nothing about it, right? But come crawl right now, the FBA is just nothing but people crawling back to the white man, begging him to set them back and whatnot. We didn't mean it, boss, and whatnot. We're Americans, I'm a foundational black American. That's all that is, They think that you black immigrants are gonna take their spot. It's pathetic. That's all it is. That's all the FBA the FBA is. The FBA is just black people trying to tether themselves to keep that tether going for white people. Black churches, black banks. Yo, shut up, Principally, with this black shit. Like there's no black community for Principally. They don't exist. There's a Principally keeps talking about organization. There's no. Does Principally even knows what organization means? I don't think he knows what organization means. There's no black agenda because there's no black people. They're just people here who have darker skin who live in a white civilization. That's all it is. There's no black community in America. It doesn't exist. You know, there's no black agenda. Ain't nobody, nobody. There's no agenda that anybody knows about. I've been asking for what is the black agenda. Remember a year ago? Have I gotten an answer yet? No. I said, what's the black agenda? Dave, what's the black agenda? We don't know. Nobody knows. Nobody knows what a black agenda is. All we do is sit back, oh, there's a black agenda. To do what? What exactly are we going to do? Nothing. You know? Sit around, talk about blah, 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 and do not a goddamn thing. There's no damn black agenda. The black agenda is getting closer to the white man and tether themselves to the white America and enjoying the white man's good graces and infrastructure. That's it. Black people ain't gonna give up this fucking infrastructure without a fight. That's it. They ain't gonna give this shit up. long as that's the case, white people know you ain't going nowhere. And that's what it is. White people know they have power. You know, the Latinos are a people that came here voluntarily, Principe. They have a culture, you know. They have a culture. They have a homeland to base the thing over.
Hey, Carla, you made me remember like go back to Africa where he went to. I was listening to one of in the past. I was listening to one of his tunes. He was like he makes like tacos. I'm like, man, like you ain't got no African American culture that you gotta. Like you would have tried Mexican food. He missed Mexican food.
Who go black?
Go black. I'm like, damn,
Yeah, that's a
you're
different
right.
Africa when that dude was a clown.
It's like it's just like even most blacks in America, man. They just if you ask them what is their culture of food, it's just Mexican food, Chinese food. This side of food that people eat on daily basis, right, Kara?
Yeah, well, yeah. So look, it is what it is. Eat what you want. I like soul. I like my soul food, Black American soul food. I couldn't wait to get back and start eating my shit. My soul food again. I love my soul food, man. I love Black American soul food's the best. The best food in the world.
But Kara, but if Black Americans believe in soul food, if they leave out, why don't they portray that culture outside?
What are you talking about? We got soul food restaurants in my city, Virginia Beach. Got nice.
I don't mean America. I mean like when they go to Ghana and those kind of places. Why
I
don't they
look. I
have
look. I
restaurants?
have no idea and whatnot. I don't know. I look. Africans got their own food that they try to eat and stuff like that. You know what places do got soul food restaurants? You go to the Black American community in Thailand. You go to Europe. We got Black Americans communities.
Yeah.
They
Well,
got
look,
soul
but
food
Africans will eat anything foreigner bring to them, man. I
Well,
mean,
I
they
don't
gotta
know.
like.
Look, I
Look,
look.
I don't know about okay, even from Ghana. I was telling you, like they eat even fucking Mexican food. God damn it, like they eat Turkish food.
I don't know, man. Soul food's expensive too. Like the
I
black.
mean, but if you produce it locally, it's not gonna be that expensive, man. It's gonna be like something moderate that everybody can
Anything
afford.
else, call it black people. I never said black people ain't shit. My point I'm trying to make is this, DK. Right? Uh, right now, like I said, we are a silly people, Black America. We're the monkey kingdom. We're a silly people. Like I said, monkey kingdom.
Kind of. So, do you think that when you leave America, you are able to remove yourself from the culture, right? And have enough time and space to be able to observe the culture from the outside looking in, and you see some of like the loopholes affecting the culture. Is this
I see.
something
I
that
see
you
it. Oh, look,
realized when you went to Liberia?
I see. Oh, I see the problems. Like when I leave America, the
Hmm.
problems I see. I'm like, when I leave America is the fact that I don't understand why is it that Black America is so violent.
Mm.
That's the one thing I'm shocked at. Why we're so violent. Why are we so materialistic? Why are we so all the stuff like that?
Why do you say that, Carla? Why do you say what do you observe like in
Well,
relative to
when I've
other
been
cultures?
there,
In relative to other cultures, yeah.
very peaceful. I've never seen anybody even get into a fist fight in Liberia. All the years I've been going there, never seen anybody get into a fist fight. And so therefore it's peaceful and it's normal. It's normal to be a walking the streets at night, whatever like that, and not have to worry about getting robbed, not have to worry about this and everything like that. But you come to America, like right now, we have a problem in Virginia Beach where I live at, right?
Hmm.
Well, we have a curfew right now because of YNs.
Wait, what? Is that bad over there?
Yeah, Virginia Beach got rough, man. These niggas discovered Virginia Beach and whatnot. Now we're like, damn, man. It was like the best kept secret. Now he's like, oh, Virginia Beach. Oh, it's this college week,
Oh yeah, because there was spring break right now, right?
yeah. All of a sudden, motherfuckers come out. We don't want you here. Get the hell out of here. Go away. Go the fuck away. They're coming down from Philly, Delaware. They're coming from Newark, New Jersey. One night, come down here wrecking hell. And everybody's like, man, get that. But the police. They understand one thing, man. Black people that live in the city don't like the shit. Because Virginia Beach is huge black population. You know,
Damn,
we
you got curfews over there, man. It's
oh,
really getting out of hand.
that's in place for right now until all the
It's in
until
place.
spring break is over and shit like that. This got curfew. Don't be on the street at night. You know, so we just have a curfew. You know, in downtown Norfolk, same thing. Because these motherfuckers don't know how to act, man. We go there shooting up. You can't have any large
Kind of,
gather.
is it like a city or more like a suburb? Or how would you describe it?
What?
Virginia Beach. Like, is it like a
Virginia Beach is a suburban city,
oh,
but
it's
it's a resort area, one of the largest resort areas on the East Coast. It's like Myrtle Beach, anything like that. It has hotels. There's an oceanfront.
oh, okay. Because in the neighborhood where I live over here, I even go to grocery shopping 3 o'clock a.m. in the morning.
So you got so Virginia Beach. So now you got these YNs out here acting stupid. Now what gets me is everybody's saying, all the black people saying, I am so fucking embarrassed. That's what I'm saying. I knew it was gonna happen. Black people starting to say, you know something, I am so embarrassed and ashamed. You know, because there's something when you hear all this stupid shit, you think, oh man, it sucks to be in Daytona, or sucks to be Houston. When that shit comes to our doorstep, now we're like, yo, man, what the fuck? Y'all bring that shit over here. Get the fuck out of here, you know?
That's crazy.
So we like I said, we don't want these motherfuckers. It is what it is. We don't give a shit, you know. Just go away. Go to
And what about like this the money part, though, Kara? You talking about the violence part? What about the money?
money.
Yeah, we're I think we're violent because I think black on black violence come from on white on black violence.
I think basically what it is black, like I said, white people live. We live in this thing where white people have this power over us, and we're angry. We really want to lash out at the white man, but we end up lashing out each other.
Yeah, yeah,
But also like when population increases, it tends to become crime infested. Especially that's why like crime
I,
is
I
tends to
was
be
saying,
very
like,
high in big cities.
hold on, this is another thing. I was telling not Zongo Chukwo the
Hmm.
other day. That's bullshit. You know
and
why?
and, Ka- and Kyla, let's be real too, man. Most black people really don't believe.
Say it again, Dave.
So most black people really don't believe in America. Like
They
they
don't.
don't.
They don't.
You know
It
what I
is
mean?
they're
Like
only
they
here.
pretending. It's just.
They're only
It's like
because of the infrastructure and the
yeah. It's like most black people feel like they're living a lie.
yeah. That's most black people really feel like they're living a lie. You know, and when they
I
hear
go
somebody
real
like me,
talk, bro. I'm
For
telling
hold
you
on,
real?
some
when they
real.
hear somebody like
I'm telling
me,
you some real shit, bro.
I
If
you
you
know,
ain't never listened to me,
hold
listen
on.
to me
I
now.
basically, but when they listen to somebody like me, they're like, yo, this guy resonates to me because that's how I feel. I know my people. You
Yeah,
know,
man. Our people, I
Kyle,
really know
what
our
do you mean?
people,
What
man.
do you mean by it's a lie, man? I want you to expound on that, Kyle.
no. What I'm saying is this. Look, Zongo. This is what I said. This is what I said. You're showing your foreign card already, right?
Yeah, yeah. You don't understand. You don't understand the essence.
So,
The essence. The soul.
so Zongo, sit back, shut up for a second. And let me
Yeah, yeah. Sit back real quick, Zongo.
sit
Then
back.
go in the back seat.
Kyle, man, you
Let's
got to
go.
do a shot. Kyle, you got to do a shot at
Let
me now,
Kyla
Kyle,
drive
man.
the
Hold on,
whip. Hold
hold
up. Let Kyla drive the whip. I'm riding shotgun. Go in the back seat and hand. You know what I mean? We're gonna hand
let
his
me
big
say this.
brother out. You know what I mean?
Let me say this. Let me say this. Um, America, right? They always give you these people like Christopher Columbus, George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, right?
Hmm.
Now, everybody has to have self-respect. Every other human being, right? You ask a Mexican, who was your hero? Such and such, such, such. Ask a Chinaman, who's the hero? Blah 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 blah. You know, whatever it is. Everybody got the hero, whatever like that. Who do you hate? They'll have people who they hate and who don't like. This person's a saint. This person's a thing like that, and it's a martyr right here. They'll have the saint. That's a free people, right? They pick and choose who their leaders are, who their martyrs are, who their heroes are, who their enemies are, whatever like that. It's one thing, Zongo, to not have friends. It's even worse not to have enemies. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Black people in America are not a free people. You know what free people has? They have friends, allies, and they have enemies.
Yeah, you're right.
You know, black people in America, right? Well, the George Washington. How would you describe him to black people as a friend, ally, or enemy?
An enemy of
Most
an,
most black people gonna
an
tell you
enemy of black.
enemy.
An enemy. Hey, Carla, you know what? Carla, what? You know what? I actually believe what you're saying. You know, you guys like the Black Americans on the YouTube space. They've kind of helped like me. I mean, more precisely, I think the Pan Africans, right, to kind of help me understand the reality because they are the ones speaking about the Black history, right? The reality of Black history, right?
Yeah.
And sometimes I watch, mainstream, like shows about politics, and they talk about the golden age, like in the 50s. I'm like, damn, like Black Americans never had it good in the 50s. What do you mean, like golden age? Like in America, like they had
My,
it
my,
good.
my, my whole
So
thing,
this,
my whole
so
thing
they're
is,
speaking about white Americans.
yeah.
So it kind of make me kind of
Yeah,
sit down.
well,
Carla,
let
let me make this point
me,
quick.
let me say
It
this.
kind of
In the 19, let me say this. In the 1950s, right? The FHA loans, right? The federal government created the FHA loans with Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, Morgan, right? And they put billions of dollars to give white people what first time home buyers a home, a leg up. They literally created suburbia to basically relieve millions of white people that used to live in proximity to black people in big cities. They created suburbia, right? Towns like Levittown and everything, with the clause with all those homeowners associated. You know what homeowners associated were created for? To keep blacks out, right? You can't sell to black people, right? So
yeah.
they had white people had that stress. They got
Carla, do you know in Washington State they actually passed a legislation to to repair the victims that are impacted from
hold
this.
on, hold on. It's you cannot repair nothing because you the culture and the damage is already done. There's no repairing for that, you know.
Well, at least Washington State's trying to do that.
I'm
I
saying
mean, that's a
so. The bottom line, they should have never got it done in the first place, you know. And so therefore, if they do all these stuff after the fact, and we're supposed to be. I'm sorry, it's too late. You know, to me, it's too late. You know, and I'm saying to myself, okay, they did all that. They gave white men the GI Bill, which sent them to college too. So they got homes for cheap, right? They got jobs. In fact, post World War II was a booming job market, right? And they got their kids got college loans to go to college, right? That's what created the white America you see right now. Same time they gave black people redlining, say we're not going to loan the black people. They starved out black communities economically and stuff like that. Okay, that's fine, right? That's fine. They basically did all that, right? Because they were racist, they like that, right? Fine. And but I wouldn't even say that's bad, but that they only being good Americans, right? Because they when they were doing all that evil stuff to black people, George Washington and Thomas Jefferson were looking down or from up from hell, or whatever it was from, right? Smiling. Because that's what they want. They want America is supposed to be a country where white people always on top, humiliating and oppressing and degrading and tormenting black people. That's all America is. And a lot of black people realize that now, you know? And so therefore, for the longest time, you know, we were taught that, oh man, we gotta make America for everybody, better world. And then now in 2024, right? Black people have came to the conclusion, right, that America is what it is. It's never gonna change. Whatever, like it's never gonna change. And it was all a lie. Now, where does that go from here? We don't know. And black people that's like there's some black people quietly leaving the country. There's a lot of black people who left the country. You got like me and my cousin Marcus talk about. You know how many black people? You got Vanessa Williams lives in Rwanda. You got a lot of black people who got money who left the country. You know, who live overseas. There's a large number of black people that were being recruited to go to countries like Portugal, Spain, and all these other places, like even Italy and stuff like that. You know, China, whatever like that. So the whole world's opening up to Black America, right? They're like, well, you know, this that, and the other thing. So what we're saying is, what's going to happen in the future? We don't know. What we're always saying is, it's no longer our job to make America work for everybody. We put our bodies on the line for generations, getting sicked on by dogs and everything, making fools out of ourselves. But everybody else, hey, look at this Hispanic lady was talking all that shit, nigga this, nigga that, whatnot. And you people out there, we're supposed to be out there fighting for these motherfuckers. You know, black people have had enough, man. You know, we've had it with America. whatever like that. Wherever it's going to lead us. And also, I believe that we should basically boycott anything in America. We should not show up for the Oscars. We should not go participate in the Grammys. We should not even participate in the Super Bowl or the NFL. We should just pull out of this whole system, you know? Because when you look at the NFL, Zongo, you got 80% black players running up and down the field, and who's all the owners? White men. So what does that look like? Slavery, right?
Yeah, it is. Because slavery has always been labor, so the labor
Well,
just transitioned to something different.
the bottom line is this. The bottom line is this. You ain't got no NFL without the players. No, you ain't got no NBA without the players.
That's true.
So the bottom line is this: why is it that we're sitting there? I mean, I don't accept this shit whatsoever. I don't give a damn what Jay Z
But
says.
Makala, in reality, players are just like
Holla, they'll say they're getting paid $50 million a year. They're not
Right.
slaves. They're
Players
working
are
for a
just like
wage.
players are just like laborers. You can always be replaced by somebody else that is hungry to be in that
Well,
position.
bottom line, hold on, bottom line. Look, like, I would like them to do that. I would like to say, something. And
If you
even
guys if you guys want a partner, they bring Africans.
oh yeah,
To replace
hold
you
on,
guys.
Zongo. The main thing is this. The main thing is this. I just think I'm not even trying to go like this. The main thing I just think, honestly, in the future, it's time for black people to withdraw from America. Just the whole thing. We shouldn't be at the award shows. You think we should be at the Grammys? Fuck no. Every time you see it show up at the VMAs, Grammys, Oscars, all you're doing is legitimizing their system. You know, and so therefore, the only way you could basically fight these people by not showing up. Saying we don't acknowledge them and saying, well, what's the Academy Award? Like, see, they basically got us by us believing in their institutions and their system. So that's what the problem in Black America is. And it's not going to be easy to do. Because on one hand, we know we're living a lie. We
Mhm.
know that, Zago. All my life, everybody, but we just went along with it. Okay, it's what you do. Fourth of
Especially when they say all men are created equally.
Oh, it's like
Now,
it's a lie.
how all men created equally? They ain't got my ancestors, my people in chains.
You got
You got
change
them
that
on
people change
plantations,
all
That's a
men.
lie.
treating them like animals.
If
But so all men are
if
created
they would have
equal.
said all white men are created equal, I would give them right.
But that's what actually they mean. That's the context of that statement, though.
No. They said
No,
all men because they take that as people take the Declaration of Independence from everybody from Sun Yat Sen to many African leaders. They look at the Declaration of America and they draw on that and said. Then you have Martin Luther King um, did a "I Have a Dream" speech, the most famous speech in history, was written by a Jew who admonished white people to say, "All men, we hold these truths as all men are created equal." And Martin Luther King never believed that. He
Caliber, but what I mean to say is that when they say "all men," they actually mean in the context of like the wide lens. Actually, they don't mean
no when
everybody.
they said hold up when they said all man, they said all mankind. Now the question that needs to be asked is if they say all men, then what do you consider black people? So in other words, these
That's
people
what I
did
mean, man.
hold up, they didn't consider black people human. That's even worse.
Exactly. I mean that's what I mean. That
Well, hold on. So anything that basically dehumanizes us is illegitimate. It's illegitimate. How
yeah,
can you?
but Caliber, if they didn't consider black
legitimize
people as
I
human,
can't
that means
legitimize a system that say if they said came up and say, something, we meant to say all white men are created equal, white country. I would say I would give them a pass, right?
okay. That's what I mean because if they never consider black people as human,
So
I mean
if they came and basically officially reinterpret the Declaration of Independence and said all white men are created equal, I would forgive.
but they don't have to say that. You
Hold on,
gotta
hold on,
just look at
hold
the context of the
hold
story, though, Kyla.
Look, by the fact they go walk around talk about this is a founding document of America, whatnot, telling me they're making a mockery of my ancestors.
Yeah, but Kyla, I've been very nice listening to you. But you gotta allow me to give my opinion out. I mean, I
But
guess
go ahead, bro.
the point I'm trying to say is that even though they mean like I agree with what you're saying that they mean all mankind, and then when you look at history, they never view blacks as part of like as humans. So what it really means is that they mean just white people. I mean, for me, that's how I kind of look at it. I mean,
If that's their case, that's fine, right?
hmm
But in the case now going forward, right? I don't want nobody telling me that when I talk about an African, right?
hmm
Because that's the only thing that's going to really solve this problem. I don't want nobody telling me, no, we got a country. No, you can't. What I'm trying to do is for once and for all discredit America in the eyes of white black people. Once I do that, then African is going to be easy, quick
but
work.
Kyle, you never answered my question about I mean, you said like black glorified money. Like, can you kind of contrast that with your visit to Liberia? Like, what did you see like that's made you make that comment?
No,
Black people.
no, I'm saying in America,
hmm
black people, we worship money. We worship material things, whatnot. And Liberia, they don't do that.
Can you give me an example? Can you give us an example? Just give us an example,
Well,
Carla.
in Liberia, first of all, nobody has money, to begin with. And
hmm
also, what I see is this in Liberia, you have guys out there that have no job, right, Dave? They have
hmm
no job and everything, but they'll sit in a group, and everybody, so long as he's making himself useful around the place,
hmm
somebody will give him a plate of food to eat. You know,
Yeah,
Oh
yeah.
yeah, that's true.
and they'll sit there
Yeah.
fellowship, like nobody's putting him down because he ain't got a good job. Like me, I come over there with all my I'm from America. That didn't
Yeah,
mean
man, I
they
be
care
sitting
about.
down and give me food, dry rice, get some dry rice.
Yeah,
Right?
some cassava fish, whatever like that, like this, with the spice. And so the bottom line is this: I love my dry rice and cassava fish. That's my favorite. You know,
You try the leaves with the rice. That
well,
uh,
the dry rice is just rice. Rice is just dry
uh,
rice. You got cassava rice and dry rice and whatnot. So, but all of it's good. All of it's good. So anyway, I basically, would sit there and, like I say, everybody eats, everybody share. Like what you call, wife will go out there and bring security guy plate. We always make sure everybody eat. And so a man in Liberia could have no job, nothing like that. The women still give him respect. But in America, oh, you see this Janelle Renee, whatever the fucking bitch's name is.
mhm.
Black men ain't shit. Black men are broke. Blah 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 blah. You will never hear Liberian women talk about their men like 'cause they know the country's poor. They know nobody got no money, but they're all in it together.
But kind of man, they have like black women that will do that. They do that, man.
Oh, get the fuck out of here! I got you.
Yeah,
Look,
man. But kind of man, I used to be a pookie man. I had a black woman that.
look, Donald. Let me say this. You don't listen.
Yeah, man, kind of man. I said I used to be a pookie man. I had like a black woman did that for me though. You know.
Hold on. Let me say this, Sango. Here's the problem. When you uh, put out on social media, right? Like me, do you ever see me really posting anything on? I haven't posted anything on TikTok. I post some memes up, right? That's
hmm
about it. When you get on TikTok and basically in front of a camera, knowing that could go viral, whatever like that, and you're spewing hatred towards a man or a black man, whatever like that, and you know that's gonna go viral, this that and the other thing, that's unforgivable. You know. Now, if you, I'm sure there was times when black people felt like that, right, but the fact that women are coming out so public with that, but you never, never, I never. Now you do have some Liberian women that be talking about specific man is no good, or whatever like that. Like they got mad at Prophet Key, whatever like that, because he cussed women, whatever. But you will never see them talk about their men in Liberia are bad and no good, blah blah blah. They'll talk about the whole country as a whole, but they never sit there and offer their men up for ridicule. And also,
Oh
like,
man, they're not gonna do that because who's
hold
gonna
up,
like that man?
and whatnot. She made sure that I always respected her Liberian brothers.
Yeah, that's true, man.
So, but black women in America don't do that. They'll get in front of fucking this white devil and talk about how black men ain't no good and whatnot, this, that, and the other thing. That's why I don't feel bad for this girl that got killed. I don't care about her. They don't. I don't feel nothing for
Yeah,
her.
she was. I mean, it's okay to date
There's
outside of
a
your
lot
race,
of
man.
people not caring about her.
Yeah,
Yeah,
nobody cares about her. Yeah, the bottom line is that she was just that was just nasty. You know,
Yeah, she
women
just
ain't black.
you can always date outside the group without undermining your group. You know,
Hold on.
like
First of all, you don't need to date outside your race. You know, and the bottom
well,
line,
look, my Kala.
if you
There's
hold on,
always
if
Kala. We're gonna be honest, honest, like
you
Kala,
gonna date outside your
Kala,
race, don't do it for
Kala.
the wrong reasons. You know,
Yeah,
she
yeah,
was
yeah.
for the wrong reasons. You
Oh,
know,
okay, yeah, you're right. You got a point over there. You got me over there.
she was
But
doing
I
it
was
for
just
the
gonna say
wrong.
that if you observe among all racial groups, all cultures, man, there's always a section of people that tend to admire other cultures outside of their own. You know?
I know that.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is this though. Now she's not the type. I know for a fact that she's not the type that white guys go for. I know that. You know,
For real?
right? That's serious. You know, I know white boys. I know a lot of white boys. I know what type of black women they like. They like the Vanessa Williams types. They like the Tyra Banks types. They like that type of black woman and
Hold on,
whatnot.
Tyra Banks. Hold on, let me see. Oh, Tyra Banks, the model, Tyra Banks.
Yeah, they like shit like that. You know, they like Tyra Banks. They like Vanessa Williams types. They like Jane Kennedy types. They like Pam Grier types. Those are the type of black women they think that are freaking holy shit. You know, Marilyn McCoo types. They like them type of black women that always Lynn Whitfield. You know, Kerry Washington. White guys love Kerry Washington. They think she's hot. You know, those are the type of I
What about even the girl that dated this NFL player before he went back to Taylor Swift?
yo, that girl was a fool, freaking another fool. And
Oh, really?
she was down on the tunnel. She jumped in his arms and whatnot. Like they want to get back together. What shit, girl? And she was like, and they don't say when she jumped on all these black women. See, you black women men thought like this. She goes, oh, black men are gonna be mad about this. Y'all back together. There's black women out there, a whole campaign of black women who are trying their best. Right? They really think they're gonna be competing for the white man. That's all it is. They really do think that they got a chance with the white man over the white one. Like the white man is gonna choose them. You know, white man's thinking about his children's legacy. He don't want no little nappy head kids. You know, black women don't. They live in a delusion. That white kid, what's his name? Travis Kelsey.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah, you're right. That's his name, Travis Kelce.
she's a billionaire. She's white and she's acceptable. That black girl ain't got that.
Oh, she ain't got no money.
No, she was. He was like, man, you got she, and then she was a gold digger. You got to give me this,
Oh,
give me that, and whatnot. You know, he got
now, Carlo, you think it's probably the reason why he left it because she brings nothing to the table.
no. Taylor Swift came by, and people, I guess his friends, family. I think she's a better. He went back to his women. You know,
Yeah, you're right, man. Look,
no,
Carlo, hey, Carlo,
I
look, look,
understand
Carlo,
reality.
look,
Race is fucking
look,
real.
Carlo,
Race,
look.
race is
Um,
trump
I'm
everything.
from
You know,
Carlo. Look, I'm from Ghana, right? If I live in America, I date women over here, right? Sometimes there's cultural differences that I do experience over here, right?
no,
If
it's a
if
racial
if I
difference.
yeah, if I really get tired, I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna go back to my woman, man. In Ghana, man. You get what I'm saying? It's always
It's,
everybody always have that thing
not
in
even
the
worse.
past.
It's even worse because when you talk about black and white, you're talking about two different races.
Oh
You
yeah,
know,
that's true. You
black.
got a point over.
With two different types of with two types of black people, you can say, "Oh, I'm gonna go back to your women," whatever like that. But thing is, when you talk about race, that relationship with that black girl, he didn't have a chance.
But let me say this kind of what. Let me tell you what experience that I have. When I used to date like black girls, I can listen to your show, right? But when I date white girls, I can't listen to your show.
Man, you gotta get out of here, bro.
You know why? Because I'm like, man, can't it just be divisive?
Well, basically, if you're gonna date a white girl, have her listen to the show and see. Yeah,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you gotta be divisive. Stop
yeah,
kind
yeah.
of.
Have her listen to the show, man. Yeah.
it, it's gonna be divisive, man. Kind of. They're like, man, why are you listening to this, man? Like, come on, man. This is like, oh, they're gonna say, oh, man, college probably racist. He doesn't like this. He doesn't believe in America.
Well, like I said, my whole thing is America is a myth. You know, America is a myth. You know, it doesn't exist.
Like,
Never.
Carla, that girl killing Nicole, like she's bad though, Carla.
Yeah, but she's all right, but she's black. You know, it doesn't matter how bad she is, man. She should find herself a Negro player and whatnot. She'd be happy. She will go out this blonde, blue-eyed white man and whatnot. He's on top of the world, Super Bowl champion 3 years in a row, something like that. He Taylor Swift. She's a billionaire. She's broke and poor. What the hell? I mean, it's come on, man.
But what makes me even think that he's gonna wife her? Like,
Oh, you got black women are holding out. We know she's gonna come. He's gonna come to his senses. I said, when black women came at me, boy. They're like, man, she's like, wow,
She
he
a billionaire. He ain't
where's she
coming to
from?
his
From
senses.
Cause like I mean, cause he marries like Taylor Swift, like they whole got
Yeah,
money.
Taylor Swift, she a billionaire. Why?
So
Why would?
like
Why?
he's not gonna worry about child support or like the way they did Dr. Dre.
bottom
He's not
line
gonna.
is the bottom line is this: they're gonna have a billionaire life. He's a Super Bowl superstar. They're probably gonna do TV commercials together.
Hmm.
Probably do a movie together, some shit like that. They're gonna have that white fairy tale life and whatnot that America still promises. The black girl, man, black girls don't understand they are not wanted in this culture. All they black women they think coming with black men they're settling. Instead of saying I want to be a queen to my king, and whatnot, they're going after the white guy.
Oh man, she was a model, man. She's probably a fun girl, man. God damn it, she ain't got nothing else to do.
And you can be a model all you want, but you're still black. And
But God, she was a fun girl, man. Model. Anybody trying to
why
wife no model, man?
was, man. He probably smashed it a few times.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. Like it's a model.
This guy,
Everybody, everybody
this
rotate models, man. They rotate models.
this guy. Hold up, well, look. This guy is thinking about settling down and a family. He's at that age, so he's thinking
Yeah,
about that. So the bottom line, he's looking at his odds like, man, I gotta go where I gotta go. I want some white children.
yeah. He doesn't want to diminish the culture, the race. He's trying to elevate the.
What white people are about their race more than anything else. That race thing is real with them. They'll kill for that shit. They don't care about that. All these little stupid shit black people think about. Love. Love conquers all those kind of stupid shit like that.
I don't believe in that shit.
You know, it's all about their color and race. Color and race is all they care about.
Hmm.
Color and race. Everything. It's all about when it comes down to it. It's all about race. In this country. Race, race, race. I don't know what to tell anybody or not. People hurt people's feelings or not, but it's about race. You know, and like I said, and it comes down to it, the white man's on top. That's why after sometimes you just gotta say to yourself to the white man, toast them, say, hey, look, man, y'all won. Sometimes I feel like just giving up and saying, man, okay, Mr. White Man, y'all won. What do we do?
Got it, man. You gotta stay in fight, man, Carla.
Look at anywhere. Even you look at Ghana in Africa, they're making white men chiefs and kings and
But Carla, it doesn't matter because sometimes even in Ghana, you can choose to live a rural life and still not have to worry about
I don't,
this
I don't,
scares.
honestly, bro, I don't want to live in rural Africa. You think about this.
Carla, Carla's always not gonna hide his feelings, man. He's gonna be honest, bro.
You want drugs, Zongo, man? I'm gonna go to. If you want to get the fuck out of here, man. Yeah, come out here. You ain't gonna do nothing.
Carla
Hey,
said,
come out to rural Africa. We ridiculed and
Carla says when he does it, his ancestry DNA, he realized that he come from a tribe that is way backwards at where he's now. He's not taking his suit for that culture, man.
who's it?
Wait,
Who's this?
what?
Who's this?
You said that shit, bro, Carla.
Oh yeah,
Long
yeah.
time
It's
ago.
the tribe in Angola. I'm a part of. No,
It's
hell.
like, he's still taking his suit off for that culture. I'm like, damn, Carla, man, that's wild,
I
bro.
did my research, found out who the people are and whatnot there, and I said, nope, nope. I wish them a lot of luck, man, but hell, fucking no.
I mean, you can empathize with them by you know gonna like
I'm not going
change
back
your
to fucking hunting and gathering and shit, man. I like,
change your whole identity just
yo,
to
that's what Mr. Baruti wants, He wants me, Baruti wants me, like, let me give you an example, right? If it
yeah.
was like Baruti, that guy that be doing the dancing, that Nigerian guy with the food,
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
that's what Baruti wants for us, Be an
Okay,
African,
Ubuntu,
Colin. No,
Ubuntu,
I don't want to
Ubuntu.
be that type of African, Walk around acting like a fool and whatnot.
Yeah, I've been getting a lot of videos from that guy. Like a lot of people, particularly blacks, man. They send me videos. They're like, man, this dude, like, he looks very cringy, man, doing this kind of videos. But most black men do not rock with what he does in America. That's what I noticed, Carla.
But everybody knows now he's a Nigerian, so and that's okay. It's a relief.
Even Osha even did a video about him. Osha,
OJ,
yeah, Duke Jackson, yeah, he did a video
OJ
about him.
is a clown. Did he mention that he was Nigerian?
Yeah, of course he's gonna do that.
If he didn't, I fly out to California and punch him in the head, man.
Osha is gonna do that, man.
I gotta give that to Mike Olawale. Say, Mike, y'all gotta come get your boy, man. Y'all come get your boy. Y'all gotta do something here, man. Because the bottom line is, you're gonna see more in the future.
So, Kala, you just give a one part of it. Okay, in Africa, you don't have no job, but then people still treat you with respect. But in America, like, what is dynamic? Because
America,
one issue that I have with you, Kala, is that
you
you
could have.
always, Kala,
I
Kala.
got
I
to
want to
do.
make this point. I want to make this quick point. But
Hold on. You got America. People working 3 jobs, making good money because they don't have a lot of extra money to spend, or they can't ball out of control. Women call, oh, he's a broke ass nigga. What the fuck you talking about? He's working 2 jobs. He got a house. He got this. He got car payments. He got car issues and whatnot. Send his kids to school, whatever like that. But in Africa, motherfuckers ain't got shit. They ain't got $20 a month. And they still get more respect. What the
But
hell?
Kala, don't you think you also do that, American? Because sometimes even on this platform, you still like, man, you this, you got car, like, you got house, you got your
No,
own
I just have to
driver.
no. I mentioned it to people to remind people. Yeah, I do got that, but that's not who I am.
Oh, okay, okay.
Remind people who I am because people like they come up here and be like, "Oh, Kyle's broke. How the fuck am I broke? If I'm able, common sense, I tell you, how am I broke and
Take vacation, long vacation, and come back, man.
come back and whatnot, and not miss a
You
beat?
can't,
How the
you can't be this broke, man, Kala. Yeah,
what?
Kala's not broke, man. To take vacation, go to Africa for a couple of weeks, man. That can't be broke, man.
So bottom, I would say just put 2 and 2 together. You know,
Because you got to think about it. If somebody leaves and go to Africa for a couple of weeks, it means you still got
some
to pay
people
his
say, "Oh,
rent
they
or his
go once a
mortgage. You
yeah, they
still
go
got to pay
once.
his mortgage. You still got to pay his mortgage. You got to pay his
I
bills
gotta pay my
for the car.
mortgage. I gotta pay all shit here like that. I ain't
And,
break my
and,
wrist.
and in addition to that, you got to pay that expenses
I
for
got
your
my house over. I got
vacation.
my house over in Liberia. I gotta pay for.
Hmm.
I got my house over there. I gotta pay for. So,
It's not cheap, man. It's
so,
not easy to go to a different. Yeah, that's
bottom line is, so people talk like stuff. I said, man, I just wish the young men. I said all the young men in America. I said if you're in your 20s or 30s, man, you should be able to go to the continent, save your money. If you ain't got no kids, no real bills and whatnot, you should be able to go to the continent at least once every 3 years. You got like people like Adama talking about all the women he's gonna get. He never even been to the fucking continent. Or get this type of woman. Nigga, that dude man's a weirdo. I said,
yeah.
all you young dudes, man, what y'all waiting for? Go to the fucking continent, get your passport. Have you got your passport, Obama? I don't know about these dudes, man. I'm like, I thought that I'd be an example. I tried my best to be an example
Uh,
to the continent. I'm talking about in Afghanistan. I'm adding a new country next year. I'm going to Angola. You
oh,
know,
for real, Carla, man. Man,
yeah,
that's gonna be a wild experience, Carla.
Angola next year. Yeah,
At least you go into like the your ancestral, your real ancestral
yeah.
homeland.
I'm gonna evict everybody there and create the African state.
Hey, Carla, man, we want to hear about like the oil business going over there because it's like Angola also do got like oil over there, and we really
Look, the bottom line is if that's why I said Angola's the best kept secret. Whatever I build over there, I could get a budget, money from the government. The government will help me do whatever I want to do over there. It ain't like I love Liberia. We're
yeah.
gonna still fix
Carla, I
Liberia.
mean, I think you did a whole lot of good promo for Liberia.
Yeah, I know, but
Angola also need
thing
that
is,
promo.
Angola has the money that we need in Liberia, so we got to come.
Carla, I think you got to promote Angola to the black diaspora too. They need
I
that,
got to promote both of them. Both these countries,
Yeah,
Liberia,
yeah, definitely, yeah.
or not. But the bottom line is, you can't have Liberia without Angola because Angola has the money. And
Yeah,
go.
that's right. Look, I mean, Callum, with this whole like whatever is going on in the Middle East, like refineries and oil and everything. Look, Nigeria got oil, Angola also have oil, man. They got oil. Angola have oil,
Liberia is a fucking joke.
but a lot of people do not know that Angola do got oil, man. People do
Angola
get
got
the oil.
diamonds, got oil, it has everything. Like Angola's infrastructure is like the best on the continent, to say the truth. It has so many suspension bridges, power plants all over the country.
Yeah,
You
I mean,
know,
a lot of the slaves too were taken from that, but people really speak about Angola. But if you check the CIA websites, they say like a lot of them were taken from there too.
yeah. Which my ancestors came from Angola. You know,
And that's one thing I respect about you, Colin. Man. You don't go on this kumbaya like that's where you're from. Like, you know where your people came from, man. You don't go on this kumbaya like everybody
so
come from.
Yeah, man, we know what it is, Zongo. You
my
know what
ancestors
I mean?
from Angola, they settled in Liberia. You know what I'm saying? So it's like a circle. You got to complete that circle. You got
Hmm.
to start in America. Yeah, go to
Yo,
Africa.
Kala, you the one who put Liberia in the algorithm. You ain't,
Yeah,
ain't
they're
you ain't even talk
definitely, man.
about that. You got Black Americans talking about Liberia.
I know, I know,
Yeah,
I
You
know.
and
got
that's
I
why I
know.
say
you
like
got to be the
he need
algorithm. Remember that
like
information? You seen that
I know.
stuff I
I
sent
saw
your
yeah,
messenger?
black people in America are
Yeah,
now
they
talking
talking about Liberia. So
and
Elvis,
also
you
yeah.
got to be careful.
a lot of Liberians like
But that's true, man. Kyle don't get the credit that he deserves because he kind of educated a lot of people, man.
Zongo, I got a
I
crazy
never knew, even me myself, I never knew the free slave settle
Zongo. I got a
to
crazy
Liberia.
Make America Great Again friend. He's a mega. He said he won 5 million.
I mean,
He said he
Kyler,
won five.
Kyler, Kyler needs to be giving his flowers. I mean, at least
Yo,
he
I
told the
got a
black
I got a
diaspora.
mega friend, Zongo. My
Hmm?
my my friend, he's mega. He
Oh,
said he
for real?
won 5 million. He said he won 5 million Black Americans to go to Liberia.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
With what money? With whose money?
He said he just want them to just go, just sit down and just go. I'm like,
To for visit or to just go and never come back? Is that what you want?
he said just go. Yeah, just go to settle. Yeah,
It's
go and
crazy,
settle.
man. Ain't nobody going
I
that place,
said,
man.
come on, man.
Liberia is a if we look. The bottom line is this. This is what I'm sick and tired of, right? I'll tell you what I'm sick and tired of. I am sick and tired of every time I look. Dave, let's talk about this, Dave. You know what the problem is, right? In
What?
Africa, right?
Yeah,
Africa, right? There's a lot of money that you've been to the Calabash, right?
yeah,
Calabash, yeah, that's a nice bar, right? Nightclub, right? Restaurant nightclub, the best. That's means the best in Liberia, right?
yeah. I know
Owner
Calabar.
of that, right? Sam Cooper. I'll tell you about.
Yeah.
I used to own that. Hotel
Mhm.
thing like that. Calabash, nice. Well, anyway, I guess before the coup, whatever like that, it was a nice little thing on the harbor right there. Now it's like a 5-star fucking restaurant and nightclub. Best nightclub in Africa. But guess what? He got. You know how he fixed that up, man? He was connected to somebody that got money coming in for some NGO or something like
Hmm.
that, right? which he got money to purchase it and build it up, not renovate and build it up. See, the whole thing is this. I think it was some development bank, some shit like that. That he got now. Almost everything you see in Africa, right? All the development you see comes from foreign aid and fucking stuff like that. It ain't
Remittances and stuff like that.
no,
Remittances
no,
money.
no, no. The Africa, fuck that really. This bullshit, right? The money that people use to build shit, whatever like that. If you see a project going on, that's some NGO from some white country or Asian country that they siphoned off. You know, they got like.
Typhoon.
So what I'm saying is, Zongo, is the fact that until we get to black people in America get to the point where we got NGOs and we control it and we got that, so we're not gonna do anything, right?
Carl, are you talking about like Africa should tap into the trade the 1 trillion spending power of
Oh,
Black America?
I said we want to tap into the money that's being wasted on the continent. You know how much money is wasted on the continent every year, while these Africans suck the money off and put it in their personal banks overseas.
But Carla, look, because Africa, like you've always been saying, Africa does not have a manufacturing like base or something like that.
Look, Zongo, I know that, but they
So
get
even all the
hold
money.
on,
Can I make this quick
at
point?
this
Even the
point,
money that
at this point, I don't give a shit. I'm tapping into that aid money that be going to the continent.
oh, for real?
Thomas, right? He told me he first came to Liberia on USAID. He said
Oh, okay.
on their dime, whatnot, USAID. He said that's how you do it. If you're part of some NGO, whatever like that, you can come out. He said, and now they got his consulting business and International Focus magazine that in his retirement, whatever. But he said he came to Liberia in 2004 or USAID on the program, you know, and so he said they were funding this until Trump came in office, right? He was living good off the hog. I said, that's good. He said, that's the only way you could do it, man. That's how he got in there. You know, ain't no way I'm getting into fucking Liberia or something like that, Africa, if I don't get a hookup like that, you know? I don't want to hear nothing about no damn tap into $1 trillion and whatnot. I want that fucking Africans are greedy, man. I want all the damn money in the goddamn self. Yeah, seriously, y'all greedy, man. You know?
Carla, I think now you think like a businessman. You will survive in Africa now, because now I think you
I
can.
was thinking realistically that if I want something done in Liberia, right, I'm gonna have to friggin' whatever I got to do, man. Like
But Carla, your friend told you though. What's the name of your friend? The one from Chicago. What's his name?
what's friend from Chicago?
The guy, the computer, the chemical engineer who worked for
Yeah,
the
yeah, whatever, you know. But the bottom line, he could talk all that, but he ain't no damn money. I'm
but I thought he said he was going to a conference in London this year.
look, I know Dongo. Let me tell you something. You know, I just a long time. I've not heard. I'm going to some conference. I'm going to deal, and it never pans out to goddamn money. I don't heard that. I've heard it all, bro. I really, I've heard
Oh
it.
God, man, that shit ain't coming out, man. We
I
gotta
Man, but that's
Africa.
Carla's friend. That's Carla's friend. Carla knows him, man. This is a very smart
We
dude.
gotta first work. We gotta first work on national infrastructure, man, before anything get going.
yeah. So so I tell people all the time, look, we need money. We need.
Dave, that guy also has some knowledge, man.
Well,
Don't.
hold on. My whole thing is whatever it takes, whatnot. You know, because that's how I'm at right now. I'm gonna go to Angola. I'm gonna meet with different people and say like this: we need $1 billion to do work we need in Liberia. Now, you guys, Angola gave $32 billion to Portugal as former colonizers, right? To be perfectly honest with you, I'm gonna make the pitch. This is my ancestral homeland. I want my inheritance. I'm going there for my inheritance. You know, think I'm joking? I am going there for my inheritance. I'm going to Angola for my inheritance. You know, I'm a building and
Are you learning from the Nigerian scammers, man, Carla? Are you
what?
sure? Are you learning from the Nigerian scammers?
No, I'm going over there. You know, so what you call. I'm not scammer. You got to get with the you got to get with the right people and whatnot, and do the right friggin' thing. There's money going all over the continent, but you just got to be. And you know how people get noticed in Africa? These motherfuckers loud talk. They get in there, start loud talking on. You ever see that, Dave? Why does Liberians do that, Dave? Loud talking all the time. They think they're gonna be heard and whatnot because they're
They
loud.
just want to be heard. That's all.
You see. I want to see the video of the police mollywopping those students, the SP2 at university. One, you got the video of that, Dave?
No, I don't have the video on that, Kyle.
No, they said, "Yo, man, we're pleading for mercy. Please mollywop the motherfuckers." Came out there talking.
They've been causing problems. They the ones who caused some of that rice riot and all that.
Yeah, they mollywop them motherfuckers. The police said Liberian police are no joke, man. They ain't playing. They are
I
not.
don't know why they still protesting.
All they do is protest and whatnot. And the Yeke Koloba, this motherfucker.
He said he might run again, Kala.
What?
Trying to run again.
He ain't gonna win. He ain't gonna win. He's a disgrace,
That was the last straw. Him saying the land is for
Kala.
That was the last straw.
Most Black Americans say that when they go to Africa they don't speak about politics. But Kala, you speak about politics.
Look. Take us out. Here's my brother Ross, right? Talking the history of Liberia. Here's my brother Ross.
Liberia. Everything the Liberian people need originates right here within Liberia. But until we start looking within, until we start celebrating what is within, we're not getting anywhere. We have a problem, a dilemma. We like to naysay and put down our ancestors, but we should be celebrating all those ancestors. Beginning with Joseph Jenkins Roberts and people like Jehudi Ashman. We should be celebrating them. These were people who understood the era in which Liberia became founded. Most people, they look on the surface. They say, Liberia being independent in 1847. Well, we see nothing here. You ain't do nothing here. No. There was a particular contextual situation that was global, where the African man had no suffrage. He had no rights. He had no nothing. He was not even considered to be a human being. But yeah, Liberia was founded, and Liberia predetermined that the African people are people. We are human beings, and we have rights. That's what Liberia was established for, to give back the rights of humanity to people of African descent. That's why only people of African descent have a right to become citizens in Liberia and own land in Liberia. Of course. And then Ellen Johnson said we should waive that right and allow for Europeans and other Caucasian rights to have rights in Liberia to own land. That woman on payroll. That woman doesn't care about the foundation of the country. And the foundation of the country must not be broken. Even the Bible says so, that the ancient landmarks should not be taken for granted. God founded Liberia. He knows why he founded Liberia as a place of Pan-African unity and Pan-African originality. It's for people of Pan-African descent. People who have African origins have a right to own land in Liberia, and they have a right to become citizens of Liberia. That is Liberia's heritage. This is the Pan-African capital of the world. That's why when Liberia started to develop its tourism enterprise, when you listen to most of the branding, they said what? Hotel Africa, Pan-African Plaza. These were the labels used because Liberia was to be the Pan-African capital of the world. We'll still be Mr.
The hallmark of Pan-Africanism?
We should be looking inside for. That's the problem with Liberia. That's the real problem with Liberia. Everything the Liberian people need.
Damn, Kala, man, you had a real historical dialogue over there with the Liberians over there.
That's my guy Ross. We was having a Sunday lunch.
But Kala, do you think you're happy because he acknowledged your ancestors too? That's why you're happy, Kala?
What do you say?
he acknowledges your ancestors like they are royal.
So
They
the more
contribute to like this.
Liberians basically understand, they have this idea, like even Prophet Key, that the American Liberians or Congo people were actually the Israelites, and they're children of God. Liberia is actually Israel. That's what they believe. And they really do believe Black Americans come there. As a thing, as a homeland.
But Kyler, man, this Christianity, man, we gotta put it out of the window, Kyler, man. Let's not.
They're
You know.
not,
No,
they're not
sorry, man.
lying. You're not lying with that.
Yeah, bro.
I can live with that.
Zongo, you're not lying with that. That's
Long
true.
as it suits my
Man, I
needs.
don't, look, I was raised a Muslim. I don't believe in this stuff like this,
Well,
bro.
Yeah, you're
Like,
Muslim,
I
so it don't
believe
matter to you.
Black America is a chosen race. I believe.
oh my God, Kyler, for real,
Oh,
man. God,
stick with a chosen race, man.
they are not, man. Kyler,
It
stop
says,
it.
it says Liberia's Israel.
They are not, man.
Liberia's Israel. Monroe is Jerusalem.
Black America are not a chosen race,
I'm
man.
telling
Stop
you.
it. No, they are not.
Yes, they are.
Ask Prophet
No,
Key
they are
when he get out
not.
of jail. He gonna
Prophet Key,
tell you.
man. Prophet Key. Black
Ask
America
Prophet
is
Key. He gonna
Kyler.
tell
Jerusalem,
you.
man.
That's why Prophet.
No,
Hey
they
man,
can't be a chosen race. It's not possible, man. Let's stop it,
no,
man.
that's
Let's
what
just.
yo.
Why can't we Zongo?
it's just not. When I
Zongo
navigate.
Bongo.
Oh,
Zongo
wait,
Bongo.
got it. Look, I went to a bar before and I seen a Black American trying to fight me over some fucking other groups, man. Like, no, man, I don't fucking believe that bullshit, bro. They are not the fucking chosen people, bro.
Zongo, we are the chosen people, bro.
No, not you, not, bro.
God put His grace on us, bro.
Man, you're a bunch of admissions, man, with other groups, man, with
The
Chinese,
bottom
with
line, Zongo, is this, right?
Philippines.
Hold on. Why you think God? Hold on. Why you think God kept us landless for all these years?
Oh my God, are you the only landless people in the world?
Because we're the children. We're the children of God. People who are landless are the children of God.
God, man, God, man.
Until He sells Zion
Gala,
as a homeland.
look, Gala. No, you're not. You're not the chosen people, bro.
We are the chosen people, man.
No, you're not.
Zago.
No, you're not. No, you're not. Come on, man. I don't believe in this Christianity bullshit, bro. Like,
Israelites been in Liberia for a long time. A lot of people.
chosen people, man.
Zongo, let me tell you
Tyler,
something.
show him brother Nathaniel in the Israelites
Oh man,
You
in
got
Liberia,
Israelites.
bro.
Israelites in that.
Yeah,
oh,
man.
wait, sorry. Someone says,
Oh man,
The whole
show
time
the
I'm
video.
there, I'm thinking I'm in the promised land.
hey, hey, guy, you
Well, I
watching the
showed you
comment
that
section?
other guy. He said it's the promised land too. All these people
Kind
say, yeah.
Zavi says that he believed that even real Ghanaians. Oh, what do you mean real Ghanaians know? God damn it! Like, what does that mean? What does that mean? Real Ghanaians know?
That Black
What the hell?
Americans are chosen people.
You see?
What the hell do you know, man? Shut up, man. ZV, man.
Oh
Shut up.
man.
Zongo's hating.
This is not hate, man. Ain't no way. Hey, Kyler, man. Look, if they were really chosen people, man, I'll know that. Maybe I live in Chicago. I live in a couple of places. Like, look, no, they're not, man.
Zongo's trying to be funny. Zongo, see, I
They're
got
not, bro. They can't be. They
you
can't be the chosen people, man.
Zongo, you always trying to clown on everybody, man. I swear to God.
Kyler, man. Kyler, okay, Kyler's friendly, but Kyler, man, Africans, if you have issues with you, I'm the one that
What issues,
understands
man?
you, man. Look,
Zongo, Africans love me, man.
that's not true, Kyler, man. You
Africans
speak
love me,
bad
man.
about them, you speak bad about them, you speak trash about them. You say sometimes you're not even Pan African, man. How can you be a chosen person, man? No,
Well,
you're
we're
not.
chosen people, man. It's like
No, you're not. It's not even possible.
God put me on this earth for
Oh man, this is like Sierra Leone, Jeremy. Oh my God, man, I'm dead, man. Man, you're Africans, man. You gotta be very funny people, man.
Zongo Bongo, man. Zongo's hating.
No, I'm not hating it. Look, if you meet the Africans that believe in Islam, they're gonna tell you they're the chosen, they're the real Arabs, you
Well,
know.
Islam,
They're
you
gonna
guys,
tell you they're the look.
hold on. Your holy city is Mecca, Saudi Arabia. Ours is right there in Africa,
Man, Israel is in the Arabian
No, hold
Peninsula.
on. What I'm saying, Zongo. Liberia is Israel.
Oh, for real? Is that what you guys think?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that what
Yeah.
the?
A
Is that
lot
what
of
the?
native people think that too.
No, no, no. I heard this guy. What is his name? Captain Tazariak doesn't believe that shit, man.
Well, but let him come to Liberia one time. When he'll change his tune.
Man, I literally watched an interview saying that the Africans is not his people, man.
I mean, I like Captain, but he's a clown, man. Come on, man. Yeah, so he's a clown. We
And
got
these are
Hebrew
supposed to be the
Israelites.
yeah.
Once you tell a Hebrew Israelite that there's a land somewhere, you're gonna take half their people away. Because right now, they niggas ain't got shit, right, Dave?
Look,
They
look, look,
got
look,
nothing.
look. I
Hey,
literally met a black dude at the grocery store. I think a week ago, right? And
yo,
he's
yo,
trying to
show him the. Yo,
Dave,
they can,
Dave, come down. Wait, let me finish. I met this black dude from Kentucky a week ago, right? Because where I live, like, I mean, you rarely like see a lot of black people. And the way he met me, he's trying to prove to me that Jesus is actually black from the Bible, man. He's trying to like tap me into this Hebrew Israelite nonsense, and I'm like, look, I told him, hey,
Why is
man,
it
look.
nonsense, man?
I told him, like, look, I'm African, man. I got my own ancestry. I got my own lineage, man. I don't want to be. I don't believe in this nonsense, Jesus, whatever they want to call it, or Muhammad,
come
man.
on,
Come on,
Doc.
man. Nah, man. Come on, man. I believe in my African ancestry, man. That's who I am.
But you're not Muslim, Zongo?
I mean, yeah, but I'm not blind, man. I'm not blind. You got a
Man,
Fulanis in
I
Nigeria.
thought Muslims supposed to love Jesus, man. What happened, man?
What? Well, they respect Jesus, man. I'm just talking about me as an African. I mean, this is just historical. We're not talking about religion right now. We're talking about history right now, right? So
Yeah.
you guys trying to use historical reference in the religious scripture to create a historical precedence, and I'm like, I don't really believe that. That's all I'm just trying to say. You know.
I,
Well, it's like this, Sango. It's like this. It works for me, man. Black people in America needs hope, and
Carla, look, I would have believed the African American are chosen people if they don't have an offshoot branch like FBA is hating on Africans.
well, hold
Anytime,
on. Oh, those people. Hold on. What do you call Dave when people are disbelievers, whatever, sinners or whatever they call rebels, whatever. What do they call in the Bible? That when you're a sinner or you're a disbeliever, those are unbelievers, man.
yeah.
so okay, so the Hebrew Israelites is your denomination.
No,
Oh,
no.
no.
Not hell.
I believe
The
that
Hebrew
black people are
Israelite.
chosen race. Now, some people interpret that as Hebrew Israelite. I'm not a Hebrew Israelite, but I'm saying if they want to use talking about Liberia, that's fine with me, man. If they want to come over
A
there,
lot of native, a lot of native people believe that, like
Yeah,
Liberia.
yeah,
but this rabbi, but this rabbi, I believe that he's in Ghana. Actually, he also have this whole Hebrew Israelite, whatever that he promotes too. In fact, he's part of those people who
who
gave
is
this
this? Who's this?
rabbi something. He was part of those who gave Nana Adu the idea to promote the year of return. Actually, they are the African Americans.
All of the Hebrew Israelites is out there in Liberia right now.
Yeah,
From yeah, they out there right now.
Yeah, they got Louis from London believing he's the real Hebrew Israelite, man. I mean, hey, Cameron, how's that even
They
possible,
didn't
man?
come.
Louis, man.
Lewis,
How,
man.
how,
Lewis,
how,
man.
how are they able to recruit Louis, man? I'm kind of
They
shocked.
come there, bro. They come there.
They
They
let Black
start up. They
Americans.
set up shop.
Louis allowed Black Americans to conquer him like that, man. Man, Louis is
Hey
a clown,
man,
man.
Lewis is
hey
in line, man.
man,
And
Zango,
Louis,
what
and
to?
Louis is a
hey
clown,
man. It
man.
happens, man.
How can you follow a religion created by Black Americans, man? Man, this Louis is a clown.
Zango, you gotta stop being so prejudiced, man.
Yeah, man.
Man, because the
Yeah,
Hebrew
man.
Israelite they are fucking cowards, man. Tazariak is
I
insane,
don't
man.
like him. He anti.
He
You got different type of Hebrew Israelites. You got the anti-African ones,
yeah, but
and
he's
then
the
you got the
popular.
African. You
He's
got
the
the
popular.
African Hebrew
You just see
Israelite.
him a lot. He's been around a lot,
Yeah,
but
he's the popular one that I know. That's why I don't rock with Hebrew Israelite, man.
So bottom line, like I said, me whole thing like this. If you ain't got an end game, which they obviously don't, right? It don't mean nothing, man. You ain't got no land. Where's your land at? Well,
Hmm.
someone go to Jamor, Israel, whatever. Didn't they get that place get bombed? Whatever.
I swear to God, it was bombed, man. It was bombed.
Why you gotta say it like
That was
that,
probably,
Carla? Dang, Carla. Why
that
you
was
gotta
probably,
say it like
it
that, Carla?
was probably the Israelis that bombed
Dang,
it.
man.
Yeah, Kyla, you're right. It's possible
Yeah, Carla.
they can bomb that place and blame it on the Iranians,
Yeah,
man.
that's what
Because
they did. Israel, the government of Israel
Yeah,
bombed that
Carla.
place.
Why you had to do them like that, man? They just got their spot on, man.
The
man,
more Israel, man.
kind of those black people hurt. Were they hurt? But they lost.
I don't
Man,
know,
that's
man.
sad, man.
I'm like this. Like, you got a whole big giant continent over in Africa, and you go to some dry ass desert Israel. I don't understand. That I don't understand.
Yeah, that I don't understand either, Carla.
They could have went to
That I
Ethiopia.
don't
They could have went to
understand.
Ethiopia. They could have went to Uganda. They could have went to Kenya. They went to Tanzania. Why the hell you go to dry ass, hot ass Israel? I don't understand them
Said it
dudes.
got bombed.
I don't understand these dudes, man. I'm like, yeah, what the hell are you going to this?
Oh man.
Well, what the hell are you talking about? So, yeah, they started out that what's his name? He started out in Liberia. He came from
Yeah, that,
Chicago. And, then it was asked
yeah.
to leave the country.
I know where they at too. They got the big black Jesus
Yeah.
signboard. Yeah, man.
In Robertsport, they got Jehovah's Witness up there. I love investigating. How did Jehovah's Witness get all the way up in Robertsport?
Yeah, man.
Liberia got all these religions,
Yeah,
man.
just like Black America.
Yeah, they got Nation of Islam, the AME Church, yeah, everything. It's like you're living in Black America, but in
Yeah.
Africa. I love about it.
Kind of about. Do you know like I don't know like in Liberia, but in Ghana there's this church they call them the Pentecostal. I don't know if they have it in Liberia, but it's very popular in Ghana.
Liberia, I don't know
Liberia.
if I think they got Pentecostal church.
Yeah, Pentecostal there, yeah. That's
Yeah,
all I
Yeah, but
heard.
I heard like the Pentecostal church. A lot of their ways started from Black America. Like a lot of like the origin.
the Pentecost, the revival. I
Hmm.
grew up in a Pentecostal church.
And
Yeah,
then
Pentecostal churches is still active out there, yeah.
and they're in Ghana,
Bishop Dewey Rogers.
especially especially growing up in Ghana, they're like the most active churches, like, and I kind of noticed a similarity, especially when I went to one funeral in Chicago, and the way they were doing their praises and worship. I'm like, they're like, I don't know who got it from who. Maybe the Africans joined inspiration. Well, it started from African Americans because that's how they do praises. Because other churches like Anglican and they don't do it like that. They don't worship. They don't shout. They don't do all this. They don't do that except the Pentecostals. So there's kind of similarities of cultural exchange through religion between African Americans and Africans.
Yeah,
Yeah, man. Zongo, don't hate, Zongo.
We spread the Christian faith to Africa.
Oh no, man! I'm not. Come on, man. Why would I hate, man? It's just like, man. When I live in America, I see Black
Oh,
Americans.
they
It's like,
colonize. They
if
colonize.
I was if I was in look, I would have believed that when I was in Cyprus watching Carla, but now that I live in America, no, man, I don't believe that, man. Because I've seen other people besides Carla, so I'm not gonna believe that nonsense, man. The average Black American doesn't even believe he's a chosen person, man.
Well, we gotta tell them that. That's why I'm trying to tell them that. I'm trying to spread the word. You are the chosen people. You got a mission to deliver
No,
Africa, man.
Africans are the original people, man. God damn it.
No.
You got some Native Americans that'll argue with you with
Yeah,
that.
you guys
inside of every African is an
African Americans are admixtures with white, Chinese,
Zongo.
Philippines.
Inside of every African is an African American waiting to be born.
Y'all just some
Zongo don't like
admixtures,
to hear that.
man. Y'all just some admixtures, man, with mixed with Philippines, Chinese, Bengalis, Pakistanis, Iranians.
Ain't
That's a
nothing wrong with that. We're still black,
yeah.
still mostly black, so it don't matter.
You can't be a
Zongo
chosen
don't
people.
like to hear
You
that.
can't be a chosen people when you are not original people, man. The original people
Our
gotta
original
be.
people, we're unique people. We have a unique culture, our own race.
So
So
what are you implying? Yeah.
That's why some of them think the way they think, man. They don't rock with Africa like that, man, because they have some Neanderthal blood in them or other group
no, no,
blood.
no,
Oh,
no, 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 no. It ain't work like that, Zongo.
ah,
Hey, got it,
Zongo,
man.
you
Look,
terrible, bro. You
got I be
terrible.
on
Well, I would
TikTok a
say
lot,
like
man.
this, Zongo is Africa. Has, you know what
How could you
I
say
don't hear?
something like that,
Check this
Zongo?
out. You know what I don't hear from a lot of Africans, right?
What?
I don't hear how we're gonna carve up the wealth and share the wealth among the diaspora. When I hear everything else, I hear how we're gonna invest our money in Africa. I heard how the year return they're gonna give us citizenship. We come over there, spend our money.
Give
I
you
never hear,
land.
I never hear Africa talk about discovered a new oil well off the coast, such that has been like Namibia a month ago. Just discovered oil off its coast, 20 billion cubic, 20 billion barrels. That's a lot of oil, right? I
Cop, man,
never heard
they do that,
anybody give
man. The
us a
real estate investment there. Black Americans are very like in Ghana, like in real estate. They're in there.
but dude, man, I ain't talking about that raggedy ass road. Everything we do in Ghana, we're losing money, right?
Kind of Ghana's talking about real wealth, man. He's talking about oil money, man. He want like
Yeah,
a
the fuck out.
$1 billion.
They got all the oil money.
You
Nigeria's
want a
building
bit?
a natural gas pipeline. So that natural gas, liquefied natural gas money, oil money, diamond money, gold
Yeah,
money.
yeah.
That's what it is. Why are we gonna spend our money on freaking house? That's what I could never understand. Black people talk about, oh, we're going to Ghana and build houses. What the hell? No one
Cali,
understands.
Cali, no, no, but Cali, gotta understand.
Where are you gonna work at? Like I said,
Cali, can you allow me to can I make quick comment? Look, the average African and the average African American on YouTube Spaces, they don't know a lot of like industries besides the one that is visible to them, like real estate because it's visible, right? And a lot of like Ghana has been known like gold because it's mostly talked about in the media. There are certain industries that the media really talked about. If you're not really tapped in it, you don't know what's going on over there. So you need that's why network kind of plays a very huge role. When I was in Ghana, Kala, and I used to go to seminars like the oil and gas seminars, there's this black American woman that she's been in Ghana for, but she knows she's been everywhere. She's a very knowledgeable person. She go look, they are the ones that are really tapped in. They don't come on YouTube, Carla. They don't
I know
come
that,
on,
I know that,
man.
I know, I know that, I know that, I know that, I know that. But the thing is, what do I say? You got a lot of black people in America, right?
Hmm.
If you don't have a means of income, you got to have a means of income to live on the African. I say in a country like Liberia, I would say $2,500 a month. You're good. You got $2,500 to $3,000 a month residual income. You're good, and plus your own vehicle. You're good. You can get yourself a nice place, whatever like that. Live comfortably. You're really good, really comfortable. Well, thing is though, you got to have money to live in Africa. And a lot of these people go over there for the most
Look,
part. The
Carla,
YouTube, the
look.
YouTube.
I've even met a black American woman that's even way political than you are in African continent. I swear to God. Like when I was there, I remember like this one time we went to an oil like energy conference. Ministry of Energy. It's about the oil and gas industry, right? Even the former CEO of like the Ghana National Petroleum Company, and she was telling those CEOs like, "Why the hell are you giving this contract to this, Neanderthals, man? We deserve this." Like in front of them, God David Kama. I swear to
Also,
God, it was
that
way before I could.
was that Jubilee oil fields?
I mean, it's all because they have like because the Jubilees in because like they have the Jubilee oil field, they have the Ten oil field, they have the what is them this E and I also have their own oil field too. So the oil field is like it's kind of scattered in the western part of like the coast, I did work on some of the oil field over there. The one is owned by ENI. ENI was it's an Italian national oil company. Carla, you know that, right?
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah. So, man, Carla, at least you know the Jubilee oil field, man. You kind of tapped in a little bit, Carla.
Yeah, I know. I know.
Yes,
Black
that's one
people
of
might
them.
help get that established.
But I mean, but the average Black American, even the ones that go to Ghana, they've been in Ghana. You say Jubilee oil, they don't know what the hell that is, man, because they don't even
Well,
understand that industry.
bottom line is this: the Pan African movement, unfortunately, did not. I don't. These people aren't real business people, or real, you know. I know you like making fun of them, Zongo, but they're not really. They're emotional. They have an emotional attachment. They think about Kwame Nkrumah, W.E.B. Du Bois, and Barry here. So that's what Ghana means to them, right? But me personally, I'm like this. Every time I see them talk about Ghana, and they'll say, "Oh, we're coming to Ghana," and I'm like, "Yo, look, do you understand that you got to make a living here? You got." I always ask this question, right? Like me and Smart was saying, why is it that when people talk about coming to, at first they'll say, "Don't go over there looking for a job." Why the fuck not? You know, why can't look? I know a lot of Asian people that speak Chinese, Mandarin, whatever like that, Cantonese, that can go over to Hong Kong, whatever like that, Beijing, get a job, making real good money. They can go to Singapore, they can go to South Korea, they can go all stuff like that. But why is it when it comes to black people in Africa, when don't come over here? So
I guess what they mean by don't go there, like the average person when he
no,
let's
no, no, hold on. They're talking about even black professionals. They're like, oh, because of the jobs are for the local guy. What you mean to tell me there's not any infrastructure? And that's what we told you. That Africa is not ready for us, right? You should be able to. You should be able to have a good job. Then again, when you look at Africa,
don't go there looking for a job. It clearly means that they just want your money. They don't want you to come and be a parasite. Actually, you know.
how was being a parasite? Hold on, that video I sent you with a Ghanaian guy, they're kicking him out of South Africa. Why is it
Oh
that
man, that was sad, bro. I kind of look.
hold on.
I was.
It's sad, but you just call us a parasite, right? But you guys are always in everybody else's country. See, I thought Nigerians are bad. Y'all are over the place, every place too. Y'all have it.
I
Y'all have
felt
it.
bad. I felt bad for that
It's all
that Ghanaian
Nigerians
guy.
on that.
I
And
felt
these
bad. I
good,
felt bad
man.
for him. They shouldn't have. They shouldn't have did him like that. I felt bad.
And
Callum, man,
check us
man,
out. Now, another thing, Zongo. Check us out.
Callum, man, Callum, you taking my word out of context. I don't mean that. I'm saying when they say don't come looking for jobs, what it actually means is that why am I not supposed to come and look for a job? Are you trying to say I should come
No,
and spend
I'm
my
saying
money? Oh,
like
wait, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just trying to interpret what that means. So don't put down that shit on me, Carla. Don't do that, can we?
I dreamed about, man, for years, man. I dreamed about ever since that movie Blacks Without Borders came out, right?
Hmm.
I dreamed about going to South Africa, honing my skills in insurance and business and finance and whatnot, and then getting hired by somebody like you and have a nice office job, making six figures and living in South Africa. But so the bottom line, so now you're telling me that that's out of the question, right? That's out of
Wait. So let's say if you were gonna come to Ghana and I was gonna employ you, would you take that job, Carla?
no, you hold on. You guys are paying people like $30 a month.
Carla, if I employ you,
You
would you
guys,
take
you guys pay your professionals $100 a month, man.
it?
I actually live on that.
If I employ you, would you take that job or
No,
not?
because you're only gonna pay me $100 a month.
You know why? You know why? Because you don't respect me, Carla. That's the bottom.
No, I respect the fact, Zongo. You listen to what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I am not gonna work for no $100 a fucking month. I would
But
thought
Kyla, let's be honest too. Africans don't respect labor.
they don't. They
They
don't.
don't respect labor.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you, Dave. I had my a plumber come out in my place in Liberia. Now, if this was what this guy did, you know how they have the water tower and everything like that. You got to
Yeah.
the water pump and everything. Someone wrote the pump, whatever like that. There was no water coming through the house, right? I was dying to take a shower. So she called my wife called a freaking plumber she knew, right? The guy came in, whatnot, he said, he told me how much the part was and everything like that. He goes, everything $50. Hour later, he goes, okay, thank you. Here's the toolbox. I said, you done already? He said, yeah. Next thing you know, water's like pouring out of the sink. And I was like, great. My point I'm trying to make is 50 fucking dollars, right? If that was America, what he did, think about it, I had no water and I got water. If that was America, that would have been like at least $800, just by him coming out, But I'm saying is this: in Africa, we got to get away where people, you got people with skills in Africa, real skills, but their
Yeah, there
skills
are. Look,
are
that.
not, their skills are not appreciated,
Yeah. Because
So
a lot
America,
of people. Yeah, you're right.
America are the highest maker. That's why Black Americans make more money than everybody else because we live in a country in America that the skilled labor, which most Black people in America are skilled labor. We're not professionals really. We're moving to professionals, but
Yeah.
for the most part, we made our money as skilled laborers and whatnot. And it's the only country in the world really that pays skilled labor high
Labor guy
money.
can make 10,000 a month,
And
Yeah,
12,000 a
that's the
month.
problem. The issue they have that they tend to blame that. They like no, you don't have to blame the people because you are supposed to even train the people even if they don't know it. You get what I'm
no,
saying?
I just think in Africa they lowball people to the point because let me give you an example. In Africa, you got to have it so that if the people are making money, right, that money is going to be circulating back into the economy. You're going to sell them cars, you're going to sell them this. But if people are poor, you pay them nothing, like this. So what do you do with all that extra money?
Kyle, let me give you one example because I had to experience this to even notice that. In Ghana, the same oil, like it wasn't an oil company, right? American oil company. They have branches like globally, right? I tried 2 interviews in Ghana. I never had it. No, now even in Ghana, before I even get an interview first, the first interview you got to go write an exams. You got to do another second phase interview. Then you got to do an IQ, test. Then you got to do one-on-one interview and presentation before you get a job. You go through like a series of interviews just to get a fucking oil job to an oil company in Ghana, right? I guess it's just a tactic to kind of screen people out, right? But the same job, same company in America, you don't fucking go through that experience, man, Carla. It's just easy, fucking easy, man. Same company, different recruiting
Well, I
process,
want to go is
countries.
like the professionals. I guess if you're making, let's say in Africa, a professional making $2,000 a month, that's actually good money.
You
Thousand.
brought about, let me bust a bubble then. The expatriate, the same role, same responsibility, even same knowledge. But if the same company, if they were bringing out professional from America, right? If the person have an American education, let's say, and they sort of like send him to a branch, international branch somewhere in Ghana, or maybe let's just use Ghana as a case study. Send him to Ghana, right? He's still gonna earn his American salary, but the same job, same responsibility, same role. Someone from Ghana is probably gonna be earning like probably like 80% of what the American is earning, even though they have the same outcome of work that they both are doing.
Oh, that's fucked up. You
Yeah.
know, that's fucked up. And I heard that doctors in Rwanda, that up and going, only makes $2,500 a month. A doctor, man. I'm like, damn, man. 25.
$2,500, that's even good. In Ghana, it's not even, I think doctors make like even 1,000 or less than that dollars a month.
That's why all these doctors and nurses come to
Yeah,
America.
they go AWOL, Kyla. They go AWOL.
Get that
Mhm.
degree where then next thing you know, they're on their thing.
So the problem's
Well,
not really about. It's about how the country. So look, Kyle, like you know what I'm tempted to believe. Like after living like in America for some time now and working within the system, I'm beginning to understand like uh, our nation states that we have. It's not really like nation state like the way the
Oh,
West kind
hold
of.
on, hold on, hold on, hold on. You heard Cadola, right? He does not believe in the nation state. He said we got tribe. You know, I'm like,
we got tried.
I tribe. You know,
Ghana, let me ask you this, Ghana. Let me.
About the tribe because they benefit from it. It ain't because
Yeah.
there's some altruistic something like that. No, you benefit from it. You. That's how you eat. That's how you get politically connected. It's your job, like Amara.
Yeah, yeah,
The line to be a king, whatever like that. You make money. That's what I said, man. Like I said, that's why I love Liberia, man. We don't have that tribe shit. We
yeah.
don't have no kings. We have none of that shit, man. You go at
Yeah.
your Liberia, man.
Hey,
People,
Ghana, can you imagine like there's no fucking middle class? Like, I mean, Ghana, does anybody have a what does middle class mean in Ghana? God damn it!
oh, you gotta look. The bottom line is for you have a middle
I
Cause,
think
class.
I
cause,
think they, I think the political class does that on purpose. They don't want equal playing ground. Like I don't think
cause, uh, cause,
senator.
cause
Yeah.
the, cause the average, if you're a professional, the
No,
average
we
salary.
because now South Africa actually got a black middle class.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So
Yeah,
if you're in Ghana, for instance, like, if you're in Ghana, for instance, like, in the professional class, let's say if you're making thousand Ghana cedis, $1,000 like $100, right? Or let's say like you're making good, like you see $200, which is like 2,000 Ghana cedis, right? $200, you can't even rent, pay bills, eat, and even save money for retirement or something like that, or a hospital bill. It's not there. It's non-existent. And and if you're a poor person, like here, the poor person in America get government support. If you're a poor person, you're on your own, man. And that's the reality on the continent, man. So
sad situation. Sad, really sad. Really sad situation. Like I said, I don't know. I don't want to think like this, but I just tell these African Americans rushing to go over there. They're gonna think this well through, because people go over there with no job, no money, no skills, no anything. They think they're gonna survive off a YouTube channel.
but Calibar, that's where like the culture sustain
No, I
African
don't. I don't
society.
like that, man. I
I
don't
don't.
like when people
David, let
go
me
to
David,
Africa
David,
with nothing to
David,
offer.
let me make this quick point, and I'll let you go in. Like, that's where like the culture kind of sustain the society. Like, it kind of give an example, like someone could be poor, not having a job, but as the
But who wants to
community.
live, but who wants to actually? If that's good, if you grow up in that culture, right?
What I mean to say is that I'm just going to make the point that
Having
you
a
made
hard
that
time like that. But sooner or later, man, I want to know what it's like to go to the ATM, put money out, to get in my car, go and be able to do stuff and whatnot. I don't want to live I don't want to live in poverty. I can't do it. I
yeah,
don't,
okay, but what I meant to say is the poor ones, like you said, like someone might not have a job, but he gets supported by someone that has it, right?
right.
And that's
Yeah.
what. So it's the people that
That
they became the support cushion for the poor ones, not really the government, because the government does not really support poor people. It's their own people like that
Oh, yeah, I
have
know.
to come in and step in.
Families to
Yeah.
take care of each other and everything like that. But here's the thing, right? As sooner or later, like they said, men don't live by bread alone or prayers alone.
Mhm.
Sooner or later, and every man's hungry, and Africans understand this, right? I watched people in the years I've been going to Liberia, right? I watched dudes when I first got there. They were kind
Mhm.
of old, right? But now they after 5 years they got older, right?
Yeah.
And dude, I seen dudes in their 60s driving KK. You know, poverty is fucking real, man. People driving KK or you got to do when they say, Dave, when they say pen boys. Some of
yeah,
them dudes are older than me.
yeah.
Pen boys and whatnot. That's all they got. They get out there, pen it up and whatnot, driving KK. And I'm saying to myself, that's my point I'm trying to make is, at some point in time, man, that something's got to give.
Yeah.
There's something has got
It's
to
not
give.
what I mean. My thing is for me is I feel like if they just build the infrastructure, people will find it. You know,
And
if
you
you
need hold
just
on, you need and hold on, you need what you need in Africa is
a massive
manufacturing.
infrastructure project.
You need manufacturing because look, everything you have in Africa, right? You go to Waterside, Dave.
Yeah,
Everything on this earth is in Waterside. You want a leather belt with spikes on it, is there. You know, you want this like kind of shades, is there. Waterside, they be getting stuff from all over the damn world in Waterside.
Yeah.
All that money is draining out of their country every friggin'
Gotta,
day.
but gotta. You know what? There's one thing that you said that I remember. Like, you remember, like when people used to say that Africa is still like you guys. Like, oh man, Africa is sweet. Everybody, like, it's what do they say, Kala? Like, it's life is easy over there. You don't have to, work like all day. And then your response is like, because they don't have the burden of maintaining the infrastructure
Oh,
of
Well,
that
true.
society. You remember that, man? And I'm like, man,
Yeah.
Carla,
if you
that's
have
a
a
very,
first
that's a
world
very, that's a very good
uh,
point, Carla.
country,
Yeah. You know, you live in stress free. You live in stress free. You know, you chilling.
That's why you
yeah.
see trash. That's why you see trash everywhere. Ain't nobody like, cause it takes a lot of time and effort, energy to maintain the lawn, to maintain the city. Everything gotta be, order like clean. You need people to do this job. So if you're just out there lazy, like just talking, doing nothing, what do you expect?
Well, also, this is what Zongo needs. This is what Africa needs, or West Africa at least, is they need to invest in. I don't know how it's going to happen, but they have to create a culture where people value hard physical work. Hard labor. Right? That's a problem. Everybody is
Everybody in Africa want to wear a suit, man.
everybody wants to
No, no.
wear a suit and tie and whatnot. So if they look down on people who are blue collar, that's why I think a lot of tension coming in America. Black people, they see Black Americans, they work in service jobs, they're working in as mailmen and UPS, and Africans throw their nose up at that. Y'all working physical, even though they're making good money. Like this guy Jamal that called my show when that 4 years ago, he was making like $55 an hour as a master electrician in
Carla, so
Philly.
let me ask you a question, Carla. So have you been to like the open market in Liberia, like and seen
I've
people
been to
doing
every
like
place. I've been to every place.
so you've seen the Africans doing the hard labor work before, like physical
Well,
labor.
only thing I seen people cut up was coconuts. The only hard labor I see. When I say hard labor, I mean getting out there or cutting wood. Cutting wood. I see people cut
No,
wood.
what I mean to say is like if you go to the market, like
When we talk about hard labor, we talking about you working out water and sewage. You know what I
that's what.
mean? When you drain
And
the
Wait, wait,
city.
wait, wait, wait. I'm talking about like maybe.
working on
Wait,
your
wait,
feet.
wait.
Hold on,
Wait,
Zongo. Let me
Carla,
say, Zongo. Let me say this. You're working on your feet for 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, right? 40 hours a week, right? 5 days a week, 40 hours a week, right? And you're
mhm.
going to do that for 30 years to collect a pension, and retire, you
That's
know?
what I mean, Carla. That's what I mean. I mean
Oh, until
people.
you get to that point, you know what you'll have? You'll have a workforce. And then you know what I'll do? That'll attract investment to your country, because
Yeah,
investors,
'cause I was trying to make a point about in relative to American situation, right? I'm saying like when you went to Liberia, have you seen the Africans that are working construction field, like hard working, like a road project, doing because construction is not a small job, Carla.
you see construction. But what I'm saying is this, though,
I'm
is
talking about the ones doing the hard labor job. Have you
yeah,
seen
hold
that
on.
before?
There's people that do that, but I'm saying this. The problem at Zongo is this, right? There's a difference. I'm talking about a workforce, like let's say the shipyard here.
I'm not even talking about Africa. I'm trying to relate it to the issue in
Well,
America.
let's say this. You need, in order for an economy to grow, it's not just construction. You need people who could do things like shipbuilding, ship repair, auto manufacturing,
Need a lot of skilled labor, man.
skilled labor,
Skilled
and stuff
labor.
like that. And you need abundance of it. And also, you need welders. You need all this stuff like that could build stuff, whatnot. Steel fabrication, all stuff like that, ironworks, whatever like that. And also, you need people that's going to do that over a period of time, right? A period of time for like not like a construction job. Like you said, people do construction in Liberia, right? But the project is done within 2 weeks. Then what? You know, you still
I mean, people that build houses. Look, they always get kind of. Look, I agree with what you say. I'm not even disagreeing with what you're saying. The point I'm trying to say is that if you meet that African that did that kind of hard labor job, and you meet him in America, he's not going to tell the black person that did the same job that he did when he was Africa as lazy. The
well.
ones that tend to wait,
What
God,
I'm
can I
what
finish? Can I finish? Got up. Quick point. the ones that tend to do that are the ones that never did those kind of jobs, even back at home. That's the point I'm trying to make, you know. So
Right.
you
But
got to put that in context.
In America, like I said, you got the shipyard right here where I live at, the shipyard, mostly black American men, shipyard, the shipbuilding and Newport News shipbuilding, all the black men in America. Baltimore, there's always been black men that work in shipyards. Hard work.
Yeah, because
Those
like
guys
that.
been working down there for 30, 40 years. Same job when I like the yellow freight. Remember the yellow freight bro flipped
Mhm.
out? He said, y'all, for 30 years. Bounced on him. 30, I gave 30 years to the job, but the bottom line is this. You have to have, no matter what you do, Zongo, you have to have a good portion of your workforce that got to be committed to one 7 days. 5 days. Now, my whole thing is this. Now, in Africa, life is easy because you don't have an industrialized economy, right? So you work here, you work there, you make money here and there, and that's fine, right? I think Africans can do it, but it's going to take discipline because, and the culture has to change because, on the whole, be honest with you, right? Africans tend to still look down on people, even though, let's say, a company comes to Ghana, right, and it's a company that manufactures. When they say we're going to pay people 2/3 of what we pay in America, good money, right? You're going to make more money than the freaking government officials here, right? Good money. And the bottom line is a factory work and whatever like that. You got to work 8 hours a day, blah blah blah, sit 5 days a week, whatever like that, and it's a dirty job, whatever like that. But you're gonna get money. You're gonna get paid really well. People know you get paid. But in Africa, no matter what, that job is gonna be looked down upon because somebody's getting their hands dirty. You gotta change that play. Just like farming. Why do you think a lot of people don't want to do farming? Because it's always seen this. Now you come to a farming in America, Dongo. Farmers know have agricultural schools there. They got all kinds of stuff. They got manufacturing. They got all kinds of technology and everything on their farms. Everything. People go to agricultural school, get out, and they basically trade in agri. They got tractors, they got seeds, they got all stuff like that, and they make farming exciting, right? But and like I said, in Africa, like there's a stigma to farming. You're seen as a peasant. It's like
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Even in Ghana, like
But
they
Tyler, our farmers over here, they millionaires, man.
Dave, quick,
Yeah.
quick, 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 Dave, quick point, right? In Ghana, like they look down on people from the northern Ghana, but in fact, it's the people from the northern Ghana actually feed the country because they are the ones doing the farm jobs, man. You get what I'm saying? And if you meet some people like the majority speaker, the majority in parliament of the ruling party, his brother, he made us riches out of farming from the north. You know, there's a lot of people
Even, even
in
though,
politics.
even though, like my boy Armstrong Jebba, Dave, you got to meet him. His Liberian brother, man. He lives in Louisiana. He has onion farms, rice farms. He's the one that's selling Liberian rice. But he told me the biggest thing is he also makes bricks, for houses and that. He got a whole bunch of stuff going on, but he says it's hard to get Liberia because everybody wants to get. He used to work for Tolbert. He looks young, right? But he's actually older, man. He's real older.
Carla, you know, like the hope are the people that still live in the rural areas. Because when I remember 10 or 15 years ago when I used to go to our village, they're still doing. Carla, look, I had to really understand that until I came to America. You know, I remember like when I go to the village, money is not that really important. I guess what I mean to say is that if you go to buy food, food is that extremely cheap because everybody had farm, Carla.
Yeah.
It's not expensive, man, Carla. Like it's just like
But I'm talking
a couple
about.
of cents.
I'm not talking about subsistence farming. I'm talking about commercial farming.
Yeah, I get what you said, but I'm just saying they are still the hope because they still have the knowledge of producing food,
Yeah.
right? Because the ones in the city, they've only stayed out of touch, you know?
We need is freaking commercialized farming. It's gonna be a lot of work, man. A lot of work. When like African guy said, you got to have people, even though there's still a stigmata of people looking at farming as beneath them. And you got people like I said, Dave. I would love to take some of them boys in the CDC and put them on a goddamn farm. That's what I would do. Instead of take them out of the university where they causing trouble and put them on a goddamn farm.
Gotta, sometimes the problem is not just because there are like, investors or entrepreneurs that do commercial farming. It's just like the mode by which,
I know. Hold on. Not everybody got to be a commercial farmer. You could be a worker.
look,
What?
just, I guess the point I'm trying to say is that some of the commercial farms they have, even the nice commercial farm, like I watch documentaries in Ghana that they have, sometimes it could be these farms. It's just the consumers are not even the locals actually for consumers somewhere in France or somewhere in Europe, man. God damn it, it's not for locals actually. So that's why I kind of think like when it comes to like
That's what farming does. Farming is a business.
yeah, but that's a wrong form of capitalism. You gotta prioritize your people first, though.
I know that. Well, that's why I said you got to do both. You got to get into farming, like what you call. Right now, Zimbabwe is getting rich, right? Selling cotton, and tobacco. They don't. Like what you call. They said Mugabe broke it. He said we don't smoke this stuff. Chinese want it, so they will. Smoke it, that's money
Yeah.
coming from business. So the bottom line is you just got to change your thing. Agriculture could be really big as far as a moneymaker in West Africa, right? Because you got a lot of fertile. Africa has the most number of open fair. Africa's arable land is actually more valuable than its natural resources.
Yeah,
It,
well, you are so important. Large percent of food in Africa. Yeah, of course. Yeah, African goddess. What do you sell locally? You mean like food stuff, right?
Dangote, Nigeria proved that you could basically grow stuff and consume it locally. That's what Abacha did back in the 90s, right? Instead of Nigeria exporting food for paper money, they said, and that's why you got Aliko Dangote right now. And Dangote was one of the first people they put up the train to become a commodities broker. And he started selling things like sugar and different products to a local market, no exports.
Mm-hmm.
And so they were
Kind of,
making.
but even when Buhari came, he was trying to grow like the agricultural base in Nigeria, and they really fought his ass. God damn it! And they're like, what the hell?
And so my point I'm trying to
They
make,
fought him, man. So Africans, they are
people
not ready for that thing. They don't know, like they don't think about
know
food
what it is.
security.
A lot of people in Nigeria just want to wear white suits, those white gown suits and whatnot, all day, look important and whatnot. Farming is hard. It's not fun and sexy. Getting out there in your overalls, working every day on a farm is not fun. But the
Oh,
reward.
catfish, yeah, yeah. Y'all love catfish, yeah. I noticed that.
You also got cattle farming. Somebody, Dave, you sent me a thing, right? You were serious? A cow's only $1,300.
Cattle, yeah. We eat cattle too.
Hey,
West Africa, you
hey,
probably want
Dave,
to.
Yeah, yes, it's only $1,300. Yeah,
for cow, you tell me all the time that was all it was is. Man, I'm giving me a
yeah.
farm, man. I'm giving me a cattle farm.
Especially in Africa, it's cheap. You could probably get one if you
I don't want
lucky.
no African cows like they're on crack and shit. I want the regular cattle.
Wait. You gonna import a foreign one to Africa? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, you could. You can do that too. You can do that too.
Man, Kala, man, Kala, you just a white man in black skin.
Oh, you can do that. No, Kyla, you can do that. You
Yeah, I'm
can
here
import
right
them.
now. Look, Zongo, they had out there. I'm gonna be a and whatnot. Yeah, you're right.
Kala,
Yeah,
you,
you can
you
do it.
speak
Yeah, you
you
can do it. Yeah.
nice. You speak nice about the black man tending towards the white culture, and then you just
No,
switch
no,
up.
hold on, yo, Zongo. If you know anything, you know where the term cowboy come from? Black men were cowboys. It's called
I,
cowboy.
I,
All of these
Kala,
guys,
Kala,
yeah.
Kala.
Kyla, no.
I don't have issues with that. You see, are you gonna bring the cows from America
Yeah,
to
well, no,
to
we're
Africa?
gonna bring. Hold on, we're gonna bring American style ranching. Well, Liberia already got it. American style ranching to Liberia. I'm gonna look.
I get what you're saying, but what kind of cow breeds
I'm
are
gonna have
you
me a
gonna?
farm. We're gonna have me a farm somewhere in Liberia.
What kind of cow breeds are you gonna rear? That's what I'm asking.
Who knows, man? As long as they got cattle, they're gonna be fed themselves with that, so they're not gonna be
Because you
red.
say you don't like the local cows over there. That's what I heard you saying.
I mean, I would do the local cows, but I'm talking about some of the cows that I see coming out of said were like they were starving and shit. You know.
That's why I say you just a black guy with a white skin guy. You just a white guy with a black skin.
You know, I said, why would I want a cow that's skinny like they on crack? And
Gotta. Anytime I put my trust in you, then you just embarrass me. You know, with some
you
stupid
know, look,
comment.
I go, I know hell would I want a cattle that got no milk, he's starving and whatnot. She's starving. Ain't got no milk, no nothing, and no meat on it. What the hell? What is
My problem with you is your potty mouth, man, Carla. But all right, well, how can you make this statement, Carla? I mean,
you
how
know?
can you do that, man?
So I
It's
don't
like,
understand. You know, cow. Most cows
but
graze. If you supplement their feed, you will get a different look. After I heard grazing is actually better for the cattle than feeding them whatnot because they could, they nutrients and whatnot. Yeah. So yeah, like I said, I would love to freaking have a cattle of a
man,
husband.
exactly, man, African goddess, man. Tell his ass, man. Like, Carla's just they feed on grazing the real like on vegetarian foods, not
Yeah, but you don't
like.
know what they be eating and whatnot. Part of great thing is you control what the cattle eat. Even if they grazing, the
God,
wild.
what are you? Are you really like? Are you? What are you? Are you trying to like promote like GMOs, or are you really into like, real like earthy kind of like food? Like, where do you stand on that? Because it
Well,
looks like you
I don't believe in a lot of stuff like that, but I do believe
because it
that.
looks like you are an industrialist. You believe whatever industrialists like believe, man. You don't give a damn about.
It's not that. I believe what works. I don't believe in a lot of nonsense and whatnot because black people who look up, they always have these ground and they're starving and whatnot.
Like, kind of, man,
They're
you just
starving.
embarrassed me with your comment, man. You started this show on a good note, but this comment that you just made, man, I'm like, ah, man, I'm
Why?
not
What?
rocking with
The
you.
cattle?
Yeah, the cattle smell like they like they starving. I'm like, come on, cattle. Why would you say that, man? They eating like real grass.
Dave. You remember the night I showed the video of the cattle in Sierra Leone?
Some of
Remember
those
that?
cows do be looking
Them
malnourished,
cows was a
man. They're
skinny,
not
move
eating
out
on
and whatnot.
time, man. Come on,
They're
Zongo.
starving.
I don't know. Well, Kala got to send me a video of that because I haven't seen it
they
yet,
I
be
did
man.
I
shortcutting
did
the
a
food
show
for
on
the
that, and
livestock.
we were like, man, goddamn, man, this cattle was like starving and whatnot.
Yeah, bones, man,
Holes out, man.
malnourished,
Goddamn,
man.
Wait, but that's not a common thing, though, Kala, man. It really
Not eating
bones.
enough
Seahawks and whatever
grass.
and
They
whatnot.
ain't eating enough
It's not common,
grass,
man.
man. They ain't
Because
eating
especially
nothing,
like like
man.
the Muslims, like we the ones that slaughter cattle. So, I mean, on Eid, we buy all cows all the times. Like we literally like do our own
You find
slaughtering.
some good ones, Zongo. Some
And
good
we don't
livestock.
buy like we don't buy skinny cows, Carla. Like I don't know what the hell Carla's getting his information from.
I saw
I
the
Say he
cows.
saw some in Sierra Leone.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I grew up like with cows all my life, Carla. Like, cause we slaughter cows every single fucking year.
You
yeah.
know,
Something
Kyle,
like this
man.
skinny cows. Oh man, that's why man. It kind of took me like skinny cows. I'm like, man, where is Carla get
Well, the cows
his
I saw
information
in
from?
that video in
he
Sierra
didn't,
Leone.
he didn't, they look malnourished. Like they're
Yeah,
not eating on time, man.
Yeah, we know a bootlicker like Dave. He's gonna support Carla's comment, man. Nonsense comment,
Well,
man.
I know they got some good cows out there. Depending on who you going to.
Yeah, but
I'm not saying it's bad cows, but some of the cows. I know what you're talking about. Some of the cows be looking malnourished. Like they
yeah,
not eating on time.
yeah.
yeah,
It's
man. So
hard though. You go get a good livestock. I know the Fula people, my Dingo people, they got good stuff. Good food.
exactly, man. That's what they do, man. Like, yeah.
Yeah.
So you just gotta explore, man. But yeah, so yeah, there it is, man. Carla, man, that's a good show today, man. I hope like the blacks listen to what you're saying, man. So Carla, man, how would you gonna wrap up the show, man? Because you feel like they just tethering towards like the white
Black
civilization in
people in
America.
America are the biggest tethers, man.
Yeah, the bottom more and more black people figuring that shit the fuck out. They're like, damn, we ain't got no place. We're just here. We ain't got. We climb to. It's like you climb to the mountain. You've seen the plateau. Now it's all downhill from here.
So Carla, do you think Africans, um, America bringing Africans is really there to protect the dying black race in America? Because
No, no. I
black
think I know America bringing Africans in. I don't know what's the purpose. I have no idea. But the thing is, though, the Africans can be useful in the fact that I know how the racists think. Right?
Mm.
People think that racists are only MAGA people and right wing people. They're also racist people on the left. Right?
Oh yeah, a lot
Yeah,
of them.
that's for sure, definitely.
People on the left have always used that whole, especially you being from New York, they always use that thing about black people. Like, well, look at the Koreans; they doing well. They're not complaining like this. This you guys are all complaining and whatnot. I'll say, yeah, they were liberal, but we got all the Jamaicans here, we got this here, the Haitians here. But why are you guys complaining? Well, we got an issue here because we had a beef with you guys. The promise to you guys, like these people are immigrants here. They're on a different program. When you come, look, I'm gonna do this right now. Just like me and Bomani, we have to see that I don't see eye to eye on this. He sees the world from a standpoint, even though we're both black nationals, Pan Africans. He still sees the thing of he was grateful for America for letting him come here. You know, and so therefore what you call that's what that's the difference between me and him. Anyway, Dave, I got to go. Zongo's chopped off. I'm gonna holler at you later, Dave.
All right, later.
Hey, brother. Y'all, everybody, good night.
Good night, man.